Yeah. You're literally just putting an insurance policy down saying, I think this is going to get to this point. And when it gets to that point or before that point, your money multiplies because one options contract controls 100 shares of the stock, right? So if you have to buy 100 shares of the stock, you got to put like 10,000, 20,000 down. Right. But with $100, $20, you can buy one contract and you get the profits of what 100 stocks are going to give to you. Yeah. And you can sell it to somebody else who thinks this is going to keep going. All you got to do is just worry about your own pockets, get out, and you're done. All right, so let me break this down for my other folks out here, right? So y'all correct me if I'm wrong. So when I was coming up, I used to play CeeLo, right? And so when I was playing CeeLo, anybody know how to play CeeLo? You roll the dice. Whoever get the highest number, right? You get head crack 4, 5, 6. Whoever get the highest number win the bank, right? But there's people on the side who are side bet, right? So on the side, so if me and Wasi we betting, all right? And Josh is on the side, and Josh's side, I bet you, $5 he won't 4 or better. He won't get a 4 or better. And so if I say, all right, that's a bet. If I get a 4 or better, or if you get a 4 or better, then that money goes to that person. So they're not necessarily in the game; they're side betting. So is that a good representation of what option trading is?
It is. It's a good overview of what it is. The way I like to describe it, because I have a background in real estate, is this, right? Let's say there's a building popping up in New York, like $1 million building. Yeah. And to buy a house, if you're going to sign a contract, what did they tell you to put down to secure the property?
Your earnest money.
Earnest money deposit, right? Yeah. So you put down, let's say your earnest money deposit is $500, right? But let's say that you have that contract, and then the other earnest money of $500, and somebody comes and say, listen, I think this property is going to be worth more in 2 years. I want to buy that contract from you. How much did you put down? You tell them $500. I said, listen, I'll buy your contract, but I'll give you $3,000 right now for that contract. You just multiply your money 6 times. Wow. All you did was trade deposits. That's kind of it, right? Got it. Deposits with people.
Got it. And so, how much do you need to start option trading? Like what? Like, do you have to be? Does it have to be thousands? Do you have to be a millionaire? Like, how do you get into the game?
So I would say it's very subjective, that question, right? So what I would say is you have to first start off with the amount that you're emotionally able to risk, right? So an option contract, for the most part, would start at about $1, right? $1 would represent 100 shares, right? So that $1 would actually be times 100, meaning $100. Okay, so to buy just one option contract would potentially be about $100. Now, there are individuals that think, okay, I need to have, tens of thousands of dollars to be able to start trading in the stock market. And that's just not true, right? You can actually start with something like 1,000, right? Where then you can have the ability to have maybe 10 contracts at a time, right? And then be able to trade that, right? So, like I said, that answer is pretty subjective, but for our community, we usually say that it's safe to start off with 1,000, because obviously a lot of people may not have the the ability to have access to 50, 100,000, whatever, as far as to start off with, right? And so it's really based on your risk profile. How much do I have that I can be able to risk at any point in time, right, to be able to become profitable?
And I love that. And so, a lot of people who know, like, trading stocks, right? Like, hey, if I'm buying a stock, I'm investing in a particular company, that stock could go up or down. Like, really, all right, cool. This is what I'm going to do, right? But, is trading options better than trading stocks? Is it the same? Like,
way better.
Way better.
I'm about to go crazy. Way better. Way better.
I want to take this, Josh.
Go ahead, bro. I
want to take this. Go ahead. Trading options is infinitely better than trading stocks. Infinitely better than trading stocks. Why? Because your returns in trading options is also infinite. Right? So here's the deal. When you're betting on a specific stock, and like I said, we use the term bet loosely, right? But you're saying that a stock is essentially supposed to be rising, right? Yeah. Now, if you're trading stocks, actual individual stock, right? Stock is actually more expensive than it is to hold specific contracts, right? So if let's say, for instance, Apple, right? Apple is, I think, hovering around 170 right now, okay? Now, if you want to own, let's say, 1,700 as far as like the dollar amount of Apple shares, that would be about 100 shares of Apple, right? Now, here's the deal. When Apple goes up maybe $5, you're only increasing about maybe like 500 or maybe 5,000. My math is not right now, but maybe $500 from a $5 move. However, if you use that same amount of capital in options trading, let's say you did put in $17,000 right on Apple contracts, and Apple, the stock itself, went up $5. Your contracts would potentially be upwards of 50 grand as far as the profit is concerned, right?
Yeah.
So it's just across the board. Trading options is infinitely better than trading stock. Now, here's the other difference, right? When you trade stock, you can't necessarily make money when the stock falls. With options, you can actually place what's called a put, right? When the stock is going down. For instance, we've been on a decline since the beginning of 2022, right?
Time.
So from January into, I want to say, mid-March, we were on a steep decline. Stock traders were not making money. Options traders were banking.
Wow.
Okay?
Yeah.
For instance, a lot of us, we're making like 5 figures a day trading options.
A day.
Wow.
A
day trading options.
Yeah.
Okay? One of my biggest days recently was about 23 grand.
Yeah.
And that was just in 1 hour.
In an hour.
In an hour. You can't do that trading stock.
Yeah.
That's why trading options is infinitely better than trading stock.
Yeah.
Right?
And I like that you said that, because that was gonna be my follow-up question. Like you were saying, hey, you bet on it at this particular price, but what if it goes low? And you saying you can actually make money in a down market.
In a down market, actually, what we say is actually better. When down market is actually better.
What?
Yes, because what we say is that when the stocks are going up, it's an elevator.
Right.
No, sorry, a staircase.
Yeah.
A staircase. So it's kind of going up incrementally, right?
Yeah.
Now, when stocks are falling, imagine there's billions of hedge funds out there that are selling their stock. So it's going faster. It's going down faster than it goes up.
Right.
So your puts are actually going to be making tons of more money a lot quicker than it would be on the uptrend market.
Wow.
So that's the difference between, the stock market where just you're only trading stocks versus, options contracts.
Wow.
So listen, you want to get into real estate without dealing with the hassle of tenants, toilets, or trash? You want to get into the number one performing asset, which is self-storage facilities. Think about the demand. Right now, so many people are going through tough times through this pandemic. A lot of people are downsizing. They're losing their jobs, but they want to hold on to their most sacred possessions. What do we do with it? You put it in a storage facility just like this one right here. But how about you get into the number one performing asset without any of those problems? No tenants, no trash, no toilets. High demand. Listen, I got this fire training, right? So I need you to join my free training, my commercial real estate masterclass, where I'm going to show you how to go out there and purchase self-storage facilities with no money out of your pocket, right? So if you at the bottom right now and you thinking I can't get started because I don't have money, I have an opportunity for you. So if you want to learn while you earn, tap into my free training. You're going to get life-changing information to go out there and start your journey. Take advantage of the opportunity just like that. I'll see you on the other side.
And just to add one thing, right? What I realized makes a difference is 2 F words, and not the words you're thinking about. It's fear and faith, right? Just go to the real estate example again. If you buy $1 million apartment building in New York, you might think, okay, this might be $2 million, but you're going to say in 10, 20 years. Okay, but if somebody comes along and say, hey, it's going to be $2 million in 10, 20 years, I think so. I'm willing to put down a higher down payment to get your $500 than to put down an extra $1 million. So somebody might say, I'll give you $3K for $500. Somebody else will say, forget that $3K, I'll give you $10K to take your spot.
Right.
So that's kind of how it is now.
Right.
The fear of faith helps your contract and your money move exponentially faster than it does in stocks, because the reaction of people getting into options contract is a lot quicker. And people are going in and out very quickly. So options, that's the game for me.
I love it. And so how did you guys become the option sniper? Like, how did you get, because I feel like, yo, if y'all don't feel this energy through the interview, I feel the energy. I feel how passionate you are. I feel, how confident you are, actually. And the great thing I love about it is that y'all not just trying to eat and say, look, I'm going to sit back with my foot on with my no socks on. and just eat like you want everybody else to eat. So how did you guys become the option sniper?
That's a great question. So I usually like to tell this story.
Yeah, he
Um,
does.
yeah, so
He has a whole story for that.
Yeah. So the first thing I'll say is that powerful proximity will propel you to prosperity.
Oh, that's a bar. Pushing P.
Again.
Powerful proximity will propel you to prosperity. Okay? So here's the deal. One of our partners, Wale, right? He actually texted me on accident. Actually called me on accident, right? So I called him back and said, hey, bro, what's up? What's going on? And so we're catching up. We went to college together. We went to Howard University together, right? We graduated together, same class and everything. So he called me and, we just started, I called him back after, he basically butt down me, right? And so I called him back and so we're just talking, exchanging ideas and things like that. So we're asking each other, hey, what's going on? Like, what are you into? He says, man, I'm in the stock market. I'm like, yeah, I am too. He's like, yeah, I'm trading options. I'm like, options? I'm doing penny stock, right? I'm doing penny stock at this point. So I'm like, yo, tell me a little bit more about these options. And he says, all right, cool. I'm going to connect you with Deji. So Deji is who we call like the options guru.
The options OG.
He's going to be humble, and I'm not going to allow that right now.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
But he's really humble. And so the idea was we got together. I was trading penny stock with Josh, who's my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister. And so we essentially, came together as a unit. We have another partner named Mike, who, who's in with us as well. And so we had our own community of people, just a very small, close-knit group. We were just meeting on Zoom every day, trading together, right? And so they were also trading together as well. So we said, yo, why don't we just band together, and start trading together? So we had days where we were making like 6 figures in a day.
Wow.
Right? And so we're like, listen, this is cool and all, but we need to get this message out there. Let's try to see how we can productize this, get together, and start teaching people how to create generational wealth through the stock market, through options.
Yeah.
So that's essentially how, this whole thing, this whole operation came together.
So, Deji, how'd you become the OG, man? How'd you become the OG of options, man?
So I started doing this when I was in college. I graduated from University of Maryland, College Park. And while I was there, I saw, my school's like kind of predominantly white folks. And most times I would see my friends before any class, they're trading on the computers and the dormitory and all this stuff. And they're trading like, 500K, 200K at the time. I was like, what's all this? Right? So I would, talk with them and all this stuff. And there's all these Chinese guys just banking every day. And they will come to class, sit down. After class, they're back in the dormitory trading. So I started, following them, like, I'm just going to learn this shit, excuse me. So I would, follow them, and we started trading a lot of stocks, and they would show me all these things, what was going on. And, I started having big days. I'm like, damn, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Why is it that, we black people don't know this?
Right.
I started telling my friends and all stuff, and they're like, oh, no, it's too risky. Don't do that. Don't put your money in the market. I was like, you know what? I have no choice. I got to, get my money into it. So I started trading. And then the pandemic happened. And everyone was home. And people, who couldn't go out, all the stuff.
Right.
Give me more time to myself to trade. And I started banking when the market was going down in March. I started making money crazy down. And when I met these guys, I was like, you know what? The market's going back up, right? Let's ride it back up.
Yeah.
And we started riding. And then I think Tesla was like, what?
Yeah.
Tesla was like,
It
we actually had 400.
Yeah,
we was like,
it was so cheap. And I said, guys, just, get this. I was started trading like day trades. We started doing like lips. Lips, basically, you buy like years out.
Yeah.
And this is why a lot of people who are trading stocks, I'm like, I get it, but you're doing it wrong. If you believe Apple stocks are going to be double in the next 5 years or 4 years, why not just buy a contract on bet in that direction for the next 2 years? Like, all the contracts. And guess what? Your contract's going to work way more than the stock. And if your stock goes in the money, you can exercise it by getting shares back for the contract you owed in with profits for it. But a lot of people don't think about that. They're like, I'm just going to hold Apple shares for the next 10 years. And then you've made $500 where somebody else has made $5,000 waiting for that. So we started doing all that. And we played what? Amazon,
Google,
Amazon.
So we had a contract on Amazon.
Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix. You know what?
I love it.
No. Sorry, think about money.
When he heard Netflix, there's a story as to why he jumped up like that.
We have video recordings of people crying on the call, making bad. Like, You went from how much to how much? I was like 250 or 200K.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So we had this contract. I've been trading for a while from college, and I knew that every Prime Day, Amazon Prime Day, around that time, Amazon jumps because there's a lot of press around it.
Yeah.
So a lot of people didn't know that in the pandemic, and I was like, you know what? Let's do it again. So we bought this contract for $300. $300, and I said, just hold this until this happens and see what happens. So it kept going up, comes down a little bit. Of course, options. That's how it's based. Just all this stuff.
Yeah.
At the end of that contract was $300 to 30 grand each.
Contract.
$300 to 30 grand.
Yeah. For one contract.
One contract. Yes.
Yeah.
I had my cash app blowing up. People sending me $1 grand, $2 grand, 10 grand. Guys were making 6 figures in a day. I was like, this is unreal. Right? It happens like that, right?
Yeah.
And I told them this is not going to happen forever. This is why you got to master the skill, and that's what we're here to do. To teach you the skill.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are like, oh, that's easy. No, it's not. But that's an opportunity that the market gives to you.
Yeah.
Now you got to learn the skill that it takes. That in any market condition, election time, wars going on.
Yeah.
How can you make money in any direction? We made a play of recent, right?
Yeah.
When Russia had a problem with invading Ukraine, I told them, I said, wheat, right?
Yep.
Because Russia and Ukraine makes 30% of the wheat of the whole world. You use wheat for bread and all those stuff, right? And if they're in war, guess what happens? No one's producing wheat.
Right.
Wheat price is going to go up because when you have less supply and more demand, prices go up.
Absolutely.
So we played wheat. Guess how much we got out of it? 600% profit. Right? And a lot of people are like, like 2 weeks of hold. And that's how it is, right?
Yeah.
But this opportunity is because you in the markets, you watching the news, you mastering the skill, and you can, get those opportunities out.
The most important part is you have to become a participant.
Yeah.
So if you're waiting on the sidelines and you're not an options trader, then everything we're saying doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's quite honest.
Yeah.
You have to be a participant because there are opportunities in the market every single day.
Yeah.
We always say there's a play every day.
Yeah, every day.
So you have to be a participant.
And so what would you say is the biggest thing that's holding people back?
I'll tackle that. So the one word I hear a lot is this word risk. It's risky. And really what risk means is running into situations knowledgeless. If you don't have the knowledge, then
Yo, Josh is born. Hold on. Like, you gotta look at the camera and say that. That's a bar.
So the word risk means running into situations knowledgeless. The reason you think it's risky is because you don't have the knowledge. But once you have the knowledge, you become a master, and then you profit from the knowledge that you have. See, the thing is that when people have the knowledge, they take the skill and they turn it into money. So I tell people, like, listen, stop saying things are risky. First ask, how can I learn what I need to learn to become as good as that person? Like, we have competitions. Watch me say, I had a 19K day. I say, I'll catch you next week. Like, that's the kind of energy you need to be on. So you need to learn the skill, and that skill will pay you for life. And the thing about skills is that you can pass it down. He learned it, he taught it. I learned it, I'm teaching it. Right? And everybody in the community, if somebody learned it and each person teaches somebody else, the whole community will come up as a whole. Why? Because we all have a skill that people have been playing for years. Like, options is not new.
Right.
Options has been around for like decades. But just now, 2020 is when people are starting to learn it. But listen, it's better to be a participator than a spectator. Spectators get killed. If they're like, oh, that's cool. No, you need to get in the game and actually participate. And then start making profit.
Yeah, no, I love that because, I mean, rightly so, the African proverb that said, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And so, if somebody's watching right now, they're excited, and they want to get, like, what advice would you give to somebody who wants to get started in options?
Great. So I would say find somebody who's doing what you want to do. And then pay them whatever they ask, sleep over their house, become their best friends, walk their dogs. Don't sleep out. That's my type of fire. Like, if I want something and I know somebody knows what to do, I will literally stalk that person in a nice way and learn that skill. So literally find a mentor to show you how to do this. Because what they're going to do, they're going to take your learning curve and cut it at least in half. Like, they're going to cut it at least in half. So I've lost money trading options, and there's some mistakes I've made that I learned through experience. But now what? My experience, my hindsight can become your foresight. Now I can show you, hey, move this way. Don't do this. Okay? You have profits. Secure your profits. We have people who are making, they're up 300, 400%. They're like, it can go more. I'm like, bro, you're up 4 times your money. Take that out. Like, seriously, so get a mentor and then take action.
Here's what I would say. I would say finance the fee for new friendships. Finance the fee for new friendships. Here's the deal, right? Here's the deal, right? A lot of people think that the knowledge and the skill set that they can attain is something that can be free.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. We have in our community, when we first started, we had friends and family, right, that essentially joined us for free. Where are they today? They're not a part of us. Why? Because what they invested was nothing. And the Bible literally says that where your treasure is, your heart will be also. They had no treasure in this skill set. That's the most dangerous thing you can do. Be a part of something that has immense value, but not give up anything for it. That's the worst place you can be in, because now you're literally amongst individuals that are making tons of money, but because you didn't invest in yourself, there's nothing in you that wants to see the output. That's the problem.
Wow.
So you need to finance the fee for new friendships. We have become friends, and now you can see amongst us, right? There's generational wealth just flowing from us, right? And the thing is, I'm really passionate about people having a new circle. When you start to get a new circle, right, and you have individuals around you that are also profitable and have become masters at their skill set, you essentially attract those things from them as well. So what I would say again is finance the free for new friendships.
No, I love that, and I love that you guys talk about that, because that's something that a lot of people don't realize, right? A lot of people believe that they could go to YouTube University and just kind of look certain things up. And you talked about this, Josh, like, man, you had some losses, and so if you've done this already and you got to a space where you've helped yourself become successful, your students become successful. And so, the great thing, I love the fact that, you've made mistakes, but you've learned, you guys are helping like your students. And it's great that people who are watching this show right now, they got a lot of great information out of it, right? And so you guys have a challenge, coming up. Talk to us a little bit about that challenge.
Yeah, cool. So we have a challenge coming up, right? And what we do, we spend 5 days with you, 5 whole days, 1 hour each day, pointing to you guys the basics, the fundamentals, and the advanced metrics for options trading. So you're going to have me, Wasi, they're going to show you guys step by step. Here's how you get in the trades. This is what you want to look out for. This is the strategy that works the best. Like, we even have literally a survey where we interview 200 traders, the people who are making $10,000 plus a month, and the people who are broke making nothing. We actually have the secrets to tell you, this is what I'm doing to win. So during that 5 days, we're giving you guys all the gems to literally learn how to trade options. There are like people who join the challenge, don't know anything about options, and they make $300, $500, $600, $700 just join the challenge alone. Learning information that we give you guys step by step. Like, we literally do not hold anything back.
Wow.
Right? So it's you do not want to miss it. Like, missing this event is like skipping a meal. Okay, you're gonna stay hungry. Okay, we want you guys to get fat. So make sure you tap in.
And so what, like, in that 5 days, right? Because I hear you can make a lot of money through options, right? And in that 5 days, what is important that people do, right, within that 5 days to make sure that they're successful? Meaning, like, as you're joining the challenge, what are some of the things you have to leave behind to make sure that they get the most out of it?
Yeah, I would definitely say it's really going to be having to be there and be attentive, right? So we also have a Facebook group. Once you join the challenge, we ask people for different homework, right? Create a video and tell us what you learned from this specific day. Now, the reason as to why we ask people that is because they then become accountable to themselves pertaining to the information that they learned, right? You can't forget something that you can physically see yourself professing and saying out of your mouth, right? So definitely doing the homework throughout the challenge, being attentive, literally locking away, right? Spending, because it's only an hour, right? So spending the entire hour with us without any interruptions, showing up on time each and every time, doing the homework, and going through our workbook as well, right? So those are the things that I would say would help people become successful while they're on the challenge.
No, I love that. And so I believe in visualization, right? So help me visualize, right? I'm somebody, I joined your challenge. I've never done option trading before in my life. I have $1,000, right? I have $1,000 that I want to start investing in. What are the possibilities that I could come out, with that $1,000?
I think the first thing, though, I want to mention is when you said you've never traded options before. There's a myth out there that says that you can't do something because you haven't done it before. But that's not true, right? And it's even more so true with options trading pertaining to what we do. Because usually what you see is that you actually start off on the right foot, having a mentor that can literally teach you from the start, right?
Yeah.
Most of our most profitable students are actually traders that have never traded before. Why? Because they're starting off with a very firm foundation where they learn specifically from us and not having to like hold on to other information that may not necessarily be true about the stock market. Right. So I definitely wanted to make sure I made that point. But as far as the process, essentially, once you have the mindset and the skill set, right, it's essentially just following directions. We actually have, part of our community is a live call. So we actually hold hands of new traders and literally trade live with our students.
Wow.
Right? Nobody's doing this.
Yeah.
We're literally trading live with our students. So the same trades we're looking to get into, we after going through the program and understanding the knowledge of what we do and this and honing in the skill set, right? We essentially assist people every single day within the stock market, right? And now the best part about that is that is the law of partnership, right? Because at that point, we are then able to congratulate everybody because we're all making money together at the same time.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? There's nothing better than that.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
So yeah.
Yeah. No, I love that. And so, can trading options replace your 9 to 5?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We think about it this way. Like I tell people this, right? That after learning how to do options, making $200 a day, that's a tip. That's like a by the way. No, seriously.
Yeah.
Okay, if you look at a 30-day period, there's 23 trading days.
Yeah.
If you make $20 a day, what's that math? That's like $8,000 a month, $7,000 a month. If you make $500 a day, that's $10,000 a month. Okay, that's totally doable for new people. Literally, there are people in our community who literally just started like trading options 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
They're already making $420, $425, $1,000 a day trading options.
Wow.
It's all about that new skill set, right?
Yeah.
So if you have new information and then you execute, you're going to have new manifestation. But you can't have one of those two pieces missing.
Yeah.
You need the information,
Yeah.
you need the execution, then you get the manifestation.
Yeah.
So you just got to put in the work.
Yeah.
Stock market will give you paychecks.
Seriously.
What I would say is the 9 to 5 is a subscription of silence. It's a subscription of silence.
Yeah.
Why? Because the paycheck that you're receiving is essentially someone else's cash flow.
Yeah.
Right? So instead of, and here's the deal, right? 9 to 5 workers get paid 26 times a year. 26 times a year. An options trader gets paid every single day.
Wow. Yeah.
There's a huge difference,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So if you're asking, can I replace my 9 to 5 income? Well, if you're getting paid every single day versus only getting paid 26 times a year,
Right. Do the math.
then you can do the math
Right,
yourself, right?
absolutely,
Now,
absolutely.
the difference is this as well. Your paycheck over those 26 days, those 26 times you get paid, right? Because you have 52 weeks in a year. You divide that by 2. That's as far as bi-monthly checks, that's 26 weeks, right?
Yeah.
So you have 26 paychecks, right? Those paychecks stay the same every single week.
It doesn't change.
It doesn't change.
Yeah.
With options trading, when you're making money every single day,
Yeah.
there's what we call compound interest. Albert Einstein calls it literally the most powerful force in the world.
The 8th wonder of the world. Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
So when you're compounding your money, your paychecks actually become incrementally more than prior.
Yeah.
So, we're not mathematicians here, but the math is mathing at that point to say you can be a full-time options trader and replace your 9 to 5 income.
And what does that look like? Like, being a full-time, options trader, does that mean that now, I got my glasses on, I got 3 computers, and I'm stuck looking at computers all day, trying to make sure I know the movement of things? What's the time commitment?
So most of the time, there's a time of the market that you have more volatility. As options traders, you have to trade with the volatility. And for me personally, I trade at the market open, the first 1 or 2 hours, and the last hour of the market. The rest of the day, I'm just chilling,
Wait. So you're saying you trade the first hour or 2 of the market opening, the hour or 2 before the market closes,
That's the most profitable
and
time.
that's it.
That's it.
And you replace your 9 to 5. So you're telling me, wait, whoa.
I'm telling you, it's crazy.
Whoa. So you're telling me that there's somebody right now who's working 40 hours,
Yes.
right? They're working 40 hours a week and making nothing. And I can work 4 hours a day
Yes.
and make a fortune.
Absolutely.
But sometimes you don't even need that much time. And the thing that people don't realize is literally a 9 to 5 worker and an options trader, they're opposite. What do I mean by that? Okay, as a 9 to 5 worker, I used to love Fridays. And I used to hate Mondays.
Yes.
As an options trader,
you love
I
Mondays.
hate Fridays, but I love Mondays.
Right.
Number 2, options trader, he told you the beginning of the market, 9 to 11, and then 3 to 4. Those are the best times to trade.
Yeah.
When is the lunch break for 9 to 5 people usually?
It's like 12.
11 to 12,
Yeah.
okay? We hate that time.
Mm.
We love early in the morning, 9:30 to 11,
Yeah.
and 3 to 4. It's all about having the knowledge and knowing that, okay, these are the times where you have the best opportunities because the market does not pay you for your time. It only pays you for opportunity.
Mm.
As an options trader, what you're learning to do is learn how to recognize opportunities.
Yeah.
And when you become masterful at recognizing opportunities, you can even trade for 30 minutes a day and make $4,000
Word.
and close your laptop.
Yeah. Yeah.
Seriously. So you're not getting paid for time.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, no, I interrupt you. Go ahead.
No. I was just gonna say that, like last year December, I was in Europe, and I wasn't really doing anything. I was just traveling around with Wale, and we were having fun, different countries almost every week. And we were trading options, and she was just there. Wow, and you could do that if you want to do that,
Yeah,
right? So
yeah.
you're not locked in one location. You don't have to be in New York or or Texas to be near the. You can be anywhere in the world and just open your system. You can go on vacations and make your vacation money back while you're on vacation.
Yes.
And all you gotta do is just 9:30 in the morning, open
Yeah.
your laptop, find opportunities, trade those. Once you're done for the day, close.
Yeah.
Go have fun, go on your skiing and everything.
Wow. Yo, I love this so much because, like, literally, it's opened my mind, even more. So I'm joining your next challenge because it's opened my mind because I'll be honest, like, I'm a stock trader, you know what I'm saying? And so, I'm in Amazon, I'm in Tesla, I'm in all of these things. But I also know how to play CeeLo. And I know the guy with the side bag usually he make the most money.
Yep.
He walking around with the most money.
Right.
With a guy who got the most stress. He rolling.
Yeah.
He hoping
Yeah.
that his number here. He hoping he fall better.
Yep.
But the guy on the side is just collecting the cash, so it makes sense. And you guys, what I love is around mentorship, right? They're joining your program, joining your challenge is really paying for that mentorship, paying so that they won't make the mistakes, right? And so what is the biggest mistake that rookies make when they, start to, try to trade options on their own?
Greed.
Mm.
Oh my God. Greed.
Yeah.
So look at it this way, right? We've been trading options for years. You come into the community, you're live trading with us, which means that you're getting into the trades we're getting into.
Yeah.
So let's say we make, a couple $100 on the trade, like we're up $1,000, $2,000 for the day. The professional is securing profits, but the rookie is how higher can it go?
Mm.
Okay. So rookies make that mistake a lot of times.
Yeah.
And I preach secure profits.
Mm.
Because, making $200, $300, $400, $500 during the trading is very easy. So a lot of people are saying, I want to make $5,000, get $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 today, which is fine. But as a beginner, secure profits along the way, get paid along the way.
Yeah.
And the more your account compounds, then stay in for that $1,000, $2,000. Because guess what? Okay, my trading account, you get a debit card with it.
Mm.
So when I make profits, I go to Chick-fil-A. That's my spot.
Yeah,
Swipe that card.
right.
Let me get 2 number 4s and extra fries.
Yeah.
I'm literally making my profits real. So
Yeah.
that greed factor is what I see a lot of people do.
Mm.
That's the mistake that a lot of new beginners make when they start making money.
I would say it's also for new traders. There's a lot of guessing involved, right?
True.
They play a guessing game. Okay, I'm just gonna buy contracts and just hope that I end up making money. We don't guess.
Yeah.
There's no guesswork in what we do. We are very confident, and that's another thing about securing profits is being in a state of consistency.
Yeah.
Because when you're consistent, you then have confidence to attack the market and literally partner with the market. As the market is going up, you're making money as it's going up. As the market is coming down, you're making money as it's going down, right? So it's about consistency and confidence. You have to build consistency because when you build consistency, the confidence that you have will then allow you to start increasing your position sizing. And that's when we start seeing those big days, right? Those $2,000, $5,000 days is when you then compound your account and allow your account to get to a point where your risk level, your risk tolerance can then increase. Because options is a game of multiplication. Okay? So the same play can give, if you get into a play of $200 to make $1,000, that same play you can have $2,000 to make $10,000.
Right.
It's literally the same play. It's multiplication. It's just the amount of position size that you put into that play to get that amount of money.
Yeah, no, I love that. And so what are some of the platforms that you have to use in order to, to get into the trading or start trading?
So I wish they would hurry up and pay us. I wish they would address us.
Seriously.
But I don't like saying this all the time, but we do actually recommend TD Ameritrade.
Yeah, okay.
So TD Ameritrade is the brokerage. Thinkorswim is the platform.
Okay.
All right. If their executives are watching this right now, send us our check. Because we literally have sent hundreds and thousands of people to their platform because it's a great platform that they use, that they have over there, that they're developing, that we've been able to master.
And one of the things you can do on TD Ameritrade is you can customize strategies. So you can build your own strategies once you know exactly how to trade, and you can do all that and make sure that once you see your strategy, for yourself, you can just get into the trade. So you don't have to do the hard work of doing all those things over and over again. So places like Robinhood can do that. I mean, I'm never going to go into that. I'm not going to go started that. Anyone using Robinhood and you're trading,
Don't do it. Just
don't do it. Just
Stop.
donating money to Robinhood. That's what you do.
Yeah.
And so talk to me about taxes real quick, right? Because more money, more problems, more money, more taxes, right? And so how do you manage the taxes? What are some of the things that you can write off, as an options trader?
Okay, so my wife is a CPA. I'm not one, and I don't pretend to be one on TV, okay? But this is what she taught me how to do, and it's up to you. Talk with your tax strategy. So you create your brokerage account underneath the LLC name. So your brokerage account actually becomes a business. So just like you write off everything, cars, houses, the same thing can be bought with profits, with like your trading profits, okay? So you can buy real estate to defer assets, to defer taxes, on and on and on. And then you can cost seg those and even speed up the rate of depreciation. And you can keep more money to balance that against your trading profits. So let's say you make $1 million trading options this year. Good job for you, okay? I understand it's going to want half, but just guess what you do? You park that in an apartment building, let's say 180 units. That unit costs you $500,000-$600,000. It's going to give you $20K a month in cash flow. Now you have the asset, you have the cash flow, and to Uncle Sam, you only made $400,000 that year. So you get your taxes decreased. And the great thing is, all your losses, not some, all your losses can be tax deducted under LLC. You can't do that if you open that under your own brokerage name.
Max, you can go on your brokerage name is $3,000.
It's $3,000. That's all you can write. So even on the downside, you're winning. So create your brokerage account underneath your LLC.
Wow. Oh, I love that. Man, what's the most have y'all made from trading options? I want all the smoke.
Oh my goodness.
We can talk about our biggest days.
Let's just kind of go down the line. So for me, my biggest day was 100,000 in a day.
In one day.
100,000 in a day.
Wow. Talk to me. We don't say the OG for last. Josh, what's your biggest day?
My biggest day was about 45K.
45K. OG, talk to us.
All right, so my biggest day was...
He costs
so my biggest day, I actually had two accounts there. I took one account from 16,000 to 170 on that day, and then I took the other one to multiple six figures. That's what I was going to say.
He's staying humble right there.
We saw the receipt, so
So the one from 19 to 170, that was the same day as
that was the same day.
Wow. So we both did $100,000 that day.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then you got another day.
And he has a whole nother day.
Multiple six figures.
That day he was crying though.
Yeah.
I was crying.
So here's the deal. I was crying, and then I had my cousin. She was also trading.
Oh,
with us.
yeah.
She had a savings goal of 20,000 for the year. She made 20,000 that day, and her tears were like just rushing.
We have video of that. She was on video.
That's very emotional. Like seriously, because people were like, there's something about. So Della calls it FU money. Let's just say that.
Para disfrutar la vida más fina, hay que dejarse llevar. Bienvenidos a la vida más fina.
My camera, where you make so much money, something triggers to you psychologically, and you start to cry.
Right.
So that's what I look for. I watch my members, and I'm looking at them like, hey, did you cry yet? Because once you start crying, you hit that money where you're like, wow, my life has really changed.
Yeah.
And when you're making 5 figures, 6 figures in a day,
Right.
Like
I think it's also a mindset shift.
Yeah.
Because for all of our lives, we believe that time is money, right? Time is not money.
Yeah.
Time is infinitely more valuable than money.
Absolutely, 100%.
Right?
Yeah.
So when you start thinking that the only way that you'll be able to make money is when you have to sell a whole bunch of your time, then when you get into a situation where you had a little bit of time and made a whole lot of money,
Yeah.
it starts to change the way you think about money. It starts to change how you move. It starts to, sometimes for people, it starts to change their lifestyle, right?
Mhm.
So, when that emotional element is really more so like just going back and just thinking about all the things you've done for money, right? All the time you spent having to worry about what your boss thinks about you, having all those years having to think about like when you're going to get your bonus, when you're going to get a promotion, when you make so much money in such a short period of time, it just makes you go back and think about all those things.
If you are an entrepreneur, business coach, or small business owner who wants to get more visibility for your product or service, then consider advertising on Inside the Vault. We've been seen and heard over 2 million times, and as the show continues to grow, your ad will be embedded in our episodes forever. So the return on investments on advertising with us is unmeasurable and invaluable. If you're interested in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, then text podcast to 646-687-4152 or email us at info@insidethevaultshow.com. Allow your business to get the visibility that it deserves. Man, that's powerful. Like, just as you're talking, I'm just envisioning, our viewers, our insiders who are trying to figure it out, who are trying to make ends meet. And there's a lot of people who have money, and they just don't know what to do with it. And this is an option for them, pun intended, right? This is an option for them.
Options give you options.
Options give you options, right?
Yeah, bro.
Options gives you options. And so, we call our viewers insiders, right? And so give us like an insider trick or insider secret on how they can become successful, like something that like exclusive for my insiders.
Oh my goodness.
Should I drop it?
Drop it. Listen, go ahead. I'm going to drop it.
So I know a lot of people are like, oh, how do I find stocks? How do I find what to play every day? I'm going to give you a cheat code. SPX. That's what I'm going to say.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
SPX.
SPX.
That's all you need to trade.
Yeah.
So we tell people, so XPX represents the S&P 500, the top 500 companies in the United States.
Yeah.
It has the most volume. It has the most volatility.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are trying to trade individual stocks. Why are you trying to trade individual stocks? Just like they tell you, oh, buy the S&P 500 average down. Only trade the S&P 500. Just trading that one ticker can literally make you a millionaire if you learn how to master the XPX. And the movements, especially when you're day trading it, they move so quick with so much volume because the big boys are playing there.
Right.
So I'm telling you, making $1,000, $2,000, that's a tip. When there's hundreds of millions of dollars trading every single day.
And if you want to prove what I'm saying, you can go to your brokerage, open SPX after every day, look at the low of the contract and look at the high of the contract and tell me what you say.
Wow.
That's what I'm going to say.
Wow. Man, we appreciate that. And so I want to do I want you to finish these terms for me, right? Because I want to get to know the option snipers better, right? And so I
am a generational wealth creator.
I am a money multiplier.
I am a king.
When it's all said and done, I will be.
That's a little deeper than that.
Yeah, right. It's really different.
Yeah, you go there.
Start over there.
Wait a minute. I'll start this.
Yeah.
Well, so what's the game?
When it's all said and done, I will be.
When it's all said and done, I will be the person who started the generational change in my family because I am the first millionaire in my family, and I will be the godfather of my family.
Love it. When it's all said and done, I will be. Right?
I will be an inspiration. Okay, I started off as an ER nurse making $125 a day after a 12-hour shift. So my goal is to be an inspiration to everybody who looks up to me and say, listen, it can be possible. You can make a shift in literally months and change your life.
Wow.
I think along the same lines, I would say, when it's all said and done, I will be an example. I think representation is very key in what we do.
Yeah.
The reason as to why most of our community aspires to be things like rappers and you know, and entertainers, ballers, and things like that, is because they can see it.
Yeah.
Right. The issue with our community pertaining to the investment world and specifically with the stock market and stock options is that they don't see these examples of successful Black men and women that are, you know, taking advantage of what the stock market is giving them.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say for that.
No, I love that. I want everyone who crosses my path to know.
That's not what it is.
I want everybody to cross my path to know that it's possible. It's possible. If I could use a biblical word for a second, I feel like there's a lot of people in mental bondage, and that mental bondage is they have a self-placed limiting belief on how far they can go based on the information they currently have. So if they meet me, just by meeting me, I want them to actually get the information and say, that's not a possible goal for me.
No, I love that. I love that.
I want everyone that meets me to know that they have all it takes to be wherever they need to be. And I pride this on myself. Any one of my friends, I tell them, if you meet me within 6 months, if your life don't change, I failed. And you can check everyone in my circle. I'm saying it publicly right now. Go check everyone in my circle. Within 6 months, their life changes.
I'm in his circle, yeah.
Trust me, I say to anyone who meets me, if you want to be in my circle, it takes a lot.
Yeah.
But if you stay with me, every one of my friends, you know, they have all it takes already.
Yeah.
And it's just, I know that I'm an enabler. I know I'm a light to people's life, and I know I can do it. And if I show them how to do it, they can change their lives too.
Yeah.
So if you come in around me, know that it's possible. You have all it takes already to get there.
I love that. I love that. Let me get in your pockets a little bit, right? So, you know, what has been the most extravagant thing that you guys have done with money individually?
Most extravagant thing.
I'll say probably watch.
A watch?
Well, this.
Yeah.
This
AC?
This is AP 15500.
Yeah.
Go check the price.
Googles.
Go
Do
check.
you Google?
They need to pay us.
Yeah.
All these people.
Yeah, no, for real. I didn't say by AP though.
Yeah. We need sponsorships for real.
Yeah.
I mean, you just bought a car. Listen, he went to dealership.
Drive a Tesla.
He had a 90K there and just walked in the dealership. Like, I want that.
Yeah. So for me, I just bought a brand new Tesla. So he's right. After I made, I think, 19,000 in a day. I just went straight to the dealership.
That's the FU money.
I want that.
Give me that. That's the FU money.
So
Nice.
Yeah, I did the same thing. After the 45K, I want to go get a Benz, a family truck.
Nice.
But for me, I'm a foodie.
Yeah.
So for me,
Oh my God.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
That'd be real.
You had $1,000 burger, bro? No, see that.
for y'all who don't know who CI is, y'all missing out. But yeah, I'm a foodie. I mean, the cars are nice, but for me, it's just about living life, enjoying what I like to do.
Yeah.
You know, I like to do.
I'm telling you about what you get next.
Before 7-Eleven.
I love it. What would you say is the most impactful thing you've done with money?
With money?
I give my mom a check.
Yeah.
A nice one, too.
Yeah.
That meant a lot to me.
I gave my mom the first international travel she's ever had in her life. She stayed out of the country for 1 week, and she was in tears.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Likewise, I gave my parents some money. So,
Yeah. And how is that though, right? Just, like being from Africa and being able, like you said, you're the first millionaire in your family, like being able to show, your family back home, but your family here, like what is that feeling for y'all?
It's empowering, honestly.
Yeah.
And it's actually also humbling too.
Yeah.
'Cause you start to recollect like where you came from,
Yeah.
right? And where you are now,
Yeah.
right? And your ability to impact so many people, right? People that you love, people that you care about, and things like that.
Yeah.
So I think it's like I said, just kind of going back to being an example, like, when people see that they can do the same thing as well, it actually empowers other people to do the same things.
Yeah.
Right? Being charitable, helping out your family and things like that. So,
Yeah. Are you guys like celebrities when you go back home? No?
No, we
Stay low.
I know you get spotted here and there, but we like to be chill.
Actually, funny enough, like one of our members actually saw me at the airport. We were actually on our way to Nigeria.
Yeah.
And so one of our members is also Nigerian. And I had my mask on and everything, and it's like, yo, Wasi. I'm like, who's this?
Right.
And then he pulled on his mask, and I recognized his face in our community.
Yeah.
And he was like, yeah, I'm an option sniper.
Nice.
I was like, whoa,
Nice.
yeah, different.
Nice.
That was that's a little different. Like, okay, that's cool. So we actually flew together to Nigeria on that trip. So
Nice.
yeah, so
Nice.
that was kind of cool. But I'm not really into fame and things like that.
Yeah.
I'm more so like looking for impact. You know,
Yeah.
like how many people can I impact? You know, with whatever I have, whatever I have to give and things.
Yeah, no, I love it. All right, so we're going to do a lightning round, right? And so, we are in the vault, literally.
Yeah.
And so what we do is we take bank terms and we flip them so that they could, be for us inside the vault, right? And so the first term we're going to use is deposit slip. Deposit slip, as you know, you go into a bank, you fill out the deposit slip, you put money inside the bank. But for us, deposit slip is a mistake, right? A slip up, right? And so what would you say is the biggest deposit slip that you've had, the biggest money mistake you've made?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was in
Not taking profit.
that was 2020.
Not taking profit. Yeah.
We went crazy up, and we were, we saw this big money, and market flipped on us, and
Yeah.
we didn't take profit. This is why we're showing people now take profit. That day I lost 6 figures.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. So profit is definitely.
Expensive bathroom breaks. Don't
Oh,
Yes.
go to the bathroom
if you have to trade,
and leave your computer and go to the bathroom and come back. That's how you lose 17 grand.
Word. Okay. So,
Yeah.
so use the bathroom.
no, literally take a bucket right there and leave right here. If you can do that, okay?
That's the most expensive bathroom break.
No, for real. It's real. And
It's
something
getting
is,
changed by the second. You know what I mean?
and another thing is, before you take that screenshot, take the profit.
Take profit, not.
Oh yeah, take profit off screenshots.
A lot of people, when you get the point of taking screenshots, it means you're proud of what you made,
Right.
and you really want to show someone else.
Right.
That's the point you
That's
sell.
when you sell.
Take your money,
Take your
and you can
cash.
show them what you sold.
Absolutely.
Right. No, I love that. Second one is charge off, right? So charge off, you borrow money from the bank, you don't give the money back, the bank's trying to get the money back and they have to charge it off. But for us inside the vault, the charge off is what type of people or mindsets did you have to charge off while you were on your journey?
People that do not or not willing to invest in themselves.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people are constantly like in our DMs asking for free information.
Yeah.
Potentially. Now, there's a place for free information.
Yeah.
You do have a YouTube channel.
Yeah.
But I don't have enough time and we don't have enough time to be able to assist everybody, right? That everybody that DMs us, right?
Yeah.
To assist them in a full mentorship
Yeah.
where you have access to my phone number, you have access to, the ability to just contact me, most, throughout the day
Yeah.
to be able to help you. Those things are not for free,
Yeah.
right? So people that are unwilling, and the problem is, like I said earlier, when you're unwilling to invest in yourself, you're not going to be able to yield results. You're just not going to be able to. We have people that have invested in themselves over 5 figures that literally are consistently making at least $1,000 a day in the stock market.
Yeah.
You are not going to get those results if you do not invest in yourself.
Yeah.
That's just the truth of the matter.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what I would say for that.
Yeah, so charging off anybody who doesn't invest in themselves. Yeah. All right, so last but not least, ATM, right? So ATM is where you put your card in, you get money out. But for us, ATM is another teachable moment. So you guys dropped a lot of valuable information, but give us one more. Give our insiders one more, another teachable moment.
Teachable moment. First of all, the bathroom break. Be careful about that.
Yeah.
But don't let your profits stay profits. Turn them into assets. Okay. When you're making profits with options, take money out, pay yourself, invest that in something long term.
Yeah.
And maybe in 2 years, now your portfolio is 3-5 million.
Yeah.
And you're getting $20K a month in dividends.
Yeah.
Right. So don't let your profits stay profits. Keep your money moving.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Keep your money making money.
Yeah.
You said ATM, right?
Yeah.
I actually bought an ATM with my option trading profits. It's funny enough,
Flex.
right?
Yeah.
I actually bought an ATM. So my ATM business is actually my favorite business,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah.
Because it's as simple as people are actually paying me to have access to my money.
Wow.
So instead of leaving my money in a savings account,
Yeah.
people then, I put my money into the ATM.
Yeah.
People then are charged to take cash out, and then I just go back to the bank,
Right.
withdraw the money, and refill it. Right?
Yeah.
So when you said ATM, that kind of got me thinking, like,
Yeah.
Yo, the perfect example of that is literally to buy an ATM,
Yeah.
place it at a location that's, that has a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
right? And then you just start making money instead of leaving your money in the bank. Put it in an ATM,
Yeah.
and charge people to use your money.
Yeah, and I love that because, I mean, you said this earlier, Josh, how, option trading is literally like printing money. It's like an ATM. You make the money, you take that money, you invest it in an asset, and then let that asset pay you.
Exactly.
And then now you rich forever.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I love that. All right, y'all. So listen, another powerful episode. Like, if you are not ready to become an option trader, I don't know what you've been watching, I'm joining the challenge. Make sure y'all hit the link below in the description. Matter of fact, Josh, like, what can the people expect by joining the challenge?
Listen, whether you're new, you've been doing this for a while, or you're 99, okay, you're going to learn how to trade options. You're going to learn the fundamentals, and you're going to learn the top 1% strategies we use to make profits every single day.
Nah, I love it. All right, y'all, go to InsideTheOptionsBall.com to join the challenge. Hit the link below. If people wanted to connect with y'all outside, don't even give you social media. Just hit the link below. Join the challenge. But no, if they wanted to follow you online,
Sure thing. So we do have a Option Snipers Instagram, the Option Snipers, right? At the Option Snipers, and then my personal Instagram is wasi.akin. That's WASI.AKIN. But
you can check me out on Instagram mostly. Uncle.zoom. Uncle_zoom, sorry. I don't really want to I'm not really just showing it like that, but it's Uncle_zoom. You can check me out. I just travel and trade options. That's all I do.
That's it. Live the life.
Yeah. You can find me very easy at Josh Cashflow. I'll probably be the first one to pop up because, I like that cash. I got to keep it flowing.
Oh, big bars. We are closing out the vault. Another awesome episode of Inside the Vault with Ash Cash. Make sure you join our Insiders community. You have to text Insiders to 646-687-4152. Join the community. We have exclusive behind-the-scene access, information, interviews that you won't see nowhere else. So make sure you join our community. Follow us on all social media platforms Inside the Vault. And me, I am Ash Cash. Follow me at I am Ash Cash. And I'll see you next time on the greatest money mindset show on the planet, Inside the Vault with Ash Cash. In God's will. Peace.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You want Ash Cash, you catch your rights, yeah, get the ball.
If your skin barrier has been needing a moisture boost, this is for you. Introducing Hero Cosmetics Rescue Pack for replenishing dry skin. As someone with eczema, I couldn't wait to try it. They're also dermatologist tested and suitable for your sensitive skin. You guys, I am shook.
And we are now live on YouTube. Tube, what's up? Y'all got some exclusives before we hopped on. I muted myself. Let me close YouTube real quick. Now that the tube is here, my brother is here. Yeah, invest in travel. That's what I'm talking about. What's big? What's going on? How you feeling, man?
Good, man. How you?
Good to see you taking advantage of the vacation time with the kids and then staying. I love that.
Yeah.
It's about time.
Yeah, they got me out in Disney right now, man. I was running around Epcot Center all day today. I just got back like 15 minutes ago. So
talk about it. That's amazing.
A
lot. Yeah, man. So this is a first for us. It's the first time we've done Market Mondays, and my brother's not sitting next to me, but we still going to bring that energy. We still going to bring that fire. And speaking of just getting back, I was on that Cross Bronx in traffic like, nah, don't do this. Don't do this, Cross Bronx. Not now. Don't do this. Not on a Monday. The people are waiting. So shout out to you, Shotty, for making it safe to Disney and enjoying it with your family. Ian, shout out to you. And quick shout out to my man. I don't want to mess his name up. Ezrin. Shout out to my man, Ezrin. He was in the airport in Montego Bay and stopped me and said, yo, man, I love y'all. I love y'all so much. I love y'all so much. I changed my life. And shout out to his queen who was with him. And he actually was having a whole conversation with my pops. He had no idea. He was like, that's your father? I'm like, yeah. Well, and then on top of that, one of the dopest moments happened to me this week. I was walking, and the gentleman stopped my dad. He had the Earn Your Leisure hat on. He was like, yo, dope hat, man. Love the show. And I'm sitting there right next to him. Like, he has no idea I got the mask on and the shades on. He's like, yo, I love them, man. And my dad's like, yeah, man, they're pretty cool.
That's dope. It's always crazy when people run up. And the level of enthusiasm, like I told you last time I was in New York, dude got on the car with me. I was like, man, it's over with. And the level of enthusiasm, I'm like, that shit is amazing to see. Like, yo, you've impacted my life. This episode, some of them going back to like episode 3. I'm like, damn, they are really putting in that work. So I appreciate y'all for real.
Like, Ian, that's you. No, I didn't.
Nah, brother, what I do? My bad. If I emailed you late, I want no problem.
Be careful out in these New York streets. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Shotty, you wanna give him a rundown of what's going on this week, my brother?
Yeah, for sure. So this week is a big week for us. Shout out to Jimmy Rodriguez. If you're from New York, you know about Jimmy's, man. The name holds a lot of weight in New York City. Jimmy's, he's a famous restaurateur and a legend in the game. Been in the restaurant business for over 40 years. Everybody's been through Jimmy's, from Mariano Rivera to Derek Jeter to Fat Joe, Terror Squad. Everybody, like, you, if you're from New York City, it's a staple. Don Poke, Jimmy's Uptown, Jimmy Downtown, Jimmy City Island, and you got a new spot in the Bronx that we'll be talking about that soon. So that's an episode that's coming out tomorrow. Check that out, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time on YouTube and on all podcast outlets. Dope interview. Shout out to Jimmy. And then Wednesday, we have open enrollment. Shout out to Francis, shout out to Quay, shout out to our guys at Cheat Code. We're going to have them on for open enrollment. So check that out. The episode did really, really well. So if you're interested in some technical analysis, and we're going to have stock market conversations, a lot of stuff that we do at EYL University at least once a month. So that's going to be open to the public. So check that out Wednesday at 8 o'clock. Saturday, we will be in Atlanta. Shout out to my boy DJ Envy. DJ Envy's having a car show, and we doing a merch pop-up. So Bam, Smitty, the whole team will be there. We'll be there, meet Troy. And all of our friends from Atlanta are bringing their cars. Shout out to Circle of CEOs, all of them. Shout out to Gooch. Shout out to, I don't even want to forget anybody. But Mitch.
It's going to be a movie.
Yeah, so they bring in all the Lamborghinis. They bring in all of that. Everybody that lives in Atlanta. And then, like I said, we're going to be out there with the merch. So shout out to Envy. Make sure you pull up to the car show. A lot of celebrities going to be there. Little Baby, 50 Cent, I think, Amigos. So it's going to be dope.
Yeah, if they're not there, their cars definitely will be. That's for sure. And if you've seen any of their cars, it's going to be an entire show. Shout out to MG. He confirmed that he's going to be out there with us as well.
Shout out to Matt. Matt will definitely be out there. Matt's actually taping his podcast on Friday.
Yeah.
Kiana Watson. So I'm going to try to make it for that as well, to catch the live tape. I think they're doing like 5
episodes. Yeah, I think they're doing 4. And while we're talking about episodes, shout out to our brother Dave Shands. He got a big episode he's about to tape tomorrow. So shout out to Sleep Suckers podcast. That's on obviously on UIL Network. He got a big surprise for the public, man, that we were able to help orchestrate. So wait till y'all see who we got for Shands, man. It's gonna be fire.
Shout out to Dave Shands, man. Good dude. Super humble. Good dude.
He's underrated as hell.
Yeah, he's coming up though. He's coming up. A lot of people's really enjoying his content. So that's just another thing. Consistency pays off. He's been very consistent. So, it's good. It's good to see that's paying off for him.
Yeah, what you got, my guy?
Man, ready to drop 81 tonight. And all of you following on Twitter, I'll be live streaming at the same time and giving you a couple gems. So, Ernest, I hope you enjoyed the gem what we gave you before we went live. So
I
don't share it.
That's a nice feature. We might have to implement that. I like that. All right, before we start, man, this episode of Market Mondays is brought to you by Ally Financial. Ally is an option if you're looking to bank or invest. Ally Financial is a leading digital financial service company with passionate customer service and innovative financial solutions. They are relentlessly focused on doing it right and being a trusted financial service provider to both customers and communities. Get with Ally to make the most of your money so you can save, invest, and spend on the things that matter to you. Shout out to our good folks and friends over at Ally. What up, though?
Shout out to Allah.
All right, let's get rocking and rolling.
Yeah. And as soon as you put your screen, I'll do the disclaimer for you, my guy.
Well, of all the live workplaces we've seen so far, definitely love that apartment the best.
Nice, isn't it? Now the commercial space.
Wow, this is great. And what you said about financing and tax implications has me loving it.
And I checked, and the current zoning allows for a dog grooming business. And I can introduce you to some attorneys if you need help with this.
That'd be great.
The best part?
Ooh, nice butter pressure.
Your dogs need to see it too.
Expertise. It's one of the many ways an agent who's a realtor works for you.
Perfect. So, do your own research. Our content is intended to be used and must be used for informational purposes only. It is very important to do your own analysis before making any investment based on your own personal circumstances. You should take independent financial advice from a professional in connection with or independently research and verify any information that you find on our show and wish to rely upon, whether for the purpose of making an investment decision or otherwise. This is a message brought to you by the good folks at Earning Your Leisure and the good brother Ian Dunlap, the master investor. Do your own research, y'all.
Get your notepad ready. Let's go.
81. Let's do it.
You know if you can see my screen.
Yep, you good.
All right, let's get right to it. We have an amazing show lined up for you. Today's show is how to master the market, and I'm going to give you the easiest stocks to invest in. Everybody type in chat. Investing is easy when I follow a blueprint, and if this is your first time listening, I'll be sure to give it to you tonight. Disclaimer, do not copy, remix, or reproduce my material without written permission. All strategies that are talked about, all material talked about here, even Tattoo Index, is a creation of mine. Please do not share without my permission to do so, because I don't want my lawyer to do his legal thing with you all. Subscribe to YouTube and join redpanda.com. For those of you that are looking for exclusive deals and exclusive information, these are the places that I will be posting them, and then Unfiltered will be coming out there as well. Go follow me on TikTok. My username on there is @TheRealMasterInvestor. And there I will be posting investing-related secrets that I've talked about nowhere, not even in the Stock Club or on Market Mondays. If you got the first one this past week and you thought it was fire, put fire in chat. But go follow me on TikTok, and I'll be posting some stock market secrets there. If you want to join the Stock Club, tonight is your chance. So I'm only going to be doing a deal tonight. The brothers can put the link in the chat. We'll do another one in August, and then another one in December, and that's it. So the Stock Club will give you the 4 best stocks for your retirement, the best places to get in and out of the market. Additional entries called out by the algorithm of Athena and that beautiful crystal ball of mine, which I created. The best growth stocks to invest in, the 2 best places to where to get into the market, gem of the day, a daily call for 10 minutes each day, which normally goes over, and 28 bonus picks of the year, and a portfolio that you don't have to worry about day in and day out. So if you made money with Stock Club, put money in chat. So for those that are new, they can see that it's the real deal. Stock Club call tonight. What happened tonight at 9 p.m. Central after Market Mondays for Stock Club members of Red Panda only. And the Stock Club flash sale starts today. You have 24 hours only. I will not run it back. You guys know I don't play with the prices. I'm not going to run it back. So take advantage of it today if you want the best stocks to invest in. So these are 4 sites to use if you want to know what the insiders are doing. Please write this down or screenshot these. 1 is InsideMonitor.com. The second one is Fintel.io. The third one, OpenInsider.com, I've talked about before. It's pretty damn good. But this one is pretty unique. SenateStockWatcher.com. And here's the site. Some of you don't know that most senators are those that are in government or congressional positions tend to do better than those that are not in aggregate when it comes to return on investment. So you can click here. You can see return by senator. So if I want to see, hey, what is John Boozman invested in? It can give you a breakdown of some of the things that he's in, number of transactions, number of sales, etc. Right? Let's say if we want to go by ticker. So you guys already know Apple is one of the companies that I think is absolutely amazing, one of the best of all time. You can click in here to then see Apple, Microsoft, AMD, and it'll pull those up here as well. And then if you go to the blog, it'll give you some interesting information here about what congressmen and women are thinking. And then also too, if you go to the House Stock Watcher, it can tell you for those that are in the House of Representatives what they are investing in. So let's take a look at Allen right here. Right? We can scroll down and see activity by quarter, traded by ticker volume, and these are the ones that he is invested in. So if you guys want an edge, you should look at and see what some of the people that are higher up on the food chain and what they are doing and what they're potentially buying to then be able to have an edge in the market. So this this one is HouseStockWatcher.com, and this other one right here that I initially mentioned is SenateStockWatcher.com. And if you pair that with
or trucking automation.
So why aren't you trading? Challenge, because it's over my mind, because to be honest, like I am believe in visualization, right? So help me visualize, right? I'm somebody, I joined your challenge. I've never done option trading before in my life. $1,000, right? I have $1,000 that I want to start investing in. What are the possibilities that I could come out, with that $1,000?
I think the first thing, though, I want to mention is when you said you've never traded options before. Mm-hmm. There's a myth out there that says that you can't do something because you haven't done it before. But that's not true, right? Yeah. And it's even more so true with option trading pertains to what we do. Mm-hmm. Because usually what you see is that you actually start off on the right foot, having a mentor that can literally teach you from the start, right? Yeah. Most of our most profitable students are actually traders that have never traded before. Why? Because they're starting off with a very firm foundation where they learn specifically from us and not having to hold on to other information that may not necessarily be true about the stock market. Right? So I definitely wanted to make sure I made that point. But as far as the process, essentially, once you have the mindset and the skill set, right, it's essentially just following directions. We actually have, part of our community is a live call. So we actually hold hands of new traders and literally trade live with our students. Wow. Right? Nobody's doing this. Yeah. We're literally trading live with our students. So the same trades we're looking to get into, we, after going through the program and understanding the knowledge of what we do and honing in the skill set, right? We essentially assist people every single day within the stock market, right? And now the best part about that is that is the law of partnership, right? Because at that point, we are then able to congratulate everybody because we're all making money together at the same time. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? There's nothing better than that. Wow. Right? Wow. So, yeah.
Yeah. No, I love that. And so, can trading options replace your 9-to-5?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We think about it this way. I tell people this, right? That after learning how to do options, making $200 a day, that's a tip. That's like a by the way. No, seriously.
Yeah.
Okay, if you look at a 30-day period, 23 trading days, if you make $20 a day, what's that math? That's like $8,000 a month, $7,000 a month. If you make $500 a day, that's $10,000 a month. Okay, that's totally doable for you people. Literally, there are people in our community who literally just started trading options 3 weeks ago. Yeah. They're already making $420, $425, $1,000 a day trading options. Wow. It's all about that new skill set, right? Yeah. So if you have new information and then you execute, you're going to have new manifestation. But you can't have one of those two pieces missing. Yeah. You need the information, you need the execution, then you get the manifestation. Yeah. So you just got to put in the work.
Yeah. Stock market will give you paychecks. Seriously. What I would say is the 9-to-5 is a subscription of silence. It's a subscription of silence. Why? Because the paycheck that you're receiving is essentially someone else's cash flow. Yeah. Right? So instead of, and here's the deal, right? 9-to-5 workers get paid 26 times a year. 26 times a year. An option trader gets paid every single day. Wow. Yeah. There's a huge difference, right? Yeah. So if you're asking, can I replace my 9-to-5 income? Well, if you're getting paid every single day, versus only getting paid 26 times a year, right? And you can do the math yourself, right? Now, the difference is this as well. Your paycheck over those 26 days, those 26 times you get paid, right? Because you have 56 weeks in a year. You divide that by 2. That's as far as bi-monthly checks, that's 26 weeks, right? Yeah. So you have 26 paychecks, right? Those paychecks stay the same every single week. It doesn't change. It doesn't change. With options trading, when you're making money every single day, there's what we call compound interest. Albert Einstein calls it literally the most powerful force in the world.
Eighth wonder of the world,
right? Yeah. So when you're compounding your money, your paychecks actually become incrementally more than prior. Yeah. So, we're not mathematicians here, but the math is mathing at that point to say you can be a full-time options trader and replace your 9-to-5 income.
What does that look like? Being a full-time, options trader, does that mean that now, I got my glasses on, I got 3 computers, and I'm stuck looking at computers all day, trying to make sure I know the movement of things, but it's a time commitment.
So most of the time, there's a time of the market that you have more volatility. As option traders, you have to trade with the volatility. And for me personally, I trade at the market open, the first 1 or 2 hours, and the last hour of the market. Today, I'm just chilling,
Wait. So you're saying you trade the first hour or 2 of the market opening, the hour or 2 before the market closes, and that's it.
That's it.
You replace your 9 to 5. So you're telling me, wait, whoa.
I'll tell you, it's crazy.
Whoa. So you're telling me that there's somebody right now who's working 40 hours.
Yes.
Right? They're working 40 hours a week and making nothing. And I could work 4 hours a day.
Yes.
And make a fortune.
Absolutely. But sometimes you don't even need that much time. And the thing that people don't realize is literally a 9 to 5 worker and an options trader, they're opposite. What do I mean by that? Okay, as a 9 to 5 worker, I used to love Fridays, and I used to hate Mondays.
Yes.
As an options trader, I hate Fridays, but I love Mondays. Number 2, options trader, he told you the beginning of the market, 9 to 11, and then 3 to 4, those are the best times to trade.
Yeah.
When is the lunch break for 9 to 5 people usually?
It's like 12.
11 to 12,
yeah.
okay? We hate that time. We love early in the morning, 9:30 to 11, and 3 to 4. It's all about having the knowledge and knowing that, okay, these are the times where you have the best opportunities because the market does not pay you for your time. It only pays you for opportunity. As an options trader, what you're learning to do is learn how to recognize opportunities.
Yeah.
And when you become masterful at recognizing opportunities, you can even trade for 30 minutes a day and make $4,000.
Word.
And close your laptop.
Yeah.
So you're not getting paid for time.
Yeah.
So, no, I interrupt you.
No. I was just gonna say last year December I was in Europe, and I wasn't really doing anything. I was just traveling around with Wale, and we were having fun, different countries almost every week. And we were trading options, and she was just there.
Wow.
And you could do that if you want to do that, right? So you're not locked in one location. You don't have to be in New York or Texas to be near you can be anywhere in the world and just open your system. You can go on vacation and make your vacation money back while you're on vacation.
Yes.
And all you gotta do is just 9:30 in the morning, open your laptop, find opportunities, trade those. Once you're done for the day, close. Go have fun, go on your skill and everything.
I love this so much because literally it's opened my mind, even more. So I'm joining your next challenge because it's opened my mind because I'll be honest, I am. I'm a stock trader, you know what I'm saying? So, I'm in Amazon, I'm in Tesla, I'm in all of these things. But I also know how to play CeeLo. And I know the guy with the side bet usually make the most money. He walking around with the most money with a guy who got the most stress. He rolling, he hoping that his number hit, he hoping he fall better. But the guy on the side is just collecting the cash, so it makes sense. And you guys, what I love is around mentorship, right? They're joining your program, joining your challenge is really paying for that mentorship, paying so that they won't make the mistakes, right? And so what is the biggest mistake that rookies make when they, start to, try to trade options on their own?
Greed. Greed.
Yeah.
So look at it this way, right? We've been trading options for years. You come into the community, you're live trading with us. This means that you're getting into the trades we're getting into.
Yeah.
So let's say we make, a couple $100 on the trade, like we're up $1,000, $2,000 for the day. The professional is creating profits, but the rookie is how higher can it go? Okay. So the rookies make that mistake a lot of times.
Yeah.
And I preach secure profits. Because, making $200, $300, $400, $500 during the trading is very easy. So a lot of people are saying, I want to make $5,000, get $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 today, which is fine. But as a beginner, secure profits along the way, get paid along the way.
Yeah.
And the more your account compounds, then stay in for that $1,000, $2,000. Because guess what? Okay, my trading account, you get a debit card with it. So when I make profits, I go to Chick-fil-A. That's my spot. Swipe that card. Let me get 2 number 4s and extra fries. I'm literally making my profits real. So that greed factor is what I see a lot of people do. That's the mistake that a lot of new beginners make when they start making money.
I would say it's also for new traders. There's a lot of guessing involved, right?
True.
They play a guessing game. Okay, I'm just gonna buy contracts and just hope that I end up making money. We don't guess.
Yeah.
There's no guesswork in what we do. We are very confident, and that's another thing about securing profits is being in a state of consistency.
Yeah.
Because when you're consistent, you then have confidence to attack the market and literally partner with the market. As the market is going up, you're making money as it's going up. As the market is coming down, you're making money as it's going down. Right? So it's about consistency and confidence. You have to build consistency because when you build consistency, the confidence that you have will then allow you to start increasing your position sizing. And that's when we start seeing those big days, right? Those $2,000, $5,000 days. It's when you then compound your account and allow your account to get to a point where your risk level, your risk tolerance can then increase. Because options is a game of multiplication. Okay? So the same play can give, if you get into a play of $200 to make $1,000, that same play you can have $2,000 to make $10,000.
Right.
It's literally the same play. It's multiplication. It's just the amount of position size that you put into that play to get that amount of money.
Yeah, no, I love that. And so what are some of the platforms that you have to use in order to, to get into the trading or start trading?
So I wish they would hurry up and pay us. But I don't like saying this all the time, but we do actually recommend TD Ameritrade.
Okay.
So TD Ameritrade is the brokerage. Thinkorswim is the platform. Okay. All right. If their executives are watching this right now, send us our check. We have sent hundreds and thousands of people to their platform because it's a great platform that they use, that they have over there, that they're developing, that we've been able to master.
And one of the things you can do on TD Ameritrade is you can customize strategies. So you can pick your strategies once you know exactly how to trade, and you can do all that and make sure that once you see your strategy, to yourself, you can just get into the trade. So you don't have to do the hard work of doing all those things over and over again. So places like Robinhood can do that. I mean, I'm never going to go into that. I'm never going to say that. Anyone using Robinhood and you're trading,
don't do it. Just don't do it.
Just donate money to Robinhood. That's what you get.
And so talk to me about taxes real quick, right? Because, more money, more problems, more money, more taxes, right? And so, how do you manage the taxes? What are some of the things that you can write off, as an options trader?
Okay, so my wife's a CPA. I'm not one, and I don't pretend to be one on TV, okay? But this is what she taught me how to do, actually. It's up to you. Talk with your tax strategy. So you create your brokerage account underneath the LLC name. So your brokerage account actually becomes a business. So just like you write off everything, cars, houses, the same thing can be bought with profits, with like your trading profits, okay? So you can buy real estate to defer assets, to defer taxes, on and on and on. And then you can cost seg those and even speed up the rate of depreciation. And you can keep more money to balance out against your trading profits. So let's say you make $1 million trading options this year. Good job for you, okay? The sell's going to want half. But just guess what you do? You park that in an apartment building, let's say 180 units. That unit costs you $500,000-$600,000. It's going to give you $20K a month in cash flow. Now you have the asset, you have the cash flow, and to Uncle Sam, you only made $200,000 that year. So you get your taxes decreased. And the great thing is, all your losses, not some, all your losses can be tax deducted under LLC. You can't do that if you open that under your own brokerage name.
Actually, you go on your brokerage name is $3,000.
It's $3,000. That's all you can write. So even on the downside, you're winning.
Yeah.
So create your brokerage account underneath your LLC.
Wow. Oh, I love that. Yeah, what's the most have y'all made from trading options? I want all the smoke.
What's my goodness.
We can talk about
let's just kind of go down the line. So for me, my biggest day was 100,000 in a day.
In one day,
100,000 in a day.
Wow. Talk to me. We're going to take the OG for last. Josh, what's your biggest day? What's your biggest day?
My biggest day was about 45K.
45K. OG, talk to us.
All right, so my biggest day was... So my biggest day, I actually had two accounts there. I took one account from 16,000 to 170 on that day, and then I took the other one to multiple. That's what I'm going to say.
And they help it right there. So the one from 19 to 170. That was the same day as that. So we both did 100 grand that day.
Wow.
Yeah.
And then you got another day.
And he has a whole nother day.
Multiple six figures. Y'all didn't was crying though.
Yeah.
I was crying.
So here's the deal. I was crying, and then I had my cousin. She was also trading.
Oh
with us.
yeah.
But she had a savings goal of 20,000 for the year. She made 20,000 that day, and her tears were like just rushing.
We have video of that. She was on video.
That's
very emotional.
Like seriously, the people were like,
Yeah.
there's something about. So Della calls it FB money. Let's just
Yeah,
let's
yeah.
that. My camera, skip that down. Where you make so much money, something triggers to you psychologically, and you start to cry.
Right.
So that's what I live for. I watch my members, and I'm looking at them like, hey, did you cry yet? Did you cry yet? Because once you start crying, you know you get that money when you're like, wow,
Yeah.
my life has really changed.
Yeah.
And when you're making 5 figures, 6 figures in a day,
Right. Right.
like
I think it's also a mindset shift.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because for all of our lives, we believe that time is money, right? Time is not money.
Yeah.
Time is infinitely more valuable than money,
Absolutely. 100%.
right?
Yeah.
So when you start thinking that the only way that you'll be able to make money is when you have to sell a whole bunch of your time, then when you get into a situation where you had a little bit of time and made a whole lot of money,
Yeah.
it starts to change the way you think about money. It starts to change how you move. It starts to, sometimes for people, it starts to change their lifestyle, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, when that emotional element is really more so like just going back and just thinking about all the things you've done for money,
Yeah.
right? All the time you spent having to worry about what your boss thinks about you, having all those years having to think about like when you're going to get your bonus, when you're going to get a promotion, when you make so much money in such a short period of time, it just makes you go back and think about all those things.
If you are an entrepreneur, business coach, or small business owner who wants to get more visibility for your product or service, then consider advertising on Inside the Vault. We've been seen and heard over 2 million times, and as the show continues to grow, your ad would be embedded in our episodes forever. So the return on investments on advertising with us is unmeasurable and invaluable. If you're interested in this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, then text podcast to 646-687-4152 or email us at info@insidethevaultshow.com. Allow your business to get the visibility that it deserves. Man, that's powerful. Like, just as you're talking, I'm just envisioning, our viewers, our insiders who are trying to figure it out, who are trying to make ends meet. And there's a lot of people who have money, and they just don't know what to do with it. And this is an option for them, pun intended, right? This is an option for them.
I'll just give you options.
Options give you options, right?
Yeah, bro.
Option gives you options. And so, we call our viewers insiders, right? And so give us like an insider trick or an insider secret on how they can become successful. Like something that like exclusive for my insiders.
Oh my goodness.
Should I drop it?
Drop it. Listen, go ahead. I'm going to drop it.
So I know a lot of people are like, oh, how do I find stocks? How do I find what to play every day? I'm going to give you a cheat code. SPX. That's what I'm going to say.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
SPX.
SPX.
That's all you need to trade.
Yeah.
So we tell people, so XPX represents the S&P 500, the top 500 companies in the United States.
Yeah.
It has the most volume. It has the most volatility.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are trying to trade individual stocks. Why are you trying to trade individual stocks? Just like they tell you, oh, buy the S&P 500 average down. Only trade the S&P 500. Just trading that one ticker can literally make you a millionaire if you learn how to master the XPX. And the movements, especially when you're day trading it, they move so quick with so much volume because the big boys are playing there.
Right.
So I'm telling you, they get $1,000, $2,000, that's a tip. When there's hundreds of millions of dollars trading every single day.
And if you want to prove what I'm saying, you can go to your brokerage, open SPX after every day, look at the low of the contract and look at the high of the contract and tell me what you see.
Wow.
That's what I'm going to say.
Wow. Man, we appreciate that. And so, I want to do. I want you to finish these terms for me, right? Because I want to get to know the options. The option sniper is better, right? And so, I
am a generational wealth creator.
I'm I am a money multiplier.
I am a king.
When it's all said and done, I will be.
That's a little deeper than
Yeah, right? That's
Go there.
start over there.
I was not there. Well, so what's the game?
When it's all said and done, I will be.
When it's all said and done, I will be the person who started the generational change in my family, because I am the first millionaire in my family, and I will be the godfather of my family.
Love it. When it's all said and done, I will be.
I'll be an inspiration. Okay, I started off as an E-Ride that's making $125 a day after a 12-hour shift. So my job, my goal is to be an inspiration to everybody who looks up to me and say, listen, it can be possible. You can make a shift in literally months and change your life.
I think along the same lines, I would say, when it's all said and done, I will be an example. I think representation is very key in what we do.
Yeah.
The reason as to why most of our community aspires to be things like rappers and entertainers, ballers, and things like that, because they can see it.
Yeah.
Right? The issue with our community pertaining to the investment world and specifically the stock market, the stock options, is that they don't see examples of successful black men and women that are, taking advantage of what the stock market is giving.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say to that.
No, I love that. I want everyone who crosses my path to know.
The enemy is attempting to exfil.
I want everybody to cross my path to know that it's possible. It's possible. If I could use a biblical verse for a second, I feel like there's a lot of people in mental bondage. And that mental bondage is they have a self-placed limiting belief on how far they can go based on the information they currently have. So if they meet me, just by meeting me, I want them to actually get the information and say, that's not a possible goal for me.
I love that.
I want everyone that meets me to know that they have all it takes to be wherever they need to be. And I try this for myself. Any one of my friends, I tell them, if you meet me within 6 months, your life won't change. I failed. I can check everyone in my circle. I'm saying it publicly right now. Go check everyone in my circle. Within 6 months, their life changes.
I'm in his circle.
Trust me, I say it to anyone who meets me. If you want to be in my circle, it takes a lot.
Yeah.
But if you stay with me, every one of my friends, they have all it takes already.
Yeah.
And it's just, I know that I'm an enabler. I know I'm a light to people's life, and I know I can do it. And if I show them how to do it, they can change their lives too.
Yeah.
So if you come in around me, know that it's possible. You have all it takes already to get there.
I love that. Let me get in your pockets a little bit, right? So, what has been the most extravagant thing that you guys have done with money individually?
It's extravagant thing.
I'll say probably watch.
A what?
Well, this is AP 15500.
Yeah.
Go check
They didn't pay us.
Yeah.
All these people.
Yeah, no, for real. I didn't say about AP though.
We need sponsorships for real.
I mean, you just bought a car. Listen, he was just he had a 19K there and just walked into the dealership like, I want that.
So for me, I just bought a brand new Tesla. So he's right. After I made, I think 19,000 in a day. I just went straight to the dealership.
That's the FU money.
I want that.
That's the FU money.
So
nice.
Yeah, I did the same thing. After the 45K, I want to go get a Benz, a family truck.
Nice.
But for me, I'm a foodie.
Yeah.
So for me,
oh my God.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm real. You had $1,000 brain? No, see ya.
For y'all who don't know who CI is, y'all missing out. But yeah, I'm a foodie.
Yeah.
These cars are nice, but it's just about living life, enjoying what I like to.
Yeah.
I'm telling you about what you get next.
I love it. What would you say is the most impactful thing you've done with money?
With money?
I give my mom a check.
I give my mom for international travel she's ever had in life. She stayed out of the country for 1 week, and she was in tears.
Wow.
Likewise, I gave my parents some money.
Yeah. And how is that though, right? Just, like being from Africa and being able, like you said, you're the first millionaire in your family, like being able to show, your family back home, but it's your family here. Like, Like, what is that feeling for y'all?
It's empowering, honestly.
Yeah.
And it's actually also humbling too.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
you start to recollect like where you came from,
Yeah.
right, and where you are now,
Yeah.
right, and your ability to impact so many people, right, people that you love, people that you care about, and things like that.
Yeah.
So I think it's like I said, just kind of going back to being an example, like, you know, when people see that they can do the same thing as well, it actually empowers other people to do the same things.
Yeah.
Right? Being charitable, you know, helping out your family and things like that. So,
Yeah. Are you guys like celebrities when you go back home?
No, we just
stay
stay
low.
low. We get spotted here and there, but we like to be
Actually, funny enough, like one of our members actually saw me at the airport. We were actually on our way to Nigeria.
Yeah.
And so one of our members is also Nigerian, and I had my mask on and everything, and it's like, "Yo, what's?" I'm like, "Who's this?"
Right.
And then he pulled on his mask, and I recognized his face in our community.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Yeah, I'm just sniper."
Nice.
I was like, "Whoa,
Nice.
different."
Nice.
That was that's a little different. Like, okay, that's cool. So we actually flew together to Nigeria on that trip. So
nice.
Yeah, so that was kind of cool. But I'm not really into fame and things like that.
Yeah.
I'm more so like looking for impact. You know?
Yeah.
Like, how many people can I impact? You know, with whatever whatever I have to give.
Yeah, no, I love it. All right, so we're gonna do a lightning round, right? And so, we are in the vault, literally.
Yeah.
And so what we do is we take bank terms and we flip them so that they could, be for us inside the vault, right? And so the first term we're gonna use is deposit slip. Deposit slip, as you know, you go into a bank, you fill out the deposit slip, you put money inside the bank. But for us, deposit slip is a mistake, right? A slip up, right? And so what would you say is the biggest deposit slip that you've had, the biggest money mistake you've made?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That was
not taking profit.
Yeah, that was 2020.
Not taking profit. Yeah.
We went crazy up, and we were, we saw this big money, and market flipped on us, and we didn't take profit. This is why we're showing people now take profit. That day I lost 6 figures.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Profit's definitely
expensive bathroom breaks. Don't
yes.
go to the bathroom.
If you have to trade
and leave your computer, go to the bathroom and come back. That's how you lose 17 grand.
Word. Okay. So
Yeah.
you use the bathroom.
No. Literally, take a bucket right there. And leave it right here. If you can do that, okay?
That's the most expensive bathroom break.
No, for real. And something is
changed by the second. You know what I mean?
And another thing is, before you take that screenshot, take the profit.
Take profit, not.
Oh yeah, take profit, not screenshots.
A lot of people, when you get the points of taking screenshots, it means you're proud of what you made.
Right.
And you really want to show someone else.
Right.
That's the point you
sell.
get money. And you can show them what you sold.
Right. No, I love that. Second one is charge off, right? So charge off, you borrow money from the bank, you don't give the money back, the bank's trying to get the money back and they have to charge it off. But for us inside the vault, the charge off is what type of people or mindsets did you have to charge off while you were on your journey?
People that did not or not willing to invest in themselves.
Yeah.
Like a lot of people are constantly like in our DMs asking for free information. Potentially. Now, there's a place for free information. You have a YouTube channel. But I don't have enough time and we don't have enough time to be able to assist everybody, right? That everybody that DMs us, right? To assist them in a full mentorship where you have access to my phone number, you have access to, the ability to just contact me, most throughout the day to be able to help you. Those things are not for free, right? So people that are unwilling, and the problem is, like I said earlier, when you're unwilling to invest in yourself, you're not going to be able to yield results. You're just not going to be able to. We have people that have invested in themselves over 5 figures that literally are consistently making at least $1,000 a day in the stock market. You are not going to get those results if you do not invest in yourself. That's just the truth of the matter. Right? So that's what I would say for that.
So charging off anybody who doesn't invest in themselves. All right, so last but not least, ATM, right? So ATM is where you put your card in, you get money out. But for us, ATM is another teachable moment. So you guys dropped a lot of valuable information, but give us one more. Give our insiders one more. Another teachable moment.
Sure. Teachable moment. First of all, the bathroom thing. You should know about that. But don't let your profits stay profits. Turn them into assets. Okay. When you're making your profits with options, take money out, pay yourself, invest that in something long term. And you years, now your portfolio is $35 million,
Yeah.
and you're getting $20K a month in dividends.
Yeah.
Right? So don't let your profits stay profits. Keep your money moving.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Keep your money making money.
Yeah.
You said ATM, right?
Yeah.
I actually bought an ATM with my option trading products. Right? Funny enough, right? I actually bought an ATM, so my ATM business actually
Give me 30 seconds so I can show you the trading strategies that allowed me to become a full-time trader and quit my job 2 years ago while also designing the lifestyle I love with less than an hour of work per day. In fact, if you've been trading for at least 3 months and you still aren't profitable, I'm about to tell you why. Because I've been trading for 7 years and I know how hard it is to learn to trade the right way. And I've tried everything, from moving averages to head and shoulders, support resistance to wedges, and none of this actually works. And
my favorite business, honestly, because it's as simple as people are actually paying me to have access to my money.
Wow.
So instead of leaving my money in a savings account,
Yeah.
people then, I put my money into the ATM.
Yeah.
People then are charged to take cash out, and then I just go back to the bank, withdraw the money, and refill it. Right? So when you said ATM, that kind of got me thinking, like, yo, the perfect example of that is literally to buy an ATM, place it at a location that's, that has a lot of traffic, right? And then you just start making money. Instead of leaving your money in the bank, put it in an ATM and charge people to use your money.
Yeah, and I love that because, you said this earlier, Josh, how, option trading is literally like printing money. It's like an ATM. You make the money, you take that money, you invest it in an asset, and then let that asset pay you.
Exactly.
And then now you're rich forever.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I love that. All right, y'all. So listen, another powerful episode. Like, if you are not ready to become an option trader, I don't know what you've been watching, I'm joining the challenge. Make sure y'all hit the link below in the description. Matter of fact, Josh, what can the people expect by joining the challenge?
Listen, whether you've been doing this for a while or you're 99, okay, you're going to learn how to trade options. You're going to learn the fundamentals, and you're going to learn the top 1% strategies we use to make profits every single day.
I love it. All right, y'all, go to InsideTheOptionsVault.com to join the challenge. Hit the link below. If people wanted to connect with y'all outside of that thing, don't even give you social media. Just hit the link below. Join the challenge. But no, if they wanted to follow you online,
Sure thing. So we do have a Option Snipers Instagram, the Option Snipers, right? At the Option Snipers. And then my personal Instagram is wasi.akin. That's WASI.AKIN. But
you can check me out on Instagram mostly. Uncle.zoom. Uncle_zoom, sorry. I don't know I'm not really just familiar like that, but it's Uncle_zoom. You can check me out. I just travel and trade options. That's all I do.
That's it. Live the life.
Yeah. You can find me very easily at Josh Cashflow. I'll probably be the first one to pop up because I like that cash. I gotta keep it flowing.
Oh, big bars. We are closing out the vault. Another awesome episode of Inside the Vault with Ash. Make sure you join our Insiders community. You have to text Insiders to 646-687-4152. Join the community. We have exclusive behind-the-scenes access, information, interviews that you won't see nowhere else. So make sure you join our community. Follow us on all social media platforms Inside the Vault. And me, I am Ash Cash. Follow me at I am Ash Cash. And I'll see you next time on the greatest money mindset show on the planet, Inside the Vault with Ash Cash. In God's will. Peace.
Oh yeah. You want Ash Cash, you have your rights here in the ball.
Aren't you tired of all the hype about AI? AI this, AI that? It's all we hear about these days, isn't it? AI is gonna revolutionize everything. AI is the future. AI will change the world. Blah, blah, freaking blah. Well, I'm telling you, I'm sick of it. And I bet you are too. Because here's the thing. All this hype, all these grand promises, all these breathless articles about how AI is gonna change everything, they're absolutely useless to you as a business leader. Why? Because nobody, and I mean nobody, is showing you how to actually use this stuff in your everyday business. It's all talk, no action. AI can transform your marketing. Great. How? AI will revolutionize your recruitment. Fantastic. Show me. AI will boost your team's productivity. Wonderful. Make it happen. So here's what I'm going to do for you. I'm going to actually personally show you how to use AI step by step. No hype, no jargon, no technical expertise needed. I'll actually demonstrate for you live and in real time how to use the existing AI tools for tasks that you're dealing with every single day. Generating sales copy that converts, product marketing content that captivates, hiring ads that recruits top talent, and tons more. Instead of explaining how AI works, I'll show you how to put it to work to produce real-world results and give you a competitive advantage in your field. No matter what type of business that you're involved in, whether you run a local retail shop, an online business, or you have a professional services company, this will help you. And heads up here, the interactive webinar platform that we use has a total live attendee capacity limit. So be sure that you put a hold on a seat right now and quickly send a link to your close friends and peers as well. You'll find the link below to reserve your seat.
We're the only community that dresses loud, talks loud for acceptance from others that don't want us. Kanye West is a prime example of it.
Wow.
But why is that the end goal?
Yeah.
The Balenciaga, Versace. And I was wearing Versace and Prada in college.
Yeah.
I went through my super consumer phase, but why is the pinnacle of black success to put Italian and other family names on our chest?
100%, yeah.
But we as creatives and we as black people will say, well, we don't know. Because we don't know how to break down a 10K report. We are buying everything that we should be investing in.
Yeah, and does that come, now come back to work, right? Because if you don't think you're worthy, then you're setting the trends, and you're not even realizing that for years. I mean, you talking about stocks, but this happens in television. They use us in television. They use us in movies. Yeah. They use us in everything to figure, to get ahead. And then we don't, as a test, and then we don't have that work.
But any business that you're in, and I talked to Kyrie about this regarding me, and I'll take his stuff out of it. He was like, yo, you have to find a way to disrupt the system while helping it. Otherwise, they're going to try to destroy your career.
Right. Yeah.
Inflation is going up. In the black community, I really think inflation has gone up 50% in 1 year.
Wow.
But we're still buying.
Right.
But we're not profiting from the next release of Jordans. There's nothing wrong with working because most people who work make more than most entrepreneurs.
100%.
The average entrepreneur only makes $28,000 a year. 100%. My job is to make investing as easy as breathing.
Hey, wait. I know you want to watch this next video, but listen, if you are an entrepreneur, business coach, business consultant, or a small business owner who has a story and wants to learn how to create multiple streams of income from your story, I need you to text me right now, my book, to 646-687-4152. That is my personal number. I have been an author for over 12 years. I've written 10 books. 4 of them have been bestsellers, and I've sold over 100,000 books. But I've also helped a lot of my clients take their expertise and put it into a story, then create multiple streams of income from that. So I want to help you do the same thing. So text my book to 646-687-4152. All right, let's go back to the video.
Are you sick and tired of living paycheck to paycheck, not having the financial freedom to take care of your family and studying your deen? But we have the solution for you. Wallahi, what separates you from Allah guiding sales is preparation. Now this intro, it's back in the hall, bro. It's back in. That's where you come in, and that's where you bridge the gap. You tell your story. That's where you provide the value, which is high-ticket sales. Now, talking about high-ticket sales, who is this really for? Look, there's no barriers to entry with high-ticket sales, man. If you come from a different background, a different educational background, a different corporate background, that's absolutely fine. Sales simply cares about one thing, and that's performance. You see, performance pays out well, so pay attention. With over a decade of combined experience in sales, we've closed millions of dollars, and we decided to get together to build a community called Rizq Rise. Now, let me tell you guys about Rizq Rise real quick. We have a mission and a vision, and that's to empower, educate, and enrich 1,000 Muslims through the power of high-ticket sales.
So, what is high-ticket sales? High-ticket sales is selling anything that's higher in value, normally above $1,000. Now, there's thousands of companies out there, and as they scale, they're going to be looking for people to close deals for them. And that's where you come in.
All you're doing is taking pre-recorded calls booked on your calendar, and you're closing deals from anywhere in the world. In fact, let me give you an example. Let's say, for example, you were to close a deal, and the deal was $10,000. You made 10% commission. Here, you make $1,000 commission. And let's just say you close 5 deals this month. Congratulations, you've made $5,000 commission.
So now that you know about high-ticket sales, why Rizq Rise?
Well, look, there's a couple of reasons. First and foremost, as a Muslim, you need to know what's halal and what's haram in business. Number 2, we provide you with a range of courses that are online, that work around your schedule, where you can learn everything you need to know about sales, right? Personally develop yourself. Number 3 is we provide you with weekly mentorship. We support you. We want to walk you through the process. Number 4, alhamdulillah, this is a charitable project as well. Every single month, 10% of all profits goes towards charity. And number 5, we're not just a platform, man. We're a brotherhood. We're a community. We like to get together. We have Quran lessons every single week. We do halaqats. We like to fly out together on retreats.
Although, bro, let me hear from the students, man. I believe sales is the key to everything. Without it, without mastering this important skill, I feel like you're gonna struggle in life. And what I mean by that is the skill that they are teaching us can be implemented in every single industry possible.
Yeah, alhamdulillah. I went from being like disorganized. I also wasn't action taking no actions. I was just like very distracted as well. Playing games, YouTube here, very lazy, procrastination. I used to procrastinate so much.
I'd say that's something I found with the coaches and mentors in Rizq Rise. The qualities that they possess, people are willing to follow them out of their own desire, out of their own will. And that's something that's not found in most leaders.
I think the Islamic part of it was the biggest impact I've had, and I still, till this day, any conversation I go with someone that doesn't know about Rizq Rise, that is the first thing I hit them with. Tell me which course is Islamically, firstly, it's Islamically vetted, it's Sharia compliant, and it's also backed by someone that has multiple degrees in Islamic finance. And a matter of fact, when you join the course, you have an Islamic finance course to go to before you even start it. Tell me which course does this. Tell me which sales company does this.
Like, you know, with all the lessons they give their all, whether it's 4 a.m., whether they're doing a 4-hour session, whether they haven't eaten, you know, us, we can relax. They're always working. So it's like you can see the passion oozes through. They care about the mission, and they actually care about progression. So it's not a money thing, and you can't tell me it's a money thing. So alhamdulillah, I'd say that's the biggest thing. It's like, you know, you feel cared for, and you feel like these guys want to see you win.
You heard it all. You see it all. What are you waiting for? Click the link below, and we'll see you inside.
All right, so welcome to another awesome episode of Inside the Vault with Ash, the greatest money mindset show on the planet.
Yes, let's go.
So in order to make sure that you're building wealth, you have to bring in the greatest investor of your generation. What's up, brother?
Man, I appreciate you. Love the energy.
Oh, man.
Up to the whole team here. Mate, I love the set, man.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man. So this is a long overdue episode. I want everybody to pay attention because you know where we come from growing up. Specifically in our community, they tell us that we have to work hard and save our money in order to build wealth. Yeah. You know, we all know that's an absolute lie. There is no way you can build wealth without investing. Yeah. And so if this show is about changing money mindset to help everyday people become millionaires, then why wouldn't I get the greatest investor of our generation in the building? But before we start, for those who don't know, who is Ian Dunlap?
Xander's dad, first and foremost. Come from East Chicago, Indiana. Didn't know about investing. family was into entrepreneurship early, the black market side and real estate side. And I just took those lessons and began to share. Like, I'm really just sharing what I wish I learned in church and growing up. Because, we'll go to church, praise, and then Monday be like, damn, it's still messed up here.
100%.
Right? So I'm just really just sharing what I wish I knew growing up more than anything.
And what, talk a little bit about how did you get to the space of being able to predict helping people make so much money, right? Because it's something magical. If somebody hasn't seen you live, it's something magical when you get on that stage. I mean, first and foremost, I appreciate you because of your passion. I'm an equally passionate guy.
Yeah, your passion way higher.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm passionate. And so when I see you get on that stage and how much you really care, like you're not doing this for the money, like you really care, you really want to help people, and to see you, if I made some money for you, right?
And they go crazy.
It's like to witness that is magnificent. So, where did you get that skill set from to be able to really predict the markets the way you do?
Time in the market. I know people want a sexy answer. But 12 hours a day, every day. So when 2008 happened, I was not prepared. One of my friends, Art, I've told the story before, but he told me he worked at JP Morgan. He was about to leave. Everyone that he knew that worked at JP Morgan at the time sold everything. So cars, clothes, furniture, and I'm like, damn, if they work there, this is going to be this bad. I need to warn my family. He told me what to invest in. Called me a few months later. Was like, hey, I'm about to get out. It's time for you to liquidate. And I was like, liquid what? It's like, time to get out. And I'm like, see, what had happened was I took Bianca on a date instead of investing in the stocks, and then Bianca gone, and so was the opportunity. Art was able to retire off that investment in 2008, and it's still in 2022. It's still retired off after that. So I was like, I had my little Trey Boys in the Hood moment. Little tear came down my eye. And I'm like, I'll never miss another opportunity to be able to know what to invest in this market. So I treated it like a sport. Most people, even, this, inside the industry, a lot of people treat it like a hobby. And I'm like, let me treat this like a sport, same way Kobe would. And I just started looking at the market 12 hours a day until I found my system, and now I'm able to give it to people freely. That's 13, 14 years worth of work every day.
Wow.
Put in time.
And one of the things that I was, I'm impressed by all of the people who lives you've been able to change. But there was specifically, group of guys from Red Hook, Brooklyn.
Hey, Southern Squad.
The G's, they, you know what I'm saying? They look scary. You know what I'm saying? But you were able to make them money. And so I think, that's the thing. It's everyday people. You don't have to be, what they call a sophisticated investor to take this knowledge. And so a lot of times we hear, stocks, bonds, invest in that. But you have a different approach, right? You are favorable to futures versus stocks. Why is that?
Futures pay a lot more. So on the trading side, imagine if I said you can buy this stock and you can make $1, or you can make this one and it'll pay you $31.25. Now the answer is to do everything. Got to invest long-term first. So the brothers I helped in Brooklyn, in about 18 months, they're up $200,000.
Wow.
Off $30,000.
Wow.
So number one, please invest long-term. Pick 4. I like Apple, Microsoft, VOO, which is an index fund. It's like a basket of all the best companies, an all-star team, and VTI. But when you get to trading, futures pay a hell of a lot more. So when you, let's say,
what's futures for those who may not know?
You're just predicting the future price of what the asset is going to be.
Gotcha.
So do you think this year Katie will average 25 points or more?
Okay.
If you think yes, then you will go long. If you think it'll be no, you will short the market and make money as that market is falling. So if you have 33 contracts, and let's say you do 500 points, there, even last week I had a member of my program made $22,500 in a 4-hour period.
Wow.
So those kind of numbers to be able to hit when the market is falling. The truth is, and you know this, when the market is falling, it is the best time if you are a trader to make the most amount of money.
And that's the thing, right? So I want to talk about that, right? Because I feel like the stock market is the only place when it's on sale, people run away, right? Macy's, Neiman Marcus, something. If they have a sale, people are running to the store to buy. The stock market has a sale, meaning prices are low. Everybody's like, I don't want to touch it.
Yeah.
Why is that? Like, what is the mindset that you have to have in order to be a successful?
You want the truth?
Give me the truth, baby.
Because men can't get women from investing long term.
Ooh.
So you can go get Balenciaga, Gucci, Versace. If you go to dating psychology, we gravitate to the things that are going to give us the reward the fastest.
Wow.
So if I can go get a Maybach truck, Bentley truck, I may be able to go to the east side and pick up 4 or 5 something that I couldn't get 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Also, too, I really believe that when you have children with people you don't love, you don't want to invest in their future. So why would I sacrifice 10 years, 15 years for you to be wealthy when I hate who I even have the child with?
Wow.
That's a conversation we have to start having in our community.
Wow.
And fellas, don't come for me. I'm not on my Derek Johnson. not keeping. But we want to show our wealth. The truth is, like, we are emotionally broken. Like, we're the only community that dresses loud, talks loud for acceptance from others that don't want us. Kanye West is a prime example of it.
Wow. Yeah.
So when he wears the White Lives Matters, but the week before, I'm getting robbed by Adidas.
Right. Facts.
I'm like, fam, you signed that paperwork.
Facts. Yeah.
You go back to 03. He's been signing those rights and publishing over forever while not elevating Rhyme Fest, while not elevating Bump J, while not, if we want to be honest, even with Virgil, he wasn't happy with Virgil's success.
Yeah.
The last 2 years.
Yeah.
Those who know. Shout out to Kanye and the whole team. I don't want to choose. But the truth is, like, we don't want to invest for the long term. Lastly, because we don't think that we're going to be around long enough to see the fruits of that labor.
Wow.
Sacrifice.
Wow.
So that's why I always have everyone in the beginning of every show that I do say, I am worthy.
Yeah.
I deserve to be rich. I deserve to be happy, because we have to program. Other cultures feel that from day one. When they're born.
Yeah.
We're not.
Yeah.
We're not.
Yeah. And so what is it going to take to change that mindset, specifically in our community, where we'll realize that, all right, if we're investing for the future, because you said do it all, right? Yeah. Invest for the future. Invest in the stocks and the things that can bring you that passive income, early. So potentially, right, abundance is your birthright. You could have the Balenciagas and still have the things that they want. Plus,
but why is that the end goal?
Yeah.
The Balenciaga, Versace. And I was wearing Versace and Prada in college.
Yeah.
I went through my super consumer phase, but why is the pinnacle of black success to put Italian and other family names on our chest? So I don't think that should be the end goal, because they're black luxury brands, but just to have a certain level of success, what is it going to take? Conversations like this. I think I'm doing an important part. You're doing an important part. Trap is, EYL is. But even in music, it's changing. Like, artists that are 22, 25 are now talking about equity, talking about royalty splits on the back end, when they're not being taken care of. So I think we're now at a point where people really know that you have to have freedom. And especially in this recession, you could have denied it the last 2 years, but when, like, inflation goes up 150% in Turkey, and then here it's like, really, if you're in the hood, the interest rate really went up like 45% on you. You have to be able to make money on demand and make money for the future, because look how much different your life would have been and everybody in here lives would have been if somebody was able to sacrifice 100 years for us. How much more money we have.
100%.
So yeah, but I think it's changing now.
Yeah, and I agree, and that's why this movement is definitely a movement. Like, when you think about the civil rights era, this is that era where we finally get the civil rights, right? Yeah. The equity that we deserve. And so, what is the biggest mistake you believe that people make when investing?
Saying that they don't know what to invest in. I can ask every woman in here, what's the number one electronic vehicle brand? Like, honestly, in any black community, if you want to know what the house stock is, go to your mama, your auntie, your cousin, and ask them what's the hottest thing. They said culture.
Wow.
So, great. What's the number one shoe company? Everyone knows it's Nike. What's the number one technology company? Apple. Yeah. Even if you go to Sephora, or do you like OPI versus Kylie's makeup brand? Women have all the answers anyway.
Yeah.
But we as creators and we as black people will say, well, we don't know. Because we don't know how to break down a 10K report. we are buying everything that we should be investing in.
Yeah, and does that come, now come back to work, right? Because if you don't think you're worthy, then you're setting the trends, and you're not even realizing that for years. I mean, you talking about stocks, but this happens in television. They use us in television. They use us in movies. They use us in everything to figure, to get ahead, and then we don't, as a test, and then we don't have that worth. So I think it also comes back to that worthiness that you mentioned.
I want to ask you, what do you think is going to take for us to feel worthy to negotiate better? Because even in the entertainment and podcasting space, I'm seeing talent getting used.
Yeah, 100%.
And I'm having meetings, and I'm like, hey, if I'm paying for everything, give me an executive's contract. They're like, I don't know how to place you. But it's because everybody who may come behind, they're like, well, I'll take the talent deal.
Right.
I don't know, people on reality shows make $2 to $5 grand episode.
Yeah.
It's no money.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at Mona for the finesse, but it's like, if a show is netting you $100 million in 5 years, why are you taking $2,500 to $2,000?
Yeah.
So what do you think it's going to take for us to
knowledge yourself? I think that what happens is so a couple of two things. I think it's knowledge yourself. We have to understand that we're worthy. We have to understand who we are. We have to understand. That's why I always wear this on my back. That abundance is our birthright. If you walk into a situation and you believe that somebody's doing you a favor, then you'll take anything that they give you.
That's true.
But if you walk into a building and all right, cool. I've been at this for a decade.
Yeah.
And I've had opportunities, but you're not going I know you're not going to use me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So pay me in equity, and if that's not the case, I'm cool.
Yeah.
Right? Because I'm here.
Is that why you decided to build your own?
100%. And that's what it is. Because what happens is this, right? When you get to a space where you're relying on somebody else who can't even do what you do, who doesn't have the foresight, all they're doing is fronting you something that like if you owned your own, you could do yourself anyway. Then what's the point of giving up that equity? So I think it's really a couple of things. Is first knowing who you are, knowing your worth, being willing to say, yo, I'm not gonna kind of compromise. But then also, again, which also goes into worthiness, is not falling for the lights.
Yeah.
Right? Because think about this. The reason why a rapper will take a bum deal that they know is killing them is because they want to be popular.
Yeah.
Our community cares more about popularity more than money.
It goes back to being broken.
Right.
If you aren't valued in the household, think of the kids that grew up without a mother or father.
Yeah.
And then the world lifts you up and gives you the praise that you actually wanted and deserve.
Yeah.
You're going to gravitate towards that. And I tell all talent all the time, I'm like, I know the business part is not fun.
Yeah.
But without it, how many more TLC got robbed stories, Kanye got robbed stories are we going to go through?
Exactly.
A lot of it is just because we have not equipped ourselves with the right information. And then at mass, the entire community has it. So when we go to a label, go to Spotify, go to Apple, we're now saying, hey, I need equity or at least royalty in perpetuity with no dilution.
Yep.
Now, if everyone does that, then what does NBA Youngboy deal look like? What does Dirk's deal look like in comparison? So.
And that's the point, right? So to that point, it requires max cooperation, right? It requires, and right, I mean, we see it slowly happening, but it requires for a mass cooperation of our community to say no to these type of deals. And then also being willing to call out the bad deals though.
Yeah.
Right? Because what I notice in our community is that we're afraid to call out the BS. So we'll see it, but because we're broken, we're not trying to break.
Yeah.
And so we see somebody going into a nasty pit or being taken advantage of, we're not going to call it out, right? We're going to play nice.
Yeah.
And I'm guilty of it sometimes too, right?
In what way?
Politics. Meaning where I'll see, somebody doing something that I'm like, man, that's not the right thing to do from a business perspective. I think like prime example, right? Like if you say reality TV stars, for instance, right? Like I have relationships with reality stars that do take these $2,000, $5,000 deals, and in my mind, I'm like, that don't make no sense because you are the show. So why would you accept that? But on the flip side, what happens in our community is they're like, well, if I don't take this deal, then I won't get the light. If I don't get the light, then I can't.
Opportunity.
I won't get this opportunity. I can't really build, my business, right? The side money that I'll get from the business. So it's in certain cases, it's give and take. But I think that when we understand that we are, especially as content creators, when we understand that we are the culture and we got the money. So why can't we put our money together, right? And say, you know what, man, we got the money. Let's create. Let's not try to be.
You know why though?
Why is that? Tell me.
Because somebody has to be top dog, and that goes back to the women.
Yeah.
You notice all the women in here. Every time I say something that regarding men, they're not saying I'm wrong because they feel it.
Yeah.
So if we get brothers that are solid, full of integrity to come together, then we got to push. But I always said back home, I hated when people told people that I knew that was in the streets to get off and you had no alternative.
Right. Yeah.
Show them how to make money. That's why, I do everything that I can to give for free.
Yeah.
And then when I'm talking to people that are in the streets, my first conversation is how much you need right now to get rid of it for me to teach you.
Yeah.
Because the financial literacy, that shit sounds good.
Yeah.
But when you have 3 kids and you have to provide, you don't have time to get.
Do you think that word is overrated? Financial literacy?
I think it's the worst term ever. Because you can be financially literate and still don't execute and still don't know. Even for me, back in 2009, 10, 11, 12, I couldn't get 15 black people to talk investing if I paid them to sit and listen.
Yeah.
So now all of a sudden there's a movement behind it, and it's a lot of people that are trying to pillage. And a lot of those people are sent here by some of those same labels, agencies, to throw off. 2020, for the first time in history, or since let's say 1920, we got into investing, crypto, real estate, stocks, flipping cars, flipping shoes now. And in 3 months, they destroyed every market at one time. Do you think that's by accident? And we're being braggadocious on IG.
Right.
I ain't going back to work.
Right.
I'm on FaceTime cussing my boss out. I ain't coming back.
Right.
No, they're like, no, we're going to find a way to bring you back to work. And now let's increase regulation. Let's drop the crypto market. Let's drop the stock market. And they know if we get hurt financially in a market, we won't come back for 10 to 12 years.
Wow.
So I want to be very mindful of the word literacy. And I think people need blueprints that actually work. That's why I always say, if I made you money, put yes in chat. You can't fake that. You can't fake 4,000, 12,000 people saying that. People want, and the number one reason I think people don't take more action, because even in school, when I was in school, I was like, okay, great. I learned this, and what's the outcome?
Yeah.
If it's not money or freedom attached to it, for what?
Yeah.
So I think a lot of people are trying to re-educate in the way that we learned in school, and people are asking the same thing. If I learn this, what am I going to get?
Yeah. Yeah.
And if it's not money, freedom, maybe a little Balenciaga, you know what I mean? Being able to provide for your kids, for what?
Yeah.
I think it's a cute buzzword for right now.
Yeah. And so let's go back to what you said, right, about the coincidence of the markets going down, right? How do we infiltrate, right, without the vulnerability of, being able to, what we built be able to be taken down? Like, how do we get to a space where we get the wealth and then we play in a game that doesn't allow our long-term wealth to be controlled by the powers that be?
Number one, anytime, if the truth is, if you want to be led into a game and you want to make a lot of money from it, you always have to tell the powers to be how they're going to benefit or profit from it. Because, let's say, for example, if Jay-Z puts me on and he opens me up to everybody in Rock Nation, the entire world, if my next move is to do a game bid to 50 Cent, why even let me in the building? So the conversation that I'm having now with hedge funds is, okay, I want to liberate our people. I want them to get into hedge funds. But here's how much we will make you, and can we get 49% of that to not get our hair cut off?
Right. Got it.
You can't take over an institution
I hope y'all didn't miss that. That's good. Yeah.
You can't take over. Like, if we go straight to cartel. You can't go to the cartel and say, "Let me get your product now. I'm gonna take over your territory."
Yeah.
That's a declaration of war.
100%.
So even when people in crypto were like, "Well, crypto is going to take over banking,"
right?
Banking said, "Okay, that's cheap. Let me buy all the fucking crypto then." Because where I'm from, the ones you have to worry about, they didn't announce what those.
Facts. 100%.
They just got to it.
Yeah.
And then all the shell cases were left around.
100%.
Oh, why don't they do that?
Yeah.
Right. The ones who are screaming it.
Yeah.
You have to be worried about them because those are the ones who are trying to hype themselves into something. But any business that you're in, and I talked to Kyrie about this regarding me, and I'll take his stuff out of it. He was like, "Yo, you have to find a way to disrupt the system while helping it. Otherwise."
Yeah.
So if our plan is to all of us to be free, we still have to pay that toll road fee to them. And that's the truth. And some people in the comments may hate it.
Right.
But this is actually how the game is played.
Right.
I can't come in your house and say, after this interview, I'm doing inside the vault with Ian.
Right.
Everybody over here be like, what you thinking?
Yeah.
You're not
I'm just not going to drop the episode.
See? So how you think Spotify and Apple feel and Bloomberg and the hedge funds and JP Morgan, Binance feels like, no, we have to find a way to pay them enough for protection. And check in with them while we get our money.
The spook who sat by the door, right?
The game is the same.
The game is the same. The game is the same. And I love that perspective because I've never really kind of thought it from that perspective. And it's true, right? Like in our community, this is a war. This is an economic war.
Absolutely.
And you know, even if I take it back to like spades, you never play spades and show your hand. If you got a Boston and you
still don't show.
Why would you show it?
Makes no sense. And the truth is, when we talking freedom, we don't want to go back to Africa en masse and build infrastructure there and build piping. Like certain things are a pipe dream. I want us to have a plan that we can execute and actually become free from. Because if we get even 1,000 black people in the room here in Atlanta, we can come up with enough ideas for the next 100 years for every industry on earth in 2 hours.
What was that?
As long as no one has ego and like, well, I have to be the top dog.
Right.
Over it. We can get that done really fast.
Right.
But this is a game that we have to play. And we have to be able to win.
How do we get rid of ego though? Right. Like, I mean, we see it in our space, right? We see it where, you know, we have enough resources, we have enough eyes on us that if we came collectively, like I love the play where you said, listen, let's go to those in power and say, hey, this is what we can bring you, right? And so if, you know, I mean, easily, we got a billion eyes, right? And so collectively we say, yo, we got a billion eyes. You know, that would move us faster in the right direction. But like you said, there's ego in play where there's unity, but there's still separation. There's still competition. There's still.
You want to talk about it? We're going.
Let's talk. Let's talk.
Okay. I think number one, men with integrity have to get together and do more because it seems like the suckers end up doing more. So the scam, like I'll see it all the time. Somebody be like, hey, a fake page of yours messaged me, asked me to send you 15,000 in Bitcoin. I sent it. I realized it wasn't you. Can I get my money back from you? And I'm like, damn, I gotta outwork the scammers. I've legit asked those like farm pages, like, yo, can I hire you to do like legit marketing for me? Because y'all working nonstop. Men with integrity have to do more and collaborate more. Then we have to execute faster. Because the scammers don't care. They're launching quick. And then number three, we have to have a vision so big, but everyone has to know how they're gonna profit. Financial liberation sounds good. But if everyone in the room, if we get $200 million and everyone doesn't know what their split is going to be, they're going to be like, fuck it, I'm going to work on what I'm working on. I don't think people map out the vision enough to say, here's the plan, here's the viewership, here's the result, here's 200 million, here's how you're going to get paid, and have you done good business before?
100%.
And actually broke that down.
No, and that's 100% true because I think that in most situations like you know, like I said, I've been in this space for like a decade, and a lot of times, you know, I'll get into a partnership with someone, and I think like for me, I've been masterful in allowing people to think I don't know, right? Because I was a CEO of a credit union.
Why do you do that though?
Because I don't show my hand, right? Because for me, like I'm from the hood. I'm from the 129th Street and 8th Avenue. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm from the projects.
Yeah.
And so I was raised by gangsters though, not like people who just shoot. I'm talking about like gangsters. And I want to know, like I want to know if you're going, like I'm gonna act like you can take advantage of me.
Yeah.
And I want to see, will you take advantage of me?
Yeah.
Because I already know my power. I know who I am. As a CEO of a credit union, I've done mergers and acquisitions with billion-dollar white folks.
Yeah.
So I could talk the talk. I could go, and that's the beauty of how I play. I could go to any corner in America and be fine.
Yeah.
And put me in any boardroom, excluding nobody.
Yeah.
Put me in any boardroom and I could talk that talk. But I like to see, right? Because I feel like I like to see, are you a person of integrity?
Yeah.
If I give you, if I leave $100 on the floor, are you gonna step on $100 or you gonna give it to me, right? So like fat shout out to my brother Storm, fat shout out to Marvin.
Yeah.
Like that's how we got together, Path to Prosperity.
Yeah.
Right. I'll give you a quick example. Obviously Inside the Vault is a powerful show. And so, I've been able to help people with their careers, right? People who may have not known people or whatever the case may be.
You help elevate them.
Help elevate them. Behind the scenes, I gave them game. I made them a lot of money. There's some people who didn't come back.
Were they people of non-integrity?
Non-integrity, right? They didn't come, and I didn't even want you to. I'm good. I don't even want what you got. But acknowledge it. Say, yo, Ash, I appreciate you. Or Ash, yo, look what happened. Like these people didn't come back.
But that's like expecting Tekashi to operate with the same principles of 50.
100%.
They're two different
100%
beings. And that's one thing I had to learn too.
Yeah.
Everyone isn't going to operate the same way we do.
Exactly. And I think that's the beauty though of operating in a way of not showing your hand, right? Allowing people to do what they would naturally do. Like if you think, like Marvin, before we even connected, made him some money.
Yeah.
And he circled back like, bro, I'm like, nah, I'm good. He like, no, bro, send me your account number. Let me wire this money to you because
Marv does good business.
Right? I'm not saying it wasn't for you. Same thing with Storm. Like I remember getting on a call with him, and this had to be a year and a half, 2 years ago.
Go check out this episode if you have.
Oh man,
it did
fire. Number one as of this recording. And really, what I'm saying, he was getting money off of information I gave him and would just randomly cash at me and send me bread. It's not about the money though, because I didn't need the money at the time, but it's about the integrity. And there's other examples of that. And I think that's where we are, right? And I think eventually, we'll get to that space where where the suckers won't have a place to hide. You know what I'm saying?
But if we don't, for those of us that have integrity, if we don't talk about our greatness, are we not making room for the suckers?
Oh no, we have to talk about our greatness though. We have to. And the reason we have to, and I've been guilty of it.
Yeah, me too.
Where I was on television in 2011. Like I've done stuff before, but I never, talked about those things. I never talked about my accomplishments. But of late, I've been more vocal, right? Yeah. For that reason. Yeah. Because if you don't talk about your success, if you don't get to that space where you're checking the suckers, right? If you allow them to,
or even just outworking them.
Exactly. And if you allow them to work harder than you, to get more accolades than you, and when I say accolades, it's not in a competitive way. Yeah. But you getting busy, but hey, I'm getting busy as well. You have to be able to do that because at the end of the day, if nobody knows you or they don't know what you do, then they won't. So I think we're getting to that space, where eventually, as we continue to talk our ish, as we start pushing ourselves up, as we start showing that we get results, and that's what I love about you is your ability to get results. Like you said, you cannot fake it, right?
That's the only thing that matters.
Yeah. And so you're always right though. You haven't been wrong. In fact, IG needs to officially call that crystal ball the Ian Dunlap Red Panda icon. Talk about that crystal ball, man.
It's just all the combination of hard work that I've done. Like, I treat it like a sport.
Yeah.
So I'm like, when I watched other shows when I was getting into investing, it was a debate on should we invest in Qualcomm or Research in Motion, which everybody knew from BlackBerry, or is LVMH great or Macy's? There was never a clear answer and, hey, buy at this price point.
Yeah.
So when I started doing the show, I'm like, if I give out the prices where to get in, where I'm looking to get in, and the people can make the money, because everyone's like, when's the hedge fund coming? I'm like, if I've helped hundreds of thousands of people make money for free, that is a hedge fund.
Right.
Already. So it's just the time in the market, and I know people don't like to hear it. And even when I was starting, like when I wasn't seeing traction as fast as I wanted to, I hated it. But when you're able to get the result, no one on earth can fuck with you.
Right, what I'm saying.
Like, if you can give a person advice and they take $1 and turn it into 2 and 2 into 8, you'll have them for life. So I think we need to push more. And that's why I do the put yes in chat if I made you money. Yeah. Even the title Master Investor, like me, I was at Josh Brown's event, Huntington Beach. It's all white people. And then here come us. Yeah. I only love people of hue.
Yeah, yeah.
Got the shit on my back. And people look like, who is he to think that? But even from that perspective, like, I had to market that because there would be people who would say that they were great that I know that were scamming people. So if we're not protecting the people and giving them the option of, no, this is the guy to go to.
Right.
We're just as bad as the people that are finessing out in the community. So the crystal ball is just me, like, putting in thousands of hours into the market to be able to know it like the back of my hand, to turn around and give it to the people free.
And so how does one time the market?
It takes a lot of practice, man, but I'll say this, and I said it at InvestFest, everyone is a trader and investor. If you work, you are trading time for money. If you're an entrepreneur, you're trading time for money. You're looking at return on content, return on time, but you have to go study the price of every company that you're looking at. So I ask every creative on earth, what's the #1 podcasting app in the world? Everyone says Apple. Why are you not investing in Apple if you have a podcast, any creative content? Have the phone, right? Because in the beginning, before Apple was popular, they made all their money off creatives, but never found a way to give that money directly back into the community. So time in the market, #1, study the companies that you love, pick 4, and study the prices for the last 20 years. How far have they fallen? So if a company on average drops 50%, in 5 years, how much will they go up? And we do it with J's all the time. We do it with the Panda Dunks. Would anybody in the room pay $900 for these? No. Would you pay $88 for those if they're legit? That's a support level or a long-term buy level. And there's a certain point where you wouldn't buy stuff. I hate when we say we don't know. And everybody's in here looking good, dressed up. No one has any knockoff, anything that is not stylish, right? We, as buyers, we know the prices of all companies to invest in. So it's just literally putting time into it, and opposed to being a consumer or a fiend for the product, we become the ones that reap the rewards from it.
Yeah, and I love that. And so, if I hear you correctly, it's really, it starts with the knowledge, the awareness first and foremost. But then once you have that awareness, you have to create that plan, have to budget, right? You have to budget for.
You got to spend 4 hours in the market every day. Because if, let's say hypothetically, just on the content side, and I think they should, but what if Apple buys Blackmagic? Then they raise the price because they want to put it into AR because they hate Meta. So as a result, to get AR and VR more popular, they're going to combine the glasses with DJI and Blackmagic to destroy Meta. Now the cameras cost $4,000 instead. What do? Are we going to sit on the sidelines and be like, damn, that's messed up? Inflation is going up. In the black community, I really think inflation has went up 50% in 1 year.
Wow.
But we're still buying, but we're not profiting from the next release of Jordans, next release of LVMH, next release of Balenciaga. So I want us to go from being fiends and just buying to also learning how to make money off of these companies. Like when you invest in Apple, Microsoft, LVMH, Microsoft, you have the best CEOs on earth ever working for you to pay you.
Because you own the company now.
That's a powerful feeling. And no one moves product, sales, culture like us. We just don't monetize.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, how does someone who has a 9 to 5, right? Because a lot of people who watch the show, currently work, but they may not feel like they have time to trade and invest, or or even if they're working from home, how can somebody who works a 9 to 5?
And the first thing I want to say, there's nothing wrong with working, because most people who work make more than most entrepreneurs.
100%.
The average entrepreneur only makes $28,000 a year.
100%.
Despite what you see on IG and TikTok, right?
Yeah.
So that first hour, once you're back home, just choose to study 1 hour a day. I do a show called Market Mondays, where I give everything for free on where to invest long term.
Yeah.
But on the trading side, even if you trade for 1 hour and learn the skill set, and of course, it may take you 120 days to be good. But it's an amazing feeling to be able to say, I know the bond market is going to drop. I short it, and as a result, I make $15,000 in a day.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Shout out to my guy, P. He's with me in Red Panda. And shout out to the Rebellion. One of the best traders I've ever met. He's going to be shy and saying he don't make no money. You hear the giggle? So to be able to make $3 grand, $5 grand, $7 grand, $30 grand in a day, is that not worth 1 hour a day? A lot of us didn't get a chance to make it to the NBA or NFL or get a deal. But you can get the same kind of money here trading as you can in those fields, or even more. And the funny thing, we were sitting down with Kyrie this past summer. He was like, my dad was a bond trader on Wall Street. And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
So even how he thinks about the world, his viewpoint is different because of those experiences. And I would say, if you do not, as a creator, if you do not know how to invest and trade, you are going to get robbed and raped your entire career, because what leverage do you have?
Right.
So if you can't go to Paramount, HBO, and say, I want this, or I'm going to do this as an alternative, what leverage do you have?
Yeah.
If none, you're going to get the worst deal possible.
Yeah.
So if you truly want to be free, and Elon, Jack Ma, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, all the greatest CEOs, everyone in PayPal Mafia, all knew how to invest and trade.
Yeah.
We're the only culture who CEOs and creators don't know how to trade as a part of the craft. Elon just set the price for where he wants to buy Twitter based off of him knowing how to invest and trade.
Yeah.
It's the number one skill set. And think of it like this. When you are able to invest and trade, you are tied directly into the plug of money.
Yeah.
To be able to make money out of thin air, and I need a customer-client negotiations. That's why I hate meetings. People are like, hey, can we meet? I'm like, bro, I called them, and I'm seeing that it's going to go down in 2 months. Like, I called Bitcoin to go to 20,000 when it was at 60. And everyone on earth said I was crazy.
Yeah.
And except Mike Novogratz, who's a billionaire. Bob on the show was like, that's what a hedge funds are looking to buy. How did you know?
Yeah.
Then it gets to 20 and we ride it back up. Those two trades, we was at the exchange, New York Stock Exchange 2 weeks ago. I calculated with the money they're trading, that trade down and back up is like $1.5 billion. You don't think that we're not, that's one trade.
Right.
So imagine if we get all of us together the same way Lil Baby got his crew together and QC got their crew together, and we went into JP Morgan or Citadel or Trade Moss, shout out to Peter, and we traded collectively to be able to make 500, 800,000 a piece.
Yeah.
Like all how we sit in this room, right? How powerful would that be?
Yeah.
And then to be able to bring our people in. And I'll give out this challenge. The next time I go to the exchange, I want 10,000 of us to show up. Here's why. If 10,000 of us show up, you don't think out of that 10,000, there's going to be a line of interviews?
Right.
Because everyone has some experience.
Yeah.
You may be an expert on J's. You know J's top to bottom. You may be the global research analyst for all consumer spending. Right? For women, you research and know this better than anybody. You can walk into the meeting with any hedge fund and any CEO and say, here's a trend. This is where this is going to go. Here's the valuation of Skims with Kanye or with Pete or whoever she dates next. Here's where Spanx is going to go. That is worth money.
Yeah.
But they'll tell you, that stuff's boring.
Right.
We have to realize that everything that is deemed boring in our community is what makes the most money.
Yeah.
And the stuff that is the most exciting makes the least.
Yeah. Talk to me about Red Panda. The army.
Red Panda is my family, my community, where I teach people about investing.
Yeah.
My job is to make investing as easy as breathing. So like the same way we know everybody in here, please reply. Is the Los Angeles Lakers going to make the finals and win championship this year? Yes or no? They said no.
Yeah.
That stock I was short. I want us to know investing like that.
Yeah.
Because we don't.
And when you say short
means to make money as the market is falling.
Right.
So if I think that, like, who's hotter, Cardi B or Ice Spice? Shout out to Ice Spice. Who's hotter?
Cardi.
If Cardi's hotter, that's Apple. I want to go long or buy Cardi. I want to short Ice Spice. I think the Munch line is cute.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if she'll be around in 2 summers, though.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So everything that you look at and touch at, is it going to go up or down? If it's going to go up, I want to invest in it. If it's going to go down, we can make money as it falls. A movie to watch, The Big Short, is a really good one to check out. But you can make money both ways. So when the market is falling apart, people are like, damn, I need to stay away. I'm like, no, you can make money as it's falling too, and buy Apple, Microsoft, or whatever the top 4 companies there are, and hold them for the long term. Now, I got a question for you.
Awesome.
If you can do it all over again, what would you do differently with your show? And what are like the top 3 mistakes you think people are making in podcasting?
That's a good one. So I think if I could do it all over again, I mean, I technically, you know, I'm in that process right now. I'm in a transition process where I'm doing it over. I think that when I first started podcasting, I really cared about how things looked. And so, you know, I made sure, like, you know, I'm shooting this show like a television show.
That was awesome.
And so I had, you know, the production crew, you know, the look, the set, you know, I was location based, and I increased my costs, and then didn't really focus on how I was going to make the podcast profitable.
Gotcha.
And in doing that, I limited myself to the type of guests that I could get, right? Because if you think about it, I started this show around the pandemic where a lot of people weren't coming out. And so instead of jumping on a Zoom and everybody was home, I could have jumped on a Zoom, had these powerful conversations, and really given the people that I wanted this information, and my brand and the podcast would have been, I mean, we're over 3 million views, so we're doing well, but we probably would have done better had I not stuck to trying to be perfect and doing the things the way I wanted to do them. So starting over, number one, not being location dependent, that at any time, somebody's in town, or, you know, there was so many opportunities to have some big time interviews to get into the mindsets of different powerful people, but I didn't take advantage of those. So I think that's the biggest mistake, or what I would have done differently. I think the biggest mistake I think that podcasters and content creators do, I think really is just from a monetization perspective.
Tell me more. I agree with that.
They don't learn how to monetize their content directly. I think that a lot of people are hoping, right? Like, I'm going to start this podcast. I hope that this podcast is going to do well. And if it does well, then I'll start planning what my future looks like. Opposed to saying, all right, I'm starting this podcast. Who like creating a whole business plan, a whole SWOT analysis for your podcast. Like, who do you talk to? What is their demographic? How much do they get paid? What do they actually want? Let me split test my audience. Let me put out different variations of my content to see what they like, right? When I started Inside the Vault, I had a regimented way of how I was going to interview, but then I tried different things, right? Shout out to Alex Good Energy. It was Alex's interview that I tried something different. We cried on that interview.
Well, what did you try differently?
I started to talk. I started to get personal. I wanted to get to know who Alex was. I wanted to know his why, right? And just tapping into knowing that he almost lost his life, right? Knowing that this one mistake could have ended it all for him. Knowing the passion he had as his retiring his mom and things, right? Like, we were getting so so deep into understanding who the man is, right? Which is why my first question to Ian Dunlap is, who is Ian Dunlap? right? Because at the end of the day, people know you and they see you, but do they really know you?
No.
Do they know your why? Do they know like what you made of, what you come from, right?
Yeah.
I appreciate you because of what you do behind the scenes, not what you do on camera.
Yeah, same.
I see how you treat your people, bro.
Yeah.
I know where you from.
Yeah.
Like
that matters more than anything.
I don't jack none of that. Like all the stuff you do on camera is cool.
Yeah.
But when I'm in your energy, I see how you treat your people. That matters the most.
There's not a lot of that going on.
It's not a lot of that going on. You know what I'm saying? And I think for me, when I realized like, yo, getting to know the person is more important than getting to know what the person does or how they did it.
Yeah.
Right? Because the reason why you are where you are is because of how you move with integrity.
Yeah.
The reason why Alex and all the other people that I could name that move with integrity, they are where they are.
Yeah.
Because they move with integrity. I'm not talking about temporary wins though.
Yeah.
Right?
I say it all the time. The suckers are going to win real fast.
Oh, absolutely.
The first year, anybody who's solid, you're going to get your ass kicked.
Yeah.
I'm just being real.
Yeah.
Now, year 2 through 10,
that's where
the ones with integrity are going. And I think even in culture, people that do wrong and you have to be evil to prosper, that is slowly dying.
100%.
People spread, talk so fast. And that's another reason on the interview side, I think a lot of people don't show up in person. Because you can be one way on camera, but when I dap you, when I hug you, when I interact, what is it like? But how do you emanate so much passion all the time? Like, you're doing a show every morning. How the hell do you do that? You come here with a ton of energy and a good person. Teach me. What's the secret?
I wake up with gratitude for life.
Okay.
Life don't owe me nothing. I owe. I'm in arrears. You know what I'm saying? Like I owe. You know what I'm saying? I got kicked out of school 4 times. I got expelled. I was, it's funny because I think that if people really understood like where I come from, like I'm just grateful. I'm just grateful for life. We hear about these horror stories of people who just lose their life, or people like, the other day, and my wife could attest to this, we're getting our backyard redone and getting our fence redone. We put the fence up during the pandemic, you know what I'm saying? So we're like, nah, we got to get it professionally done. I call a guy who was supposed to put the gate up, and he told me, I was like, yeah, I'm ready now. And he said, man, I got in a bad accident. He said, my leg got amputated. I was in a motorcycle accident going 140 miles an hour and got flown off of it. I don't even know how I'm alive, right? One of my legs are completely amputated, and and the other one might have. But there's no, he told me that after I'm talking to him about a transaction, putting my fence up.
Yeah.
And so immediately, that's why I have the energy I have. That's why I have the passion, because I live a great life.
Yeah.
Like my wife, I got an awesome wife, business partner. She bad still too. We've been together 20 years.
That's fine.
Super bad. I got 2 kids, 14 and 7. Genius babies.
Yeah.
Right? I grew up in the project, single parent home. I'm the youngest of 3. Like, we were poor.
Yeah.
So to be in this position, I wish I would act like I'm not grateful. I wish I would.
When we were growing, what year were you born?
80.
So I was born in 82.
Yeah.
The ability to even think to do this in 95, 96.
When everybody died, everybody going to gym.
This setup would have cost $1 million.
100%.
Back in the day. So one thing I've always loved was your enthusiasm, your passion.
Appreciate you.
Even at Invest Hustle, when I was about to go on, a bunch of love after, it was a bunch of love. So that's one thing I want to herald you for. And I got to tell you, I need you to talk your shit more.
Yeah, 100%.
Because if not, there are people that are looking at you that won't follow me.
Yeah.
I may not follow Trap.
Yeah.
Especially from because New York, every time I'm in New York, I'm like, I want to live out here.
Yeah. What it was
energy different. Shout out to the Bronx. Shout out to Jersey City.
Yeah.
The energy is different.
Yeah.
But we need to see more people like you, and it's the same with Christianity. My favorite people that I've met were Christian. Never asked me to go to church. My cousin Rick, life was going well. Faithful wife, great kids, great career, good looking. I'm like, bro, what you doing?
Yeah.
He like, God. I'm like, man, I want to hear that. He like, but that's why you are where you are. I'm telling you, the God I'll serve.
Yeah.
And I saw my cousin go from being broke, to like when we went to his funeral, they had a hot air balloon in the back of his house. I'm like, God, that's my cousin.
Yeah.
I said, shit, if he can do it, I can do it. And my mom was like, but it's the other part you don't want to follow.
Yeah.
So I'll say, even to see you and how you preach as well, I love to see like how you walk with morals and integrity.
Yeah.
And express your love for God too, because we need more of that. I always say it all the time. If you are a believer in God, then how are you afraid to go into the world and be fearless when there's people I know in the streets that are headhunters,
right?
That have more undying faith than those of us that believe in God.
100%.
We need that.
Yeah, and you're right, because I think that's, for me, like I've always been somebody who, again, that gratefulness comes from that, right? Yeah. This understanding, and that's why I always wear abundance as your birthright, because, I believe, we're all, regardless of what your faith is, right? So Christianity, Islam, whatever you believe in, all of the Quran says it, the Bible says it, we are made in the image and likeness of the Most High God.
Yeah.
And so if God is the greatest, then we're made in that greatness. And I think that it is, for me, disrespectful to God to not be enthusiastic, to not be happy, to not applaud my brother for his success, to not, life is energy.
Yeah.
Right? Sure. Life is energy. And so I want for my brother what I want for myself. Imagine from an energy perspective, I want somebody to embrace me. I want them to love me. So imagine if I'm like, yo, something you feel, bro?
Yeah. And I've had some of those. And I think too, like life gets a lot better. And I even noticed with me, I stopped being as grumpy, frustrated, miserable when I was around people that I loved, liked, was inspired by, and they brought me joy.
Yeah.
Your energy, you can't fake.
Yeah, what I'm saying.
If everyone around you is not like that, you have to move that top 5.
Yeah.
I'm not saying get rid of your friends and your family, because that's a big mistake in our community too.
Yeah.
Like as we level up, we have to cut off friends that we grew up with.
Yeah.
That is a strategy designed by major corporations to make us have less power.
100%. I agree.
You may not be able to talk to them as much, but one of the biggest things that has helped me is being around people that truly fucks with you and loves you, because it's going to give you a power collectively to move higher. So like same way, that's why I'm honored to be here, honored to be able to call you friend. I got to ask you, what do you need help with the most? And don't tell me nothing, because the helpers always say no.
And you gonna ask us on camera too.
Have to. Give me the real answer. Where's your wife at? What does she need help with? Don't edit this out either. Real quick, books to read, right? Because they're gonna ask what books to read. Money Master the Game, the best book on investing in a long time. Anything by Ray Dalio. He just retired. Pick up both of those books. Best stocks to invest in: Apple, Microsoft, Google. Google is the biggest advertising platform of all time. VOO and VTI are great if you're going to do crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum, which JP Morgan owns a majority of, and then pick a dark horse. I like Ripple, but pick your third. Invest every month, hold for 30 years. You must hold for a generation if you truly want generational wealth. That's all you need to do on investing. What you need help with?
I love it. I can tell you, man. I think one of the things that
give me the real answer. We're gonna have dead air too.
Yeah, I think
don't edit this out.
I think one of the biggest things that I've had problems with has been, like you said, I got to talk my ish more, and so
why don't you? What fear? Now let me get my own back.
Yeah.
What fear is causing you not to?
I feel like, and this is weird, right? But I've never lost, but I'm afraid of losing. Never lost. Like if you look at my pedigree, you look at everything I've done. I'm talking about from banking to media to like when I say I've been here a decade, though, I've been here a decade. I'm talking about like I was on BET in 2011 when I'm going suit and ties. You know what I'm saying? Like I was in magazines where magazines matter, like Black Enterprise, and I did that already. And
not the online version.
Not the online version. I'm talking about actual magazines. Like I got magazines in my house in plastic bags to show like I've been here for a long time. And
but if you talk your ish more and show that, it's not going to make the people who love you walk away from you.
yeah, but you know what I think though? I think that because I'm very competitive. I mean, maybe that's the answer, right? Like, I'm very competitive. Like, I don't like to lose. I don't lose, but I don't like to lose. Like, you know, I'm like.
So you're holding yourself back and not operating in spaces in which you could. But you heralding yourself is actually a victory.
But you know what it is though too? I feel like I don't want the animal to come out. Right?
Why?
So because I feel like that's like you remember there was a clip of Tyson, right? Mike Tyson was like, I feel like a bitch. He's like, I feel like a bitch. He's like, and he was saying that like he know he's an animal, but that animal is dangerous. And so he doesn't want to let that animal out. So there's certain things that he let, you know what I mean, he let go because he feel like if he let that animal out, it's nasty.
But would it benefit the people? And I always say this, two parts.
Yeah.
I don't want to look my son in the face and tell him I could have did more if he does not feel I'm doing my all.
Yo, where we get this guy from, man?
Right?
Sheesh.
He's Chicago, Indiana. That's where I'm from. Shout out to 219.
Yeah.
And secondly, if you choose not to talk your ish and do more, are you not currently losing and acting like it's a victory? Because we go through the same thing. I've had this conversation. So me, you, Matt, Ish.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
We go through the same battle. Do we upset current powers that be?
Yeah.
Because, like, I was never the CEO of the damn union.
Yeah.
Credit union.
Yeah.
That's a different set of skills that you need, and you just can't get that off Wikipedia or YouTube, right?
Yeah.
But I think we can be an animal, quote unquote, or be the best version of ourselves, and without it leading to violence.
Yeah.
I think some of the fears that we have is if I am operating at number one peak performance, who will I lose that doesn't want me to win?
Yeah.
Because there's people around.
That's true. Yeah.
They're happy if you're fourth or fifth, but then you have a chance to become number one. It becomes an issue.
Yeah. 100%.
So because I care for you, and then, of course, the public accountability. And you can do it with me. You have to do more.
Yeah.
Because you and Bonawyn were some of the only few people prior to even Instagram taking off who was actually doing their thing.
Yeah.
So why would you play less than if you're better?
Yeah.
Doesn't serve you, doesn't serve the people, doesn't serve your family.
Yeah.
The kids deserve that. Wife deserves that. But more importantly, you do.
Yeah.
But these are the hard conversations I have with my, like, for the first year, I didn't come out and do any interviews during COVID. I don't want to get sick. And then I started coming out and I did. Thank you, DC Young Flying Safari. Right?
Yeah.
But I'm like, if the suckers are out spending their girlfriend money, acting like they actually investing, if I don't pop up at the damn club, and this is a real test to know how if you're being scammed. Number one, go ask them to make you money for free and without giving them anything in exchange, not even a testimonial. Number two, go ask their wife and baby mom how that life looks.
Yeah.
You want to know somebody doing good? Go ask their wife.
Yeah.
The one, kudos to your queen. I see her here. That tells me enough. A lot of times the wives don't be around.
Yeah.
Why? Because that shit ain't hitting like how y'all be saying.
Right.
No ego.
Yeah.
Right. All the women lie, but it's true. If your man not doing what he's supposed to do, you're not going to be around to say, yeah, Lil Ray say he's doing good. I believe in him.
Yeah.
That's why when Derrick Jackson was sitting in the car all them years, and this is what women should do. Yeah. That wife wasn't around, she cheated.
Right. Yeah.
But I want to see you do more.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's time though. I think that
you still ain't asked what you need help with. I'm not leaving until I get that.
I mean, I don't know, man. I think
wife, what do you need help with?
So welcome back to Dr. Dunlap.
Auntie Oprah called me.
Right. Yeah. So we got the queen in the building. I honestly don't know. I don't really know. So maybe
the helpers always need help. What does he need help with the most?
And this is going to be shocking to people. I feel like the one thing that he actually needs the most help with is communication.
Oh, well, okay.
Right? Because I was listening to what you were saying about him being more
Say assertive.
assertive.
Yeah.
That's the word I'm looking for. Being more assertive and standing in who he truly is. He really does hold back. Throughout this journey, we've been on this journey for, I want to say, 13 years, right? Taylor's 14. We've been on this journey for 13 years. And every step along the way, I found that I needed to remind him of who he is. Even today, I still have to remind him, you know, you've been in this game for a long time. He says it, but a lot of times he doesn't walk in it. And that's the God's honest truth.
How do you think it would change not only his life, but the life of the family if he did step into that greatness and proclaim it more often?
If he fully stepped into it, because he walks in it, but he's just not fully planted in it, right? So if he did that, that's a good question, because we live a phenomenal life. It would change because
And I think that's potentially what it is, though, right? Because I have and do I've manifested. My life is excellent, right? And so here's this, right?
Are there some things you haven't manifested yet? Because you are.
I think everything I haven't manifested isn't mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've manifested everything for me. The things that I'm wanting to manifest are for other people, right? And part of that, right? I feel like part of why, you know, I look at my life and I look at how great it is. And so just like everybody else who settles, they're comfortable. And even though my comfort is greatness, right? My comfort is, you know, money good, house big, you know what I'm saying? Everybody healthy, kids private school, vacation whenever we want, like that type of stuff. I'm impacting lives. I guess the fear for me is potentially walking in my greatness at the level that I should be and not knowing what that entails. Because I've seen people, right? If I could be honest, the people who walk in their greatness get their heads chopped off, right? And that's where I'm from. I'm talking about the good, you know what I'm saying? The good people. I'm talking about the people who put their chest out and put their life on the line, they get their head chopped off. So as a provider for my family, I said, y'all want to provide for no disrespect. I don't want to be Malcolm X. I don't want to be Martin Luther King, right? My family good. My kids good. So let me be comfortable being number two.
And I'm glad you said that, because I want to speak to that. It's like, that's another thing that we've always talked about, is him really letting go of that narrative. Right? So anything that, for lack of a better term, that I believe or he may believe is holding him back, I truly do believe it's because he still holds on to the narrative that he just expressed. We've moved beyond that. We're no longer in the hood. We both come from the same place. I'm from Brooklyn. I come from Bed-Stuy. My family's, I was raised by gangsters. You grew up with gangsters. I was raised by them. My father's in jail today. We don't live that life no more. So it's just time to understand that's the community that you serve. And
there's trauma there associated with it too.
It is. But the truth of the matter is that's not who we are, and you don't owe nobody nothing. You don't owe anyone anything. You're not in arrears in that way. And people are going to probably misunderstand that. You don't owe the community so much so that you're willing to hold yourself back. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Because I think, and I'm talking to myself as much as I'm talking to you. But when you're on your deathbed, I don't want you to have, as a man, regret is the biggest thing that we'll suffer from. Will you look back and be like, damn, I could have did more and maybe even been happier if I wasn't, you said, comfortable being number two. You shouldn't be number two to anybody, including me, Trap, anybody around. That's why, like, when you see me embrace you, embrace Trap, I tell 19 every time, go on stage and kill. What was that? Who's picnic? Go on stage and kill everybody, including me.
Yeah.
If I see you hold back, I'm not fucking with you.
Yeah.
He like, you mean that? I'm like, what you think?
Yeah. Yeah.
Cheese grabbed the mic and dominated.
Yeah.
Right? So as a person that loves you, I have to tell you, I want to see you do more. And I understand the fear because even in corporate that exists. Yeah. But your personality is better than mine. You know how to be revolutionary in a sense without offending the powers that be that will put you in trouble. It's a skill set I don't have yet. I want to see you do more. I don't want them to limit you to this show or how to create books with your track record.
Yeah.
I want you to be more vocal.
Yeah.
If that's okay.
My brother, I love you, man.
Love you too.
I appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you too. And thank you, Queen.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love you too.
I love you too.
No, that's dope because honestly, and fellas, I'll say this and something I struggle with.
Yeah.
A lot of times we don't want to hear the real answer.
Yeah.
Because we know if we come to Our Lady, we may have one idea and they may be like, no, it's this that you have to work on.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'll tell you the same as I tell everyone, you're worthy of it and you definitely deserve it.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, y'all. Another awesome episode of Inside the Vault with Ash Cash.
We had a little Dr. Phil moment. Oh, now I get cut off. This is what we doing. Shout out to Ash Cash, everybody in Red Panda. Go to joinredpanda.com. Check out Market Mondays every Monday at 7 p.m. Central. If I made you money, please put yes in chat. Invest for the long term. You deserve to be wealthy. You deserve to be happy. You deserve to be free. Choose to be number one in your space. Don't let anyone hold you back. It's only people that don't love you. If they do, even me, I want to see y'all come in and be investors and beat me and kick my ass. Love y'all.
Yeah. All right, y'all. We're closing out the vault. Another powerful episode of Inside the Vault with Ash, the greatest money mindset show on the planet.
Absolutely.
Make sure you follow us on all social media platforms. Inside the Vault Show. Make sure you go to InsideTheVaultShow.com. Me, I am Ash Cash. Make sure you visit me, IamAshCash.com. Make sure you follow me on all social media platforms at I am Ash Cash. I'll see you next time.
Real quick, what are you the best in the world at?
Hey, yo, I'm the best money mindset coach in the world. So,
and what result will they get from listening to you?
They're going to change their mindset and understand that abundance is their birthright. So any
give me a quantifiable number.
So everyday people, everybody should become a millionaire. And so if they believe in themselves, they will make millions of dollars.
You got a blueprint for them?
100%.
Let's see.
There we go.
The animal came out.
100%. That blueprint. Take you from the bottom. Look, I'm from the projects, roaches, and rats. And when I say that, that's for real.
Yeah.
My wife will tell you. We lived in the project.
What projects you grew up in?
St. Nicholas Project. Yo, my wife used to come see me. I lived on the first floor. Let me paint a quick picture. I lived on the first floor.
Can y'all cut this in too? I don't want to tell the business.
I lived on the first floor, and so my projects is 15 acres, right? And there's an incinerator that sanitation only took once a week. So every single day when the garbage man came through our all 14 buildings, they dropped all of the garbage and it stayed there for a week, right? My window was right in back of that incinerator to the point where when my wife used to come see me, when they come to my house and hang out, I had to turn the radio on. We had Hot 97 on at all times. Why? Because you could hear the rats and roaches, not the roaches, but you can hear the rats like eating up paper and all that stuff. So when I say I come from the bottom and to be a multi-millionaire, like I'll show you the print. We Tell a friend. I'll see y'all next time inside the ball, y'all. My graduates from my school being Forbes, bag drop.
Bag drop.
Mic drop. Bag drop.
Bag drop.
Like it. Shout out to all the earners. Yo, let's get started, man. We got a lot to get through.
obviously, man, this is incredible. Whoever thought the EYL would take it this far, right? This is incredible. Shout out to everybody that's in the building right now. Clap it up for yourselves. No, clap it up for yourselves.
Clap it up for yourselves.
Look, this is going to be an interesting conversation. It's going to be full of a lot of information. So if you got your pen, your pad, your iPad, whatever you're doing, I would take it out now and get ready. My brothers, we had a great conversation earlier, and I'm like, look, let's give them something we've never given them before. Let's open the game up. Everybody came here from their respective homes to get information, and so that's what we're going to provide today. Y'all good with that?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Yeah, man. So obviously, 3 years ago, I'm not sure that this could have happened, right? And so this is pretty incredible that financial literacy has packed South by Southwest. I want to know your thoughts on the trajectory of financial literacy since you guys have been seeing this over the past 2 to 3, 4 years and where we're headed with this.
So before we start, I want to say something. I need everybody to say, Wall Street looks like us now. Wall Street looks like us now. Like, I need you to say it and believe it. Wall Street looks like us now. Okay, y'all believe it. That's the loudest I heard y'all since I've been in here. So for me, you know, financial literacy is just understanding how to play the game the way that America plays the game. If you allow them, if you give them permission to feed you, then you give them permission to starve you. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know about y'all, but I don't give nobody that permission. So the goal for me, and when I look at financial literacy, is how do I, one, play the game like America plays, which is the stock market, right? 2, how do you buy land? And then 3, how do you use credit? If you use those 3 things, you have now created a triangle offense, right? And so we got to get rid of the toxic relationships we have with money, right? We got toxic relationships with money. One thing I've learned on my journey was that it's a stat that the average person spends $1.25 for every dollar they make. So you think about every time you make $4, you already spent $5, right? That's a recipe for staying in poverty, right? So for me, financial literacy is the gateway to where we got to go at, right? I don't know about y'all, but it ain't fun being broke, right? I was homeless. Ain't wasn't nothing fun about that. But somebody tell me act like I'm broke, I'm be like, hell no, I won't act like that. I live that shit. We ain't going not cool. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it's always like using financial literacy as the key that unlocks the doors and the potential for all us, man.
Yeah, clap it up for my guy. And for me, I just want to make sure that we get the right information, because all of a sudden there's a lot of people that want to talk about it that don't have the best intention for you guys. Please remember this. Anyone that is trying to help you financially, make them make you money first before you do anything. That's why we do Market Mondays. You see them on IG Live every day, shows, Ellen, clap it up for him, right? If a person truly, and ladies, you know this more than anything, right? If a person really wants to help you, they'll help you without receiving anything on the back end at all. A lot of times when people are coming to help, but they need something on the back end, that's because they want to finesse you out of something. My job is to give you the most. And if I decide to run for president, which I won't, or something, y'all like, man, he ain't pretty damn cool. He ran a little bit with the pineapple juice, but other than that, he's straight. So I'm here to make you money, and the financial literacy space is going to grow. Because I think we're tired of being...
Shout out for Hercules for leading the financial literacy space.
Big facts. Man, that's powerful words. I appreciate those. So here's the thing, right? Obviously, 2022 has come. Stock market, which is something that we've invested in. Show of hands, who's invested in the stock market right now? We've had
amazing.
Yeah, shout out to everybody that's in it, right? So we've seen the S&P from a double-digit % losses. We've seen the Dow double-digit % losses. We've seen the NASDAQ, and we always talk about tech, actually becoming a bear territory. So they're over 20% losses. And so a lot of us, including myself, we're thinking to ourselves, like, is this the time to invest? How do we invest? Where should we be investing? And Trap, one of the things you told me early on, I think the first time we met, it was like, look, you always make more money in the drought.
It's a fact, man.
So what should we be looking at if we're investing now, or if we're like on the teeter of the fence, like, you know what, I want to get into market. They told me on Market Mondays, hey, when it's red, we shouldn't be scared, right? We should be bullish when that happens. But when we see these downtrends just continuous, right? We've seen 5-6 weeks of downturn. What do we do when we see these type of things happening?
So that is true. You make more money in a drought, right? So it's when everything is scarce. So for me, I'm looking at one, legal dope dealers. I'm just keeping it 100. I stick to who I am, yeah. I ain't changing. So people like Eli Lilly, who the biggest insulin dealer in the world, right? They up 34% in a year. Like that's unprecedented right now without being a tech company, right? So I love
like producers of pharmaceuticals, right? But only something that you can understand. That's first and foremost. Another thing I love is industrial. So when you look at somebody like Waste Management, right? That's a company that no matter what's going on in the economy, we won't get rid of trash, right? America is the number one country of disposable stuff, right? So we waste more than anybody, right? Because everything is in abundance. So a company like Waste Management, like I love that, right? But then also I'm a forward thinker, right? So I'm looking at how do we use money and how is that industry changing? So if everybody know Trap, you know I love fintech, right? Even though it's taking a beating right now, we still can look at it and say, okay, check this out. My brother, he loves Square. Like that's his thing. I love PayPal, right? So what happens is there's also Ally Financial, right? It's another fintech company. Yeah, right? You know what I'm saying? It's another fintech company. So fintech is a great industry to be in because you never look at a company that you invest in for what they're doing right now. Because what they're doing right now, that price has been baked in 2 years ago, right? Like take heed to that. Like however a company is performing right now, the price that it is now has been baked in from 2 years ago. So now you want to look at what do I see going on right now? What do I see them doing in the next 2-3 years? You ain't got to go 10 years. What do you see in the next 2-3 years? What do you see happening on the flip side of this? Can everybody agree that the way we use money is different now? Right? Like one of the things Ian says that Square is the new JP Morgan, right? But the way that they are setting themselves up is where you don't even have to go in the bank no more. Right? So look at the way that is going. You got companies like Linden Tree. You got companies like Affirm, Buy Now, Pay Later. You know what I'm saying? Like PayPal just partner with Amazon, right? So seamless payment options are the future. So what if it's getting beat up right now? That's okay, right? Because what happens is in those times when you look back 2 years from now, you're like, damn, that shit is up 3,000%. You're like, damn, I should have. The worst thing that you want to be as an investor say, I should have invested. Damn, I should have. Not too late. Next. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I look. Those are my big three right now.
Yeah, and so in terms, and we always talk about this, do your homework, do your own research. And a lot of people, like, what's the homework? What should we be doing? How do we find a company that we want to invest in? So a lot of times it really comes to a personal situation. Like, it just depends on what your interests are. And so I'm interested to hear from both of y'all. When you're evaluating a company that you're going to invest in or you're looking at it, what's your process? Like, take us through the process of saying, all right, I'm looking at the fundamentals or I'm looking at the technicals of this company. How do I find it, right? Because most people, if you ask them, do they know Amazon? Do they know Apple? Do they know Tesla? They know these companies. But a lot of times you guys come up with companies, I'm like, damn, I ain't even hear of that one. So what's the process of y'all finding the companies that y'all eventually will invest in?
Because Ian do a lot of technical, so I'll let him go in first.
Yeah, well, I want you guys to write this down. Number one, you must invest in the top 3 sectors and only look at the top 5 companies. I know you want to find the greatest version of Tesla in 2024 that's in China. You're going to lose all of your money doing it, right? I know some of you have even heard me say, no Doge, no Shiba. Man, fuck Ian, he doesn't know. And then it falls apart and it's like, brother, I need to talk to you after I'm down 29,000. Told you, right? Anybody in here sports fans? Would you rather have a top 5 draft pick or the 85th best person? So why, when it comes to investing, you want to get someone from a JUCO over Bron? No slight to nobody play JUCO. Don't come for me, right? Then founder, management team, and this is most important. What can this company do that no one else on earth can do? So if I told you there is a technology company in California right now that gets 30% of all the money that comes in from every business on earth that's important, what you want to invest in that. That one business alone is Apple's App Store. But you don't want to invest in it because of what? Number one advertising business of all time is what? Google.
My graduate from my school being Forbes. Bag drop.
Bag drop.
Mic drop. Bag drop.
Bag drop.
Like it. Shout out to all the earners. Yo, let's get started, man. We got a lot to get through. Obviously, man, this is incredible. Whoever thought the EYL would take it this far, right? This is incredible. Shout out to everybody that's in the building right now. Clap it up for yourselves. No, clap it up for yourselves.
Clap it up for yourselves.
Look, this is going to be an interesting conversation. It's going to be full of a lot of information. So if you got your pen, your pad, your iPad, whatever you're doing, I would take it out now and get ready. My brothers, we had a great conversation earlier, and I'm like, look, let's give them something we've never given them before. Let's open the game up. Everybody came here from their respective homes to get information, and so that's what we're going to provide today. Y'all good with that?
Absolutely. Let's do it.
Yeah, man. So obviously, 3 years ago, I'm not sure that this could have happened, right? And so this is pretty incredible that financial literacy has packed South by Southwest. I want to know your thoughts on the trajectory of financial literacy since you guys have been seeing this over the past 2 to 3, 4 years and where we're headed with this.
So before we start, I want to say something. I need everybody to say, Wall Street looks like us now.
Wall Street looks like us now.
Like, I need you to say it and believe it. Wall Street looks like us now. Okay, y'all believe it. That's the loudest I heard y'all since I've been in here. So for me, financial literacy is just understanding how to play the game the way that America plays the game. If you give them permission to feed you, then you give them permission to starve you. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know about y'all, but I don't give nobody that permission. So the goal for me, and when I look at financial literacy, is how do I, 1, play the game like America play it, which is the stock market, right? 2, how do you buy land? And then 3, how do you use credit? If you use those 3 things, you have now created a triangle offense, right? And so we got to get rid of the toxic relationships we have with money, right? We got toxic relationships with money. One thing I've learned on my journey was that it's a stat that the average person spends $1.25 for every dollar they make. So you think about every time you make $4, you already spent $5, right? That's a recipe for staying in poverty, right? So for me, financial literacy is the gateway to where we got to go at, right? I don't know about y'all, but it ain't fun being broke, right? I was homeless. Ain't wasn't nothing fun about that. But somebody tell me act like I'm broke, I'm be like, hell no, I won't act like that. I live that shit.
We ain't
That's
doing
not
that.
cool. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it's always like using financial literacy as the key that unlocks the doors and the potential for all us, man.
Clap it up for my guy. And for me, I just want to make sure that we get the right information, because all of a sudden there's a lot of people that want to talk about it that don't have the best intention for you guys. Please remember this. Anyone that is trying to help you financially, make them make you money first before you do anything. That's why we do Market Mondays. You see them on IG Live every day, shows, Ellen, clap it up for him, right? If a person truly, and ladies, you know this more than anything, right? If a person really wants to help you, they'll help you without receiving anything on the back end at all. A lot of times when people are coming to help, but they need something on the back end, that's because they want to finesse you out of something. My job is to give you the most. And if I decide to run for president, which I won't, or something, y'all like, man, Ian pretty damn cool. He ran a little bit with the pineapple juice, but other than that, he's straight. So I'm here to make you money, and the financial literacy space is going to grow. Because I think we're tired of being...
Shout for Early Leaders for leading the financial literacy space.
Man, that's powerful words. I appreciate those. So here's the thing, right? Obviously, 2022 has come. Stock market, which is something that we've invested in. Show of hands, who's invested in the stock market right now? We've had
amazing.
Yeah, shout out to everybody that's in it, right? So we've seen the S&P crumble double-digit percent losses. We've seen the Dow double-digit percent losses. We've seen the NASDAQ, when we always talk about tech, actually becoming a bear territory. So they're over 20% losses. And so a lot of us, including myself, we're thinking to ourselves, like, is this the time to invest? How do we invest? Where should we be investing? And Trap, one of the things you told me early on, I think the first time we met, it was like, look, you always make more money in the drought.
It's a fact, man.
So what should we be looking at if we're investing now, or if we're like on the teeter of the fence, like, you know what, I want to get into markets? They told me on Market Mondays, hey, when it's red, we shouldn't be scared, right? We should be bullish when that happens. But when we see these downtrends just continuous, right? We've seen 5-6 weeks of downturn. What do we do when we see these type of things happening?
So That is true. You make more money in a drought, right? So it's when everything is scarce. So for me, I'm looking at one, legal dope dealers. I'm just keeping it 100. I stick to who I am, yeah, and ain't changing. So people like Eli Lilly, who the biggest insulin dealer in the world, right? They up 34% in a year. Like that's unprecedented right now without being a tech company, right? So I love like producers of pharmaceuticals, right? But only something that you can understand. That's first and foremost. Another thing I love is industrial. So when you look at somebody like Waste Management, right? That's a company that no matter what's going on in the economy, we won't get rid of trash, right? America is the #1 country of disposable stuff, right? So we waste more than anybody, right? Because everything is in abundance. So a company like Waste Management, like I love that, right? But then also I'm a forward thinker, right? So I'm looking at how do we use money and how is that industry changing? So if everybody know Trap, you know I love fintech, right? Even though it's taking a beating right now, we still can look at it and say, okay, check this out. My brother, he loves Square. Like that's his thing. I love PayPal, right? So what happens is there's also Ally Financial, right? It's another fintech company. Yeah, right? You know what I'm saying? It's another fintech company. So fintech is a great industry to be in because you never look at a company that you invest in for what they're doing right now. Because what they're doing right now, that price has been baked in 2 years ago, right? Like take heed to that. Like however a company is performing right now, the price that it is now has been baked in from 2 years ago. So now you want to look at what do I see going on right now? What do I see them doing in the next 2-3 years? You ain't got to go 10 years. What do you see in the next 2-3 years? What do you see happening on the flip side of this? Can everybody agree that the way we use money is different now? Right? Like one of the things Ian says that Square is the new JP Morgan, right? But the way that they are setting themselves up is where you don't even have to go in the bank no more. Right? So look at the way that is going. You got companies like Linden Tree. You got companies like Affirm, Buy Now, Pay Later. You know what I'm saying? Like PayPal just partnered with Amazon, right? So seamless payment options are the future. So what if it's getting beat up right now? That's okay, right? Because what happens is in those times when you look back 2 years from now, you're like, damn, that shit is up 3,000%. You like, damn, I should have. The worst thing that you want to be as an investor say, I should have invested. Damn, I should have. Not too late. Next. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I look. Those are my big three right now.
Yeah, and so in terms, and we always talk about this, do your homework, do your own research. And a lot of people, like, what's the homework? What should we be doing? How do we find a company that we want to invest in? So a lot of times it really comes to a personal situation. Like, it just depends on what your interests are. And so I'm interested to hear from both of y'all. When you're evaluating a company that you're going to invest in or you're looking at it, what's your process? Like, take us through the process of saying, all right, I'm looking at the fundamentals or I'm looking at the technicals of this company. How do I find it, right? Because most people, if you ask them, do they know Amazon? Do they know Apple? Do they know Tesla? They know these companies. But a lot of times you guys come up with companies, I'm like, damn, I ain't even heard of that one. So what's the process of y'all finding the companies that y'all eventually will invest in?
Because Ian do a lot of technical, so I'll let him go in first. Yeah, well, I want you guys to write this down. Number one, you must invest in the top 3 sectors and only look at the top 5 companies. I know you want to find the greatest version of Tesla in 2024. That's in China. You're going to lose all of your money doing it, right? I know some of you have even heard me say, no Doge, no Shiba. Man, fuck Ian. He doesn't know. And then it falls apart and it's like, brother, I need to talk to you after I'm down 29,000. Told you, right? Anybody in here are sports fans? Would you rather have a top 5 draft pick or the 85th best person?
Uncertain markets are the perfect time to consider enhancing your equities with income. The Simplify Volatility Premium ETF, SVOL, focuses on high income and capital appreciation through a risk-managed short volatility strategy. SVOL has outperformed the S&P 500 index since its May 2021 inception, with 18% lower volatility. Add income to your equities. Learn more about SVOL.
So why, when it comes to investing, you want to get someone from a JUCO over Braun? No slight to nobody play JUCO. Don't come for me, right? Then founder, management team, and this is most important. What can this company do that no one else on earth can do? So if I told you there is a technology company in California right now that gets 30% of all the money that comes in from every business on earth that's important, what you want to invest in that. That one business alone is Apple's App Store. But you don't want to invest in it because of what? Number one advertising business of all time is what? Google. We don't have to go outside of those 15 prominent companies, and from there we're good. And then also, what is that net profit margin? That's key to me as well. Those are my 3 things.
So I think for me, because I like to go in a rabbit hole, right? I'll sit there and do it all day, every day. Again, this saved me. So my love for it is different. You know what I'm saying? Like, this truly like took me out the streets for real. So I go at it with that. So the first thing I look at, the last thing I look at is the stock price. Like, understand that, because if you're looking at
important.
Yeah, if you're looking at the stock price, then you automatically gonna base your decision on what the stock price. Well, that's too high, right? That's gonna be the first. Oh, that's too. You're gonna make a decision before doing the homework. So make sure you look at the stock price last. So one of the first things I want to look at is, does this company have superior products and services? Like, that's important. Like, does it have superior products and, like, can it stand up against its peers? Right? Like, superior. I need to know that. So I love waste management, right? So why do I love it? Well, they just purchased 400 acres of landfill, right? They got more land now than any of their competitors, which means they're going to always be in business. And then the profit margin on the business is really good. So that's important to me. I told you about Eli Lilly. Why? They're the #1 producer of insulin in the world, right? And America, makes a living off people not taking care of themselves. First of all, you got to understand the business of America. Let's get that understood. Like, America is a business, right? And we betting on the business of America, right? So superior products and services. The next thing I want to look at is, does the company have pricing power? So what do I mean by pricing power? Meaning a great company can increase prices 3% a year. Inflation is high. So now the great business that normally do 3%, now they doing 7 and 10%. And guess what we still doing? Buying it. Right? Everybody love Dior. Everybody love name brands. Guess what LVMH did? Increase the price about 12% this year. Guess what we still did? Took pictures in that shit. You feel me?
Lined up at the store.
You feel me? You feel me? You go in Lennox, them lines is far. You go to Galleria, them lines is far. So great companies have pricing power. They can increase the prices by 3 to 4% normally, but in times like this, they're doing 7 to 12%, right? So another thing would be, like, does the company have great return on investments? So even though you understand the core product of the business, you also got to ask yourself this question. Just like you an investor, great businesses invest. If you look at Apple's balance sheet, their core product is great. Go look at the investments that they make. It's the reason why they have $192 billion sitting on the side, right? You like Amazon, it's the reason why they got $35 billion sitting on the side. So I like companies that can also make money outside of their core product, because now I know they're not one-dimensional. So that's kind of important for me. And having the last one is just lifetime customers. I love a business that no matter what, you ain't going nowhere, right? That means you got some good dope, yeah.
It's interesting because one of the things.
Bro, don't cut me off when I say dope. You said your last thing. Hey, this friendly over here. Like this. Yeah, nah. Y'all don't want that trap shit?
Look, check this out. Because you said your last thing, but one of the most important things you taught me, and it's cool, and no shame in that, right? We teach each other, we learn from each other. You said the moat was your thing. Yeah. And you said the competitive advantage. I want you to tell the people about the importance of having a moat in your industry.
So that's one of the things. Like, a moat is, so it's easy to say, like, you look at a castle, you look at how easy is it for a company to get into that castle, right? So think about Joshua, just think Bible, right? Joshua had to walk around. He had to get a sign from God. Like, yo, how do I penetrate that wall to get into this land? Like, there's nothing we can do to get into that land. It's because they had a big old moat, right? You needed God to break that thing down. You feel what I'm saying? So you think about a company the same way. Like, what does this company have that is so superior that it would kill its competitor to even try to get there, right? So if you think about Apple, right? Like, they have multiple moats. So one thing, Apple keep increasing the prices, but guess what we keep doing? Keep buying it. I came home in 2007. I bought an iPhone in 2008. It's 2022. I bought every iPhone. Who else did the same shit?
Hey, Ernest, did you know that the black community has $2.7 trillion of spending power? Are you ready to see what you can do when you combine and recirculate our resources to expand the pool of black excellence? I know I'm ready, and that's why we've partnered with Greenwood, the in-demand black-owned digital banking platform. Greenwood's namesake was founded in 1906, built from the brilliance of black dreamers looking to create a self-sufficient community in the Greenwood district of Tulsa, Oklahoma, aka Black Wall Street. Today, Greenwood is a digital banking platform with the mission to strengthen the black dollar using the same community reinvestment strategies of the original Greenwood district. And it's powered by a best-in-class mobile app that allows you to bank from anywhere. So, Ernest, if you're ready to build a new legacy of black economic achievement, go to bankgreenwood.com/EYL and sign up to be a part of the new Greenwood community. That's bankgreenwood.com/EYL. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. Head over there now.
All right, cool, right? You know what I'm saying? So you think about that. You think about a company like YouTube, right? YouTube has a great moat. Why? Because every time you Google something, I'm going to Google it. I don't even care if you're on Safari and look it up. You're going to say, I'm going to Google it. You on Safari, bro. You're going to search that. You're not even on Google. You feel what I'm saying? So that is because they have the largest search engine. They pay Apple $9 billion a year to be the #1 search engine on Apple. Apple's search engine is Safari. But Google pays them $9 billion a year to be the #1 search engine. So that is a moat in itself, right? So anytime a company has a superior product that their competitors cannot knock down, that's where I won't be at. You know why? Because that means they're going to be in business for a long time. The biggest moat that I think a company has is debt. A company that don't got no debt is a company that can't go out of business. You know what I'm saying? So that's one of the things.
Tell them one more time. They didn't like it, but say it one more time.
A company that don't have no debt can't go out of business.
And one thing, and for the time that we're in crisis, you have to think, if China becomes the #1 superpower,
which is on the way,
what companies will be able to survive that, provide value to that ecosystem to stay alive, and still give you money? Neo's not going to do that.
Troy, can we talk about that?
Because I'm glad you brought the word crisis up, because obviously we've seen the crisis that's happening in Ukraine and Russia, and we'll talk about it in a sec. But yesterday, everybody was sitting around their TV waiting for 2 o'clock to happen, right?
Facts.
We waited for Jerome Powell to talk, and we're like, the anticipation kept building, right? And so yesterday, the Federal Reserve announced that they're going to have interest rate hikes. Potentially 7 throughout the year. And so for the average listener, they're probably like, what does that even mean? So could y'all break that down? What does it mean? What will be the impact on the average person or the average investor when we hear that type of news? Because after the announcement, we saw that the stock market actually had a nice little bounce. Could have been a dead cat bounce, which we spoke about the other day. But what does that mean for the average person?
Hey, y'all getting information right now? Yeah. Y'all like this? Yeah. I like this shit. Come on. Hey, let's go. Hey, my God, Bam. I hear you, Bam. I hear you, family.
Let's go.
We was actually on the plane, me, Bam, and Mike, we was on the plane, and we looked at it. Like, we see and I'm like, I was pissed off on the plane because I was like, so I get mad at America all the time. All the time. So I'm like, man, why are they tripping? They already knew the man was going to hike rates. Why is we going to do this? You know what I'm saying? Like, this thing should be running because it's already priced in. So for a second, let's just talk about rate hikes, right? Everybody knows what inflation is, right? So you understand that the more that America prints money, the more your money loses value. Everybody understand that, right? Right? So if you go to usdebtclock.org, write that down. Every day, just take a look at that. That's going to be your motivation to keep making money. I promise you. If you go to usdebtclock.org, you will see that America's debt right now is $30 trillion and counting. I look at it every day. So at 30 trillion, 356 billion, 275 million, and like 130 something thousand. Right, and it keep ticking. Right, I look at it multiple times a day to make sure I ain't tripping. That's my motivation, because I know that as long as they printing money, I gotta print money. Because if I ain't printing money, I'm getting poor. I don't know about y'all. Again, it goes back to I don't know, won't be poor. Right. So what happens with inflation is 47% of the money that's in circulation right now has been printed in the last 2 years. Think about that. So something that cost you $100 in 2019 now costs you $107. I want you to sit on that for a second. Something that cost you $100 in 2019 now costs you $107.16. Sit on that. How many people right now, just realistic, you don't got to raise your hand, what you get paid from 2019 to now has increased? You don't got to raise your hand.
There's a truck over there.
Let that shit sit in your spirit right quick. Damn, my job playing on me. Or what I'm doing, if you ain't making more money from 2019, you're putting yourself in a worse situation. Why? Because they keep printing money. Right? So a $7 increase in 2 years is a lot of money, y'all. Feel me? So what rate hikes do is they help balance the inflation. As they increase rates, what now happens is there's a thing called the Fed fund rate. The Fed fund rate is the rate at which two banks lend money to each other overnight. Right? And so now what happens is the bank now gives us a rate based on our adult report card, credit score. Shout out to my brother 500, right? Credit score. So now, because the interest rate went up, the bank now is going to charge you more money than loan money. And so now, businesses and people like, wait, hold up. They charge me a little more money. You know what? I really don't need that loan right now. So because you stop spending, that now helps inflation. So now over the next 12 months, you'll get 5 of those. So say, right? So we need them to slow down with printing money so he can balance out the economy. Y'all heard? That was a dope play-by-play? Oh, this shit is good. You know, I ain't gonna lie. Clap up in the email, man. Oh my God. Where our brother Rashad at? What's up, brother? That dude too goddamn cool for me. Yeah, absolutely.
And I'm gonna add to it. So I'm gonna get the second part of the question, because you talked about inflation, right? And obviously, if we don't know, obviously the cost of the goods that we want obviously will go up in pricing. And so when we see inflation at record highs, people start to think of that R word, and we only like that R word when we listen to Young Jeezy. Right? Right? So, are we headed in the direction of recession? And what are the signs that we need to look at before we get there to say, all right, let's prepare ourselves in the event?
I want you guys to stand up.
Oh, shit.
Oh, you want a 3-plate?
No, for real, stand up.
A 3-plate.
In your spirit, when you walk around any city, does it feel like the economy is doing better and people are spending more or less? So are we headed to a recession or no? Say it louder. You can sit down. Yes, we're close to a recession, but here's the thing. What people don't normally tell you is incredible fortunes are made during a recession. The bad part is suicide rates go up.
Yeah.
Domestic violence goes up. Child abuse goes up. Suicide rates go up.
Crime, period.
Crime, absolutely. So if you're not helping the people and feed the wolves, you may be prey. But if we hit a recession, the men in here, your woman, mom, grandma, doesn't give a fuck that it's a recession. You have to pay bills. Right? No one loves men unconditionally. Right? Unless you provide. And I know some people are like, no, that's not true. Fellas.
Make a few calls, man. Hold on.
Right? So when this recession comes, you have to be prepared. Also, I'm going to be honest, with this market falling apart, if you're able to short-term invest in the futures market, you should be making more money now than ever. So, ES, please write this down, S&P 500 future, 40 ticks. If you do 25 contracts of that, that's 12,500. ZB and UB are the bond market, so when the market took up to the upside yesterday, the bond market fell. 25 contracts apiece, 40 ticks, 31,250 per. There's some people in here, they won't say some snipers that made 50 and 60,000 yesterday. How do you hold on to the market when the market's falling apart? You have to be able to invest in every market. investing in one thing is the biggest mistake you can make. Long term first, then swing, then short term investing, then my brother get into land, right? You have to have so many assets, what I call a wealth fortress, going for you, that no matter what happens in the marketplace, you're never going to go broke and your portfolio is never down. Is it tough? Yes. But when I got started in a recession, I said to my babies over there, Xander, can you stand up? Hey, I love you. Dang, why you big mad at me, bro? I've been letting you watch shows all day. What we doing? Right? But when that lady took that money from me, the $80,000 that she owed, I know y'all heard me tell the story. I said I'll never let no person on earth take shit from him. Tell me first. You have to provide at all costs. So when a recession happens, I'm like, damn, now I get to build a big base and get tens of thousands of shares opposed to buying too high and only being able to get 100. But that has to be your drive to get wealthy when the recession happens.
Let me add something to that, Troy. Yeah, so another thing too is, I love this shit here. So there's this thing called the inverted yield curve.
Yes.
Right? And so a simple way to look at that is saying when short-term bonds, so let me back up a little bit. So normally when things get real in the market, investors run to long-term bonds. It's a safe haven. When short-term bonds are now more profitable than long-term bonds, it tells you that the recession is knocking on the door. If you can remember that,
you're good.
You're good. Whenever short-term bonds are more attractive than long-term bonds, when it crosses over, you are now at the front door. Like, you don't even got to guess about it anymore. It's at your door looking at you in the face. And then what happens is, if you don't know how to trade options, if you don't know how to be a sniper yet, you can look at what I call, what is called inverse ETFs, right? So what happens is they are leveraged. So if the stock goes down $1, you make $2. The stock goes down $2, you make $4. Stock go down $4, you can make $8, depending on which one you have. If you just want to bet on the S&P 500, you can get SPX, right? It's a triple leveraged ETF. So the stock, if the S&P go down $1, you'll make $3. But those are short term. You don't hold them for months.
Only hold them for 5 to 7 days.
Yeah.
You gotta say that part, right?
Only
hold 5 to 7 days.
It's really nice.
Mike, look this up. Only hold it 5 to 7 days. Right? Facts. You gotta say that part, because when people who are not experienced in the space, right, and they look at that inverted piece and they're like, all right, well, S&P has been down for 3 weeks. This is my time. I'm gonna make this call for another 3 weeks out, and it's like, oh, it flips that quick. You lose all your money.
You lose it.
Yeah, so the importance of having, what you said, 5 to 7 days?
Yeah, 5 to 7 days is always a short-term hold. And if you want to hold the NASDAQ, because the NASDAQ typically gets hit harder, because every time there's some type of disruption in the economy, tech is always going to be hit. So you could get SQQQ, right? And so when you're feeling bullish about the NASDAQ, you can go with TQQQ. We ain't worrying about them 15 minutes, man.
Don't do my guy like that. Or UVXY. That's one that I always tell everybody in Red Panda. UVXY is the VIX. So when volatility is going crazy, can I be honest with y'all? There's no such thing as a bad market.
That is a fact.
Only bad entries into it.
Trap always jumping.
So if our market is falling, volatility is going up, you can invest in volatility, or gold may go up, or wheat. Yeah. There's always something that's going to go up to the upside. I didn't mean to jump.
No, stay right there.
Yeah.
Stay right there.
Because that's very important. I put that. I'm like, all right, bet. A lot of times when people see inflation and they hear inflation, right, they start looking for safe havens, right? You said like the bond market is one of those things. Mm-hmm. Commodities over the past 3 weeks is something that everybody's been talking about. Mm-hmm. So I'm glad that he said wheat, right? Because most times people think commodities. We hear gold. We know that, right? We hear silver. We saw that all-time records over the past 2 weeks. Mm-hmm. We hear oil, right? Oil got to 130. Shout out to Jess for calling and making that call, right? And now it's pulled back a little bit. But I said, this is interesting, right? Because I wonder if people here, right here in Austin, Texas, and the Midwest, wonder about the other commodities that are on that list. Wheat, right? Dairy, right? Corn, right? So all these other things. So talk about the importance of
pig fat,
diversifying
your portfolio in commodities, and how do you even invest in them? Because most people, like, they'll ask, well, how do I invest in weed? Where do I go to do that?
That's kind of, let Ian kill that, because that is the basics of futures right there. But I will say, like, I've made a lot of money. My trappers have made a lot of money. 3 weeks ago, I was like, yo, let's get some options on XLE. And then let's get some.
Tell them what SLE is.
The energy ETF. Okay. Please write that down.
Spider funded.
Yep, the energy ETF. So we made a lot of money on that because, and I'm like, yo, oil about to go over $100, and it shot up to 110. I was like, yo, let's make some bread. And then we went short term with Gush, which was a triple leveraged ETF. Well, we held it for a week at a time. And I think I ran up like $10,000 in like 5 days. I backed off. Now it cost me a lot, but I mean, price is what you pay, value is what you get. So we understood that. So I just played the oil sector because war means chaos. And when you see war, the first thing I always think of is there's going to be a high supply, a high demand, low supply in oil. Nobody wants to be shipping oil while people running bombs across each other's head. So oil is always going to hit when there's a war.
On the commodity side,
everyone has an opinion when it comes to the foods we eat. This food's good for you. This one's bad for you. This diet works best. But who actually has the right answer? You don't need rules to lose weight. You just need proper information to build smarter, more sustainable habits. Noom is here to change the way we view food by not only looking at what we eat, but also how we eat. Instead of making you feel guilt, Noom empowers you to keep going. Not everyone wants to be on a strict diet, do 5 days a week at the gym, or have daily smoothies and crushable teas. Noom uses a psychology-based approach to find healthier balance that's more suitable for your life and, as a result, more sustainable. Look, Noom has already influenced the way I shop for food, which has not only saved me money, it's also given me a clearer understanding of the foods I'm consuming, which has made me sharper and more energetic. You have to try it out. Look, there are no food restrictions in the program, which makes the process more flexible for your lifestyle. Everybody's journey is different. Noom believes in progress, not perfection. 75% of Noom users finish the program, and more than 60% of users engaged with the program keep the weight off for a year or even more. With Noom, all you need is a daily 10-minute check-in. No grueling early mornings or huge chunks out of your day. Are you ready to start building better habits for healthier, long-term results? Sign up for a Noom trial at Noom.com/leisure. That's NOOM.com/leisure. Don't wait. Don't hesitate. Head over there now.
So you can look at oats. You know you can trade coffee.
Yep.
Gold. Oil. Cattle.
I'm on. So belly, man.
Pork. Almost everything that we may eat or consume. That's why I trade. Facts, though.
That's why you traded.
Big facts. We traded only, right?
Just an investment. So moral investing.
Yeah. I'm going to be very honest. In a recession or any down market, I'm happiest. Oh, my God. Like, have you ever seen an opportunity so big and most people are passing it by? When the market is dropping, notice that all the billionaires and millionaires go quiet. Because they're actively investing. Just told you on the oil move. Y'all saw her hair laid, Louboutins on. There's going here. It went there. Did you follow, right? You have to follow because most people that are rich, can I be super real with y'all? Any investment or money-making secret is meant to be kept inside of a family and not shared. That's facts. They're not supposed to go on CNBC share anything with you. Not one thing. So take all of this information and pair it together. And when the market falls apart, look at lumber. Look at crude. Look at gold. Look at oil. Look at natural gas. Look at the VX, which is the volatility futures. So if the market is falling apart and they're like, oh my God, Putin is going to take over, VIX will probably shoot to 300. Great, let me ride that up. Because once again, at all costs, I got to take care of his cute ass. The reason why some of you have not been dedicated to this because you don't have a why big enough or you don't feel that you're worthy to be rich. I see it in some of y'all energy. You deserve this. Damn near all of y'all smarter than me. Here's what does not happen. I'll go to lunch, right? I'm being real. We'll go party. I'll miss being the intern for Troy. But when we get in at 5, I'm still in the market 3-4 hours. Treat this like it's the most important thing that you're ever going to come across. Because guess what? Most of us sitting in here, we were not exposed to this intentionally.
Man, all day long I've been playing Vondale.
Right? So when you pair all those commodities together and you're able to trade, especially my snipers
nobody
in here,
has a freaking mic.
you should never be in a recession under no circumstances. And it's one of the best fucking feelings on earth
to never have to worry about your portfolio being down. Let me say this before we go, Troy, before we get to the next thing. I want you to understand this, and this real talk, right? Like,
That's too
the stock
easy.
market is a machine that teaches us how to print money. But also, if you don't, this is real talk. So my daughter, I like how you talk about. One thing you understand is, like, you're dead longer than you're alive. Let's put that in our head right quick, right? So when people say wealthy people are greedy, no, they just making sure they got money for the next few generations. Right? You call me greedy all you want, but as long as that machine printing money, I gotta collect money to make sure every generation is good. I want you to understand this. If you don't get into financial literacy, you don't learn how to use this market, you are 100% giving birth to the next generation of slaves.
All right.
I want you to sit on that. And let me tie in. Now with automation, you guys have understood the change from 2000 to now on how to even apply for a job. There's a bunch of loopholes you have to jump through to even get to the interview process. By 2030, they want to automate damn near every job on earth. That's fact. So, while, and I'll say this too in the NFT space and all that.
Channel 7 News, do
you guys realize for the last 2 years, they got black people to invest in monkeys and dogs while making fun of us and taking our money from us?
Somebody over there's got a helicopter.
But Doge was going to the moon. You have to, okay, now go. When y'all get done, go look at Bored Ape Yacht Club. And go see the imagery
that's probably the
of how it's
helicopter
connected to Nazism.
attached to train.
It's damn near the same imagery, but they know we won't study long enough to say. And now, look how many billions of dollars they made off of us and our culture. And then the music industry gonna come in with more NFTs and continue to rob us. All we need is us. And if we study this shit and know this like the back of our hand and have the same debates about LeBron versus Jordan, we're not going to do that here tonight, right? But we have to know this market the same way that we know sports if we want to be free.
That's the point. That's the point. Yeah. Shout out to EYL alum Chris Senegal walked in the building. What up, Chris?
Chris is super legend.
He's down on by the block for real. So we talk about crisis, right? And obviously we'd be remiss to ignore what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, the conflict that is happening there. And then the headlines, we can't hide from it, right? But one of the underlying themes that people, I think, are kind of missing is the cybersecurity component of it, right? Because when you talk about seizing accounts and closing accounts, right, then people start to get resilient and figure out a way to how they're going to get money, right? It might be through crypto, but it might be some other ways. So can we talk about the importance, especially in times of crisis, of having cybersecurity? I know the CEO of CrowdStrike was on CNBC the other morning, and he was just saying, like,
hey, this is what I do almost every weekend, shopping real estate. You're probably not going to start with that deal right there.
Of having cybersecurity. I know the CEO of CrowdStrike was on CNBC the other morning, and he was just saying, like, the level of fraud that he's seeing right now is at an all-time high. It's like a 42% increase in incidents. So talk about the importance of cybersecurity.
So y'all know I've been, like, we talked about CrowdStrike at, I think, $57 when I went on EYL one time. And I was like, yo, this is going to be a leading industry right here, right? So the greatest way to make money in a market is see what's going on in the future, right? The way war is changing. So the U.S. now spends they say right now they're spending $1.5 trillion on cybersecurity. They're having the estimated insurance cost of $4 trillion a year. That's in the last 3 years, right? People getting smart at learning how to hack. Russia, Iran leads the world in technology. In order to be a superpower, you got to be great at technology. America is number 4 on the list. That means they got 3 other countries that's up in front of America, right? So if people learn how to hack, for me, again, I'm cool with learning the business of America. I don't got to be the smartest. The hardest thing to do is build $1 billion business. That's what the easiest thing to do is invest in one. I ain't that smart. I sold dope my whole life. I'm just saying. But I know how to break down a business. So CrowdStrike, Fortnite, Zscaler, these are businesses that I love. These are businesses that I love. You don't like to get them one-on-one, get hacked. Right? That's an ETF for cybersecurity. Hack. It'll take you a long way. Cybersecurity is an industry that will only keep on, those businesses will keep on multiplying. Why? Because as we get further and further and further into technology, more businesses will need technology. More business will need chips. And for every industry there has, there's a bunch of criminals waiting to break it in. I'm just saying. So cybersecurity is definitely at the top of this new frontier.
He knocked it out the park. Nothing else to say.
So I'll go to this with you, Ian. Again, the conflict in Russia and Ukraine, obviously, headlines everywhere. We know about the oil, the exports that Russia has in the European countries. But how directly does the conflict there affect us here? Because a lot of times people are looking like, well, the market was up today. The market was up yesterday. It was up today again. Right? How much impact does that conflict have on us here?
A ton. Does anyone know the real reason we put all those sanctions on the Ukraine? There's a game inside of the game. It's the stuff that you get told on headlines. Yeah.
Russia?
Yeah. Russia and Ukraine. Does anybody know the real reason?
Plates, took them one shot.
You said again?
Need plates. They need plates anyways.
That's one of the reasons. Main reason. Whose son has a business in Ukraine? So if you choose to go to war with my child, and I'm invested in that business, you go to war with me.
I saw Bush.
We saw it with Bush. They let that slide. Then baby Bush came in. And if anyone does anything, same way, say with my father, hey, I'll put every dollar I can. Go ahead. Go get them. It's deeper than what we're seeing on the surface level. What the war did and this crisis exposes how leveraged America is. How much debt we have. And post-COVID and post-printing, we're not as strong as we used to be. I keep saying it. Like, America's like Steven Seagal. Was real tough in like the 70s and 80s.
That's fact.
Flabby and sick right now.
Van Damme, Chuck Norris.
Like, yo, retire, fam. Yo. We need somebody else.
Yo, he fought somebody when he was paralyzed.
Why you coming out looking like the Crypt Keeper? Look how you leak, right? So now, I've been telling you about this Russia and China tie forever. This is the proxy for China to take pole position.
That's facts.
So that's why it's important for you to get all your money together. And everyone's going to say it's a conspiracy theory. I was talking about this 10 months ago. I posted it last night. I got told about the Russian crisis in 2015. Some tech people here, South by Southwest. I remember when Gary Vee was running around.
Why you leaving?
Yeah, don't leave.
What are you doing? Oh, okay. I'm about to say,
Bring us the water up here.
I know I ain't boring. Goddamn.
But you also, in every investment, you have to say, if the world falls apart, will this investment hold up? And here's the true test. If my life and all of my family's life was on the line, would I invest in this? That kills a lot of investments overall. But the crisis is going to affect us dearly because it exposes the underlying issues that we've had for the last 10 years.
One of the investments and that won't go anywhere is land. And Trav, I want to come to you because you did something a few months ago with our brother Him 500. Shout out to Him 500. Clap it up for him one time.
Shout out for Him 500.
Guy actually bought land. He called it Asset Island. So I never heard you talk in depth about the move and the thinking behind it and all the benefits associated with Asset Island. So why'd you make the move and what are the benefits?
So I understand. First of all, you got to be around people that when you bring great investments to them, they just believe in the vision. Like I was like, bro, I'm about to buy a farm. You want to buy? He was like, hell yeah. How much? He didn't even ask me how much it cost.
Why didn't you call me though?
Huh?
You didn't call
He was the first one on, and we went on tour together. We went on tour together, so we was just like,
see, well played. That's a good business.
You know what I'm saying?
Partnership leads to profitability.
Yeah. We just went on tour together, so he was already on the front of my brain. And when I said it, he was like, bet. I was like, it costs this much. He was like, I don't care. If you got the vision for it, I believe in you. Let's do it. So for me, I just understood that there's a reason why Bill Gates is the #1 landowner in America. The man owns 296,000 acres of land in 19 different states. There's a reason behind that. Because that's the one thing that they cannot produce more of. So for me, when we look at the triangle offerings that we talked about earlier, you got to have land, right? So we can go in and buy all kind of stuff together, right? Why can't we go in and buy some land? One, because landowners get the biggest tax breaks in America, right? I helped Rick Ross get a bull. That was a partnership, so I get cool with the bull people. Because guess why? Once we put a couple bulls on, I told the play to him. I say, bro, we're going to help Ross get this bull, and then we're going to go to them and get 2 bulls and 7 cows. You know why? Because now everything on the land becomes free.
And then if you look at the cattle futures market, he'll know the best price in which to buy the damn
That's a
bull.
fact. There you go.
To Ross.
Facts. So it was like understanding how not to there's a difference between tax avoidance, right? That's cool. So you just find ways. Wealth preservation is the one thing nobody talks about. There's 3 levels to wealth, right? There's wealth creation, there's wealth accumulation, and then there's wealth preservation. The last part of the part we always miss.
It's the most important.
It's the most important. And so how do I put myself in situations? So one, we get the land. That's an asset that's going to keep going. All right, cool. We all right. That's the remix. He ad-libbing. It's okay. And then the next thing was, how do we now produce agriculture? So real estate is one thing, and then agriculture is another thing. They're first cousins in the land area, right? So how do we now get that, right? So now we produce livestock and vegetation from the land. We give some of the vegetation away. It's another write-off. And then we produce cattle on the land. I don't want to butcher the cow. I'm going to sell and produce cow, right? And chickens and lambs. And so he like, bro, you out your mind. I'm like, that's all right. It's another trap house for me. Well, it's okay.
More commodities.
Well, it's more commodities. I can help Ian in the futures market, telling him what I'm paying for my cows. And so now we can write off all of that. And now that affects other parts of my life and business where I'm writing off so much taxes on this, where other parts of my life become free. I want everybody to understand this. If you're in a phase where you're still looking for an income tax refund, you ain't switched over to how to build wealth yet. Because wealthy people don't get income taxes.
Yo.
Feel me? I know y'all ain't care about shit. I'm gonna look for that. I gotta re-up with that shit.
Hey, yo.
Tripping. That's that re-up money. You hear me?
Yo, that's an amazing. Clap it up for that play right there. Shout out to y'all that's an amazing play. I'd be remiss when they tell me I gotta wrap it up, but I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you to personally if there's some stocks or some ETFs or some indexes that they should have on their watch list right now.
Go ahead. You go first. So one of the ones I'm looking for is called Sharps Commerce. So they are the leading industry in disposing medical supplies for hospitals and industries like that. So they're gonna lead in waste, hazardous, and all those stuff that hospitals throw away. They're a leader in that. So I know it's SMED. That's what I'm looking at. And cybersecurity is Fortnite FTNT.
Perfect. And what you got?
You already know my answer.
Two
VTI, Apple, Microsoft. Now, I'm going to be for real. For those of you in healthcare, you're sleeping on Stryker.
Please don't.
Stryker has a medical mafia in a hospital space.
Yep.
So if we go to war, people still have to go into hospitals and occupy those beds. One of the best businesses that I've seen. Stock price is amazing, and they almost have no competition. Ask anyone that you know that's a doctor or nurse who is the top competitor to Stryker. They're gonna get on.
I like Thermo Fisher too.
That's his pick.
I like Thermo Fisher.
Hey, yo, they tell me that. So we gotta wrap up. So first of all, I want to thank both of you gentlemen. First time this never happened. Clap it up for Wall Street Trapping Ian Dunlap.
Thank you.
I want to shout out our Ally family, our United Masters family, obviously the UIL family.
Hey, aren't you tired of all the hype about AI? AI this, AI that.
All right, y'all. Well, yeah, it's Monday. Happy Monday. Labor Day. Markets closed. We're open. Market Monday is open.
Yeah. Thanks. The market is closed, but Market Monday is open, man. Definitely glorious beginning of the fall. Everybody's the unofficial end of summer.
It's true. Oh, man.
So, it's true. It's true. When they say you can't wear white after Labor Day, but
I'm breaking all them rules, yo.
Every day. I wear white all year round. But for the casuals, they say don't wear white after Labor Day.
Who made that rule?
It's one
of random, sure.
Sean Paul Gaultier, somebody.
Yeah. School's back. People in the Northeast.
Yes.
Fashion Week is about to start.
Yes.
New York. There's a lot going on, man.
West Indian Day Parade today. Shout out to all the Caribbeans out there. We represented on the Parkway. Love is love.
Football's back. Summer basketball is over. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to Clash TV, man. I was out. They had me in Harlem last night till 2 o'clock.
I saw.
Through Parks. It was crazy. Shout out to Jim Jones. Shout out to C. Will. Shout out to Chris Gotti. Shout out to Davies. It was a very nostalgic day yesterday in Harlem, man. Shout out to all the basketball enthusiasts out there that always run up on me that watch Market Mondays, that ask questions about their stock portfolio. So, yeah.
And huge.
Huge shout out to Lauren and Sean from the USTA. They had us at the U.S. Open this week, which is incredible. First time attending a match. Shout out to my boy Francis Tiafo. Actually won his match. Coco Golf was yesterday. So shout out to them. That was a dope experience. Extremely hot in New York. A lot going on in the city. And like you said, man, it's back to school. So prayers on all my educators, all the students out there, all the parents. It's that time of year again, man. So I want everybody to have an incredible school year, start off the right way. And nothing's like your back to school gear, right? Like that first day of school, like my kids are ready. It's picked out your fresh kicks. So it's always an exciting time. But yeah, I pray everybody has a great year.
Yeah, it's been back to school for a large part of our audience, but just for New York, because I don't want to focus this solely on where we live, because I know Atlanta, Georgia, Texas. They
started in August.
Beginning of August. Yeah. So California. So
they had their moment. This is our moment. Shout out to the Northeast. Big fat shout out to you. Yeah.
Rest in peace to Fat Man Scoop.
Absolutely.
He passed away suddenly over the weekend. So somebody that was definitely a great supporter of ours brought us out at the Apollo.
Mm-hmm.
He was he got Floyd Mayweather for us when we did MSG. And over and above that, just somebody that was always in communication. Used to send voice notes on WhatsApp all the time. Was asking questions about investing, just very integral as far as how he could help. Always looking to add value, and just a very big supporter of not only us but everybody in the financial literacy space. Like whether it was Alex, Good Energy, watched that episode and he had questions about trucking, and it was he just was very supportive of the movement.
Loved Blackout, yo. Every show. Yo, he in New York, he loved Blackout, yo. My God, yeah.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, terrible. Just an amazing human being, like you said. And I seen all the posts going up, and everybody had a voice note for him, which I thought was dope. So we went back and checked some of the voice notes. It's an untimely loss, but his spirit lives on, man. Just try to live yourself as a great human being like he did. I think that would be the best way to carry on his name.
Sure.
Yeah, he's one of the few individuals, like when someone passes and everyone's like, oh, he's a great person. He actually was like super supportive, super loving, always willing to share gems and, lessons on brotherhood and navigating the industry. So to the family, my condolences. Rest in peace, my brother. This one was real tough to deal with.
Yeah, rest in peace to Fat Man Scoop, and condolences to his family. I got some other announcements, but I'll make them throughout the show because I don't want to go too lengthy in the introduction. But I will say this: big episode of Earn Your Leisure tomorrow, 1:00. We got John Burns, who's a dope entrepreneur and out of the DC area, and he opened up a social club in Kenya. So,
wow, okay,
yeah.
So we got this continent about the continent of Africa, and then he also has a social media type platform which is similar to LinkedIn. For business. So he's very interesting entrepreneur. So that's going to be a dope episode. And then for Blackout, we got a special Blackout. We're going to release the Shannon Sharp episode. Shannon Sharp.
Let's go.
The Invest Fest. So this Wednesday, our conversation with Shannon Sharp that we had at Invest Fest will be released on Blackout at 10:00 Eastern Standard Time. It's going to be a dope one, man. He covered a variety of different things, from Skip Bayless to his grandma started crying. Haters, Cat Williams, episode. It's very, very interesting.
Emotional time up there.
Very thought-provoking.
And I know they don't always want to hear about your clothes, but the pink pants, the purple pants with the boy, you.
I'm about to say, don't get the colors wrong, Ian.
Went crazy. I said, oh.
We can do it. We can do it. We do it.
Fashion Bomb that picked that one up. That was fire, yo.
Shout out to Fashion Bomb. Yeah, facts. Oh, and also we started a new YouTube page called EYL Clips. We'll be putting clips from Earn Your Leisure on the short, so you don't have to get confuddled with the episodes, because people say that it's hard to kind of find content. So
that's a good word.
Follow EYL Clips.
Confuddled.
EYL Clips on YouTube. Yeah. And like I said, there's a few other announcements, but I want to make those throughout the course of the episode.
Yeah. I forgot to shout it out last week, and I told her when we met up at EYLU meetup. Shout out to Mercedes, man, who was one of the volunteers. Shout out to all the volunteers who are at InvestFest. The clips are still going. So shout out to everybody that's sharing their clips, sharing their weekly recaps. It's been an incredible moment. And I just saw your drum entrance again. Somebody posted it. After you posted it, somebody put the drum entrance up again. It was an incredible week. So shout out to everybody that helped make that possible. And Mercedes, I told you, I got you. But you know how this works.
Yeah. Oh, wait, Ian, you got...
I was going to throw it to him. Ian, you got anything you want to say to the folks?
Shout out to everybody who was at InvestFest. Shout out once again to Atlanta Drum Academy. Rest in peace to my brother, Fat Man Scoop. Miss you dearly. Red Panda family, if I made you money, please put yes in chat. Had an amazing stock club call last night, and to everyone who joined on the sale. I think you may have, a few more hours to join, and then it's finito. So go to ianinvest.com if you want to get rich from the market. And to anybody who's been saying I've been gatekeeping information, please jump off a bridge. Y'all killed. We're not doing it this year, y'all. Like, gay wrong stage. Come on, what is we talking about? The damn job. They lied about the 800,000 jobs this year, and I told y'all a year in advance. And but namaste, Rashad. I got you. I love y'all dearly, and I'm so thankful and appreciative to have all of you here. And on Blackout, I'm going to be in my Loverboy bag.
Okay. Okay.
So, we got to straighten the man out a little bit too, you know what I mean?
We're going to put
Cam Newton had a hot week. Nick Cannon had a hot week. We got to come in very calm. What's the male version of Demure? Whatever that is, I'm coming on them vibes of Black.
Now it's the very everything. Very demure, very polite, I'm like, everything is very now.
Y'all run this very into the ground.
Very tired.
Yes. For real. Mm-hmm.
Y'all know how this works, man. This is our disclaimer. Do your own research. Our content is intended to be used and must be used for informational purposes only. It's very important to do your own analysis before making any investment based on your own personal circumstances. You should take independent financial advice from a professional in connection with, or independently research and verify any information that you find in our show and wish to rely upon, whether for the purpose of making an investment decision or otherwise. Continue to do the research, share the research. Let's make money. Let's be happy. Let's spread love. Let's show love. Let's reach out to our people. Let's do all those things. Let's build community.
Absolutely.
Love is love.
Can we talk about that? I know you guys always say a relationship, but like, in light of his passing, please call your friends and family more. Let's not wait till these moments to happen before you like reaching out to people. So,
facts.
Yeah.
So let's start with Eli Lilly, a company that we haven't covered in a while. So what's Eli Lilly's future as a $1 trillion pharma company? Could Eli Lilly become the first pharmaceutical company to reach $1 trillion market cap? And what role do weight loss drugs play in the potential valuation?
Lilly, that's one of my favorite companies of all time. Stock is currently at $960, which is incredible for a pharma company. Rashad, I can hear a sentiment now. Have we gotten to a peak that's too high and it needs to come down? At some point, yes, but with the weight loss market being so hot and then being one of the leaders in it, hopefully they'll split at some point. Because if they crack above 1,000, I think it would be too pricey for the average investor. But I do see it breaking above 1,000 and then starting to retrace. But I do think in the pharma space, Buffett did it last week with Berkshire, have a valuation of $1 trillion. I think Eli Lilly will be on its way very soon. But with a few companies having this valuation, it's very interesting to see. 10 years ago, this wouldn't have happened so easily. I think we have an over-concentration in a few companies, and at some point we're going to have a conversation about when the economy is going to correct and level the playing field. I don't know if we'll do it tonight, but in that pharma space, Lilly would be the first to do so, but we've seen NVIDIA pull it back. They missed earnings. We'll talk about that later. But do I think they'll hit the $1 trillion? Yes. Are they overdue for a pullback?
Yes, because I don't know how long they can continue to just knock these earnings out of the park as well and have blockbuster drug after drug. But it's definitely one of my favorite companies in the health space by far.
What if there was a way to know if a stock will be bullish or bearish the day before? The truth is, there actually is one way.
Hey everybody, this is Michael Love. I'm in the middle of New York City, obviously at the Charging Bull here. Pretty representative as options trading has become one of the fastest growing money-making opportunities out there. Trade with me now is very different. I'm going to show you how we're different. Is your trading account suffering right now, but you're wondering, what do I do to start winning consistently and start making those big returns you've seen other traders make, the returns that you know are possible? Here's the honest truth. I struggled like that for a while. Trading did not replace my job for 15 years until I basically had a stroke of luck. My cousin, who's a professional stock trader, making over $2 million a year, finally had me over to his house and show me some behind-the-curtain stuff, so to speak. I know that sounds a little storybook, but it was quite honestly the missing piece I needed to get to the next level. I was a decent trader before that, but once I learned to look at a specific set of market internals every day, which I call the Market Weather Report, that's when things really took off for me. I'm actually a chef. You can look me up. Chef Michael Love. I wrote a cookbook called The Salvage Chef Cookbook. But I love trading, and I got tired of the hard work and long hours of being in the kitchen. When I finally cracked the code of trading, I was able to quit my job as an executive chef in Miami and trade full-time. I started Trade With Me Now because friends and family were knocking my door down, asking me to trade for them or text them what I was doing. It all just became way too much. So on the suggestion of a friend, I started this company to help other people make money trading and to make some money in the process myself. So every month, I send out on average 20 to 30 trades to our members. These are the exact trades I'm taking in my own account day in and day out in real time. Our members get the trade right before I take it. Every alert includes the ticker, the expiration date of the option, the price you should grab it at, and why I'm taking the trade, everything. Then I send out a text when you should get out of the trade. And it's also the only two-way trade alert service out there. That means if you have a question about the trade, you can just text back and you'll get an answer from me personally. Please let us know if you see this from any other service because we're yet to find it anywhere else. It doesn't matter what level trader you're at. If you're a brand new beginner, you can start just following the trades within the first week or two. And here's the best part. When you join Trade With Me Now, you get 30 days of text alerts included so that you can try them out and make sure they're profitable within the first month. This is truly the fastest way to trading success with none of the pain of trading in the dark and spinning your wheels for years. Click the button below to see the whole offer and get started today. And listen, don't take my word for it. We literally have a full wall of hundreds of these testimonials from members, and they're all unsolicited. I obviously don't have enough time to go through all the member reviews here or even cover our entire offer. So just click the button below and head over to tradewithmenow.com to check out everything that you get for an extremely low price. People love Trade With Me Now because when you're following our trades, you're following my trades in real time. And there really is no substitute for trading with a professional who's profitable. There are a couple of key aspects that set Trade With Me Now apart from any other trade alert service and any other trading training company. First, we have the only two-way text alert service in the industry. What does that mean? It means if you have a question about the trade, all you have to do is text it back and you'll receive a response in real time. Next, for full-time members, we have live training sessions 4 times per week, including one live session during trading hours on Tuesday mornings where you can see my whole trading process live. And above and beyond all of this, I teach you every aspect of my system through a comprehensive training course which you can go through at your own pace. Not only that, we give you the one and only indicator you'll ever need to be a successful trader, no matter how much other people want to sell you on expensive toys that don't help your bottom line. We don't do that here at Trade With Me Now. I give you my professional trading plan so you know exactly what to do at every step of the way. And I give you our proprietary trade tracker, which will help you know exactly what you're doing right and where you took a misstep. Not to mention, we also have an extremely active Facebook community where you'll get an answer to any question that you have fast. Between the course, the live training sessions, the two-way trade alerts, and everything else you get at Trade Weekly now. And there's a lot more. You have everything you need to win in the market consistently. Make that side income and eventually kick your JOB to the curb. Get rich and live life on your own terms. Click the button below to learn more about what you get, what the investment is, and how to get started right away. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the live sessions on the inside.
Your future is at your fingertips. Take advantage of the flexibility and diversity of futures trading with NinjaTrader, the #1 rated futures broker. Start trading futures today.
I think the answer is yes on the first question. Do they hit $1 trillion? I think so. As far as when you talk about pharmaceutical companies and those that are groundbreaking and creating new drugs that are just, they're phenomenons at this point, right? Like when we're talking about Ozempic, we think weight loss, but Mounjaro, I mean, obviously we know that was for diabetes. What they've come back with is Zepbound and Wegovy. And not only are they treating weight loss, but you're seeing other health symptoms having effects, whether it's heart disease, right? If you treat obesity, other diseases will obviously, or health care concerns will decrease as well. Heart attacks, heart disease, cardiovascular disease. And now I just saw a report that Wegovy has lessened the death toll from people who have COVID.
Yeah, I saw that. That was an interesting study.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what the correlation is, but shout out to the investor relations team for putting that together.
Right. So you're starting to see it. I don't want to put the title, but it feels like this is this miracle drug at this point. The interesting part is that I think there's still growth. When you talk about these drugs, they're still injected. When the pill form comes, you're going to see an uptick. They're not here yet.
They are able to pull that off.
Right. So that, from an optimistic standpoint, if they haven't created the pill form yet, which will obviously have more mass production, we'll have more pharmaceutical companies, we'll have more prescriptions. That'll be an uptick. So the $1 trillion mark is within reach now. I think it's over, the valuation's like 890, maybe 895. So it's there. You add into these things. Obviously, we know the country with the most health concerns when it comes to obesity is the United States. I mean, there's a clear path to a $1 trillion valuation. How long they stay there, we'll see. But I think that the pharmaceutical component, the weight loss component, definitely is going to attribute to it, and you can see the path very clear.
Yeah, and if they make headway in the Alzheimer's space with that drug, I mean, about dynasty. I mean, think about it, in 2020, they were at 148. I think when we started the show, 130 or 148. Now they're almost at $1,000. Like, some attributes of the company that I do love. You don't hear anything about the founder. You don't hear too much about the current CEO or board. They've never signed anybody breast at a convention. They just do the work. Shout out to Jensen, but I'm like, that's when things start to go a little bit awry and Blackwater and get delivered. Amazing company. Shout out to everybody in Indianapolis who may be working at the monopoly, but they are going to outperform the market for a long period of time for sure. One of my favorites in Stock Club for sure.
Yeah, and that pill process, it takes a while. Right, so that's not something that's going to happen right away. It may take 6 months, may take 12 months, but you can see that that's definitely the road that's just going. Rather than people injecting themselves once a week or daily, that people could just take a pill. It would simplify it. So
the entire Bronx is going to look like Ice Spice if they get that pill form going, yo.
Y'all don't know a Jim? Is you dumb?
I said, girl, you got some allegations to address too, boy. We're going to talk about it on Blackout, but
shout out to the Bronx.
Hell of a turnaround in 2 months, though.
What?
You never worked out before?
You never heard of a treadmill before? What?
I said, wow, okay. But yeah. And then crazy part, Lilly has no major competitors. Johnson & Johnson, no. Pfizer, no. Moderna, lost their allure. And that pharma space, they are hefe. So
Yeah. Who's number? Would you say Novo's number 2?
Yeah, Novo for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and those are good two to put into a portfolio if you want to make your own pharma index. I know the ills and evils of pharma companies, but if we're just talking pure gains, those two, that's like having Jordan and LeBron on one team, man. It's hard to lose with them two. Hard to lose. So, Rashad, what you think? Do you think the market has gotten too high on Lilly and it needs a pullback? Because I do love when you like the voice of reason. We did this a couple of years ago with tech and then a pullback. Do you think pharma has gone up or Lilly has gone up too much over a 4-year period?
Yeah, for sure. I think you definitely don't want to start investing in companies at the all-time high. And, pharmaceutical companies traditionally have been ripe for lawsuits, like billion-dollar.
That's a great point.
So, at some point in time, I think that it would be reasonable to anticipate a tremendous lawsuit hitting Eli Lilly. There's going to be side effects for these weight loss drugs that people don't even know about yet. Mm-hmm. And people are using them. They say Mace was on Ozempic.
It did look different, right?
Who knows? But
if they make that freestyle fire, boy, hey, fire up another.
Shout out to Mace. I'm just saying, but that's the thing. So what I mean by that is that it's become so part of culture now that they just using that like Advil.
If you lose weight, that's a goal.
So with that many people using it, I think that they probably will have some mishaps that people have not calculated yet. So that's something that definitely could affect the price of the stock and the overall valuation of the company. But yeah, I mean, overall, healthcare industry is still the biggest business in America. So you can't go against that. Yeah.
Because look, it was 90 in 2016 to be at 900. That's, man.
Yeah.
That is insane to think about. Like, they've outperformed majority of tech stocks. That's interesting.
Yeah. I know Berkshire was the first non-tech stock to hit $1 trillion. They're right there. They're right there. They'll be the next. Yeah, they'll be the next.
Yeah.
Okay, Huawei versus Apple. The Chinese often been noted as a Chinese version of Apple. The second largest cell phone maker in the world because they have such a huge presence in China. Even though people in America, I don't think anybody in America is using their products, but are they positioning themselves to actually be a real competitor to Apple?
It's interesting because at one point they were trying to get their phone tier, and from a brand standpoint, I think it's a great lesson to write down. Like, anytime the lead gets too close, that's the time to panic. You know who didn't panic in time? Intel. At one point, I know y'all tired of me beating this drum, but shout out to Atlanta Drum Academy. You have to care about the lead being lost when you see your competitors are slowly encroaching on your space. And truth be told, as big as Huawei is, even though they won't have America or Canada, they could get parts of Mexico. And for the first time in a long time, in our adult lives, like, think about this. Microsoft now is more popular than Apple. Like, if I would have told you that 10 years ago, you'd be like, man, you own Ozempic and Dust too, right? So now Microsoft is more popular. The CEO is more popular. I didn't even know they had a new phone coming out. That's not a good sign. What you guys call it, the eye test? I don't hear anybody talking about that I want the new iPhone or a new iPad or new AirPods Pro. That's a scary sight. So am I a little bit concerned? Yes. But I have heard that like Apple's doing some things on the iOS side that would be amazing, but I think the hardware needs a huge overhaul. But the overall bigger point of like the Chinese economy, EVs are taking some of Tesla's lead away. Like, this geopolitical war is heating up, and they're trying to take market share from us for sure. So it's something you have to definitely keep your eyes on.
Yeah, this is they want that smoke, like, pretty much, right? They heard when
tariffs hurt.
Yeah, they saw when the iPhone announcement is happening. They're doing their announcement the day after. They said, we're going to step on your release, pretty much. And they've tried this before, right? When they tried to get the American market, they were the first ones to have 5G, and then we put a ban on them bringing the 5G here. And now with the phone, like you said, the release around it, there hasn't been as much hoopla. And usually you see like leaks leading up to it. I haven't really seen any leaks about the iPhone 16. All we hear is that AI is going to be integral and part of it. And if you want to have the AI services that it provides, you're going to have to upgrade. But what they've done is, number one, they've taken that market in China, which is so vital to the growth of Apple's revenue. And they've said, yeah, we're going to compete here. So for the first time, I think in June, Apple fell out of the top 5 phone providers in China. Wow, we're not good. Which is not a good sign. But they also decided to step into an industry that Apple backed out of, and that's the electric vehicle. So they're going to announce that as well. From all the reports, is that they're announcing the phone, new series of phones, plus they're announcing the EV. I mean, you want to take headlines away. You want to take some market share in a country that is needed for the revenue growth. We always talk about how are sales doing domestically, but how are sales doing in China is vitally important. So if they're cracking in on that, it'll be interesting. To see how, I guess not this quarter, but the next quarter, how the iPhone sales do. I know plenty of people. I mean, just from the brand loyalty standpoint, people are going to order it domestically. But I'd be interested in seeing the numbers from overseas after this release.
Once again, the purpose of having a business is to make it a monopoly. So when them tariffs and sanctions got levied in China, China pushed back and said, don't have your little cruddy iPhone here, and start blocking that market. If I was Tim Cook, I would be knocking on both presidential doors like, bro, please just fix this immediately, because now it's starting to hurt our businesses, and that market is so big you cannot avoid being there. Now you have to really be incredibly aggressive in India. But if going back to the BRICS is in formation, that could get blocked off in a few years as well. So I think a great lesson in business is to worry about the new territories and alliances that you could have. And there's no money in war or relationship podcasts. So I know some of y'all try to act like
It was 2 people at InvestFest. That crowd looked pretty fucking big to me. I'm seeing some of y'all review. I want y'all review how many people was there. I went to the vendor marketplace and got stopped for 2 hours. Are we just gonna make stuff up? Is this what we doing?
Oh man,
what do I know?
Yeah, they said
shout to Huawei and shout to Apple.
The phone that they're releasing is the first commercial-ready smartphone that folds twice. Do people want smaller phones? Is that
I don't know, like a selling point? They have some AI in it that works incredibly well. It could be a good competitive advantage. And most companies in China, they'll have a loss to get market share for a couple of years and figure out how to convert it.
Yeah, you change some price points. You have your market, but I think India comes into play here too when we talk about the spread of territory. Obviously, Apple's there, but Huawei, from an international standpoint for them, what's the next region that they try to say, let's expand into? So it'd be interesting to watch.
And if you look at the general smartphone market, like when's the last time you saw a phone that was like, damn, I really want that phone?
We need that one. Right.
Like the double Galaxy fold out, that's fire. Look like a little mini movie projector, but like there isn't much innovation on the smartphone side in America in general.
Facts.
So
it's true. All right. Okay, so now we're going to take a break in our regularly scheduled program, and we're going to go, Ian, if you were not at InvestFest, I'm sure that you heard about Ian's presentation. Legendary outside of the band, but, as far as the information that was provided, about 45 minutes, 50 minutes of just very insightful, high-level information, and was definitely a highlight of the weekend for sure. A lot of people left feeling like that was worth the price of admission within itself. And of course, everybody was not able to attend InvestFest. So we're going to give you guys a treat, and we're going to show you a 10-minute or so segment from Ian's presentation at InvestFest, so you too can gain some insight into the market, into how to be a master investor. So without further ado, roll the clip, please.
Y'all, I'm going to show you how to get rich. Let's get to it. So what I want to do tonight is give you every secret that I know for how to build your own crystal ball. If I made you money, can I get a hell yeah? If I made you money, can I get a hell yeah? Let's get to it. So you guys always ask me, how do I get into the market? I'm going to break it down for you tonight. Please screenshot, right? There's 8 places I want you to get in. 20 EMA, the 72 EMA, the 100 EMA, the 200, and number 9 is really important, the 50% retracement of the day. So when the market is half off on the day, that's an area where you can buy to look to hold for the long term. Now, point of control is really important because it's like an equator. It's the middle line for where the market should be. So you ever heard me say like NVIDIA is going to drop to 91? And y'all like, how the hell do you know NVIDIA going to 91? Point of control allows me to know where the market is going to go. Y'all got y'all screenshot or no? Okay.
If you've got more than $10,000 in the bank and you're thinking about investing in e-commerce or trucking automation just to get a measly 5 to 7% annual return, I have something exciting to share with you. There's a smarter, more profitable way to put your money to work. Let's talk about ATN. ATN is automated trading network, and it isn't your typical investment platform. We're a private community with exclusive access to some of the world's leading trading platforms. Our gold members are securing monthly returns of 10 to 14%, and our diamond members are doing even better. Those returns significantly surpass ROI typically seen with stocks or real estate. So how do we make
See or no? Okay. 5 biggest trading mistakes. Y'all like, he went to Mexico 2 times and I ain't know Spanish. Como se dice? I don't know that much. For my traders, here are 5 of the biggest mistakes that you make. Number 1 is incredibly important. Red Panda Rebellion, make some noise. Number 1, too tight of a stop loss. So when you're trading, you don't want to have your stop loss so tight that you end up getting whipped out of the market. So here's my secret. If you're going long or buying,
You want to place your stop at the bottom of the market, stay bottom of the market. And if you're shorting, because you think the market is going to drop, you want to place your stop at the top of the market, say top of the market. I need y'all to say it like y'all want to make some fucking money, though. Thank you. Number 2, stop changing your targets. Master one target endlessly so you can be able to create all the freedom you want. Say, I will make one target my goal. This side don't want no money. Let me come to this side. Say, I will make one target my goal. I'm going to stay with this side. Number 3, not marrying your plan for 4 years. Now, I've seen some of y'all in the lobby getting mixy, fellas. You know, ladies, making sure your portfolio for you get that number up. Right? But what I want you to do, since you won't be faithful in your relationships, is to marry your target in investing. These are just jokes written by 85 South. Right? I ain't dirty backing. Number 4, thinking that more information is going to make you rich. The people that I know that have made millions of dollars in this market, Red Panda Rebellions, and who have made hundreds of thousands, they stuck to the same plan over and over again. How many of you heard me say 2 Tech 2 Index? How many of y'all made money from it? Investing is not complicated. For 125 years, they told us investing was hard because they didn't want us to be a part of it. If I made you money, can I get a hell yeah? All of you keep asking, how do I hedge if we have a recession? During a recession is the time for you to buy the best companies in the world. Buying the best companies is the hedge. Now, if you can trade as well, you can make a lot of money as the market is falling, but buy VOO, VTI, Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, use that 50% retracement, write this down, over the last decade, and that will tell you what to buy. So when we come to a 50% drop on a 10-year basis, you know where to load the boat. We already know August and September are the biggest months of the drop. So your investor season needs to start in August and September. When the market falls, hold, and you'll see all of your gains go up in March. For my traders, I hate RSI. But if you're going to use it, use 95-5 instead of 70-30 or 80-20, okay? And this is an important lesson. Price action is not more important than you marrying your target. Say, I will marry my target. Y'all are losing me. Let's go over here. I will marry my target. Thank you. So price action is how the market moves. But what matters is will you stick to the same price for when to get in and when to get out. If you're up 100% take profit, if you get up to 500% take profit, no matter what. Any of you got in on the video? I love y'all. And notice when it got to 500%, that's when it started to falter and come down. So for long term, hold until you get 5x return. If you're trading, get 100%, 200% return, and then you can look to exit. Please, screenshot this. You have to know the average true range for how fast or slow a market will move. So if you know what the stock has done over the last 4 years, you will know how much you need to buy. And for my traders, if you know that, let's say, the Euro USD only moves on average 125 pips, you can have a 100-point target and you'll be okay, okay? For my traders, the Asian session, 5 p.m. Central, is best for you to trade, okay? The American session is amazing for my more experienced traders, but if you want to make money consistently, please trade the London session. Some of you will tell me, I don't want to get up at 2 or 3 in the morning, but if a Val call you at 2, 3 in the morning, you're going to slide, right? So I want you to be as dedicated to getting your dollars as you want when I get something else, okay? I'm going to keep it clean, my dad here. How to tell the direction of the market. This is my ultimate secret. Please screenshot this. Any of you be like, man, there's no way in hell Bitcoin will go to 20 grand. You ain't tripping. Look at the month chart first, say month chart. Then I want you to go to the weekly, then the day, then the hour. Una hora, say it. Hey, let's go. Right? So when you see the month, the week, the day are all green, that's an indication to buy. If you see the month, week, and day are all red, that means the market is dropping. Don't touch it. There's nothing else you need to know about the direction of the market. You want 4 green lights if you're trading to buy. Month, week, day, hour, then you can buy. Say it with me. Month, week, day, hour. Let me come to the money side. Month, week, day, hour. Buy. Month, week, hour, day. Buy. Come on, I need y'all to step it up. What we gonna do? Okay? Some of you keep asking me, how do I know if a stock is going to be a surefire hit? On the institutional side, whatever BlackRock and Vanguard says, shout out to BlackRock, is law. The companies they invest in are law, right? But you have to make sure that they're number 1 or 2 in the industry. But if you want to know which companies are going to be amazing in the future, go to AngelList and Y Combinator. They will tell you the companies of the future that are going to dominate. So when Sam created OpenAI, Y Combinator was his baby where he incubated talent. So when you're seeing the companies that are going to develop that run our lives the next 5 or 6 years, if AngelList is big on them and then BlackRock and Vanguard didn't support them, it's an immediate home run. If BlackRock and Vanguard does not own the asset, I don't want you to touch it. Apple, Microsoft, NVIDIA, all owned by who? BlackRock and Vanguard. Make sense or no? Thank you. And also State Street. These screenshots, please. So if all of these brands are not in love with the company, like Rivian, no slight to them, but all of these 5 companies that run the market did not love them, they did not do incredibly well. Now the VIX is really important. Recently, the VIX went up to 65. Everybody was terrified, right? These are the levels that you need to write on your chart and be aware of. If we go to 65, which we just hit, or 82, if we get to 155, it's going to be hell on earth. So I hope we don't go there. But these 2 levels, here's what I want you to do. If you hear the market is going through extreme compression or contraction, and the VIX gets to 65, I want you to buy the top 5 stocks in the market and don't do anything else but hold. Did any of you get in when I called on Market Mondays the market was going to turn around in about 14, 15 days? When it hits these historic levels, the VIX is showing you how bad the market is at that time, but the VIX never stays down for more than 90 days. So when I saw it went to 65, that was the time for us to load up. If I made you money, can I get a hell yeah?
Hey, real estate investors, big heads up. Don't tell anybody, but I'm going to show you how to get in the real estate game. We're going into a recession. Seriously, this is going to be the biggest opportunity.
Went to 65, that was the time for us to load up. If I made you money, can I get a hell yeah?
What did you just press
Okay.
the button?
Round of applause. Round of applause. Very
The crazy part, I'm gonna figure out how to get a stage for the show. The little demure sit down vibe is cool, but when I get to walk around,
Oh yeah, the
Boy.
needs to be turned on.
Hey, wait, talk about preparation, man. How long did it take you to prepare for that moment?
man, no bullshit, probably 6 months. Because I remember when I first said, "Hey, I want to do multiple days of the show," I was like, "For real?" Like, yup. You have, even in being entertaining and providing information, there's different levels of information. You guys will see with the Shannon Sharp interview, like there's nuggets that he gave there that I think are incredible business lessons. But I probably wrote out 600-700 talking points, and I had to pare down to the best 90 slides. So it's some stuff I never talked about before. Shout out to Stock Club. We went over volume profile last night. Like, I have to get in my bag because I know what people say. Oh, y'all doing blackout. Okay. Let me remind you why I'm here. Please let me remind you.
That was excellent presentation. As I said, something that everybody that I spoke to had tremendous high praise for it. And, it's one of these things. It's not easy to speak in front of people for a long period of time. That's difficult to do. So to have a presentation, like I said, to go 45, 50 minutes is an underrated achievement within itself, because most people are on panels. That's easier.
fireside chat. That's easier. You still have to have information, but when you're just by yourself, that's like being on an island, and there's no recourse for help. Like you can't take a break. You can't rely on somebody else to answer a question. You can't rely on the host of the panel to kind of give you some minutes to think about what you're going to say next. So it's a very difficult task. So once again, congratulations on that.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I got to add to that because it talks about the preparation. That's why I asked it. If you watch the presentation, you're looking straight onto the crowd. Right? You're talking directly to them. Whereas people might get befuddled up there, right? Right? Yeah, you have slides, but those are just to remind the people that you know you. Like that ain't even for you. That's for them, right? So like when you're going through it, and I watch you do it plenty of times. I've sat behind the stage. I sat in front of the stage to watch you do it. It really is a masterclass on how to present. I think you don't get a lot of credit for that. Yes, the information is ridiculously good and it's life changing, but the art of presentation, I think, is something that people should study from that. It was incredible.
Thank you. You need both. And also, can we talk about, from a brand perspective, the power of can you hit the shot when you need a bucket?
Yeah.
I could have asked you to do multiple days and flopped on both days. Different conversation. Hey, brother, I appreciate you next year. Panel for sure. Early. We're 10 a.m., 9:30. Called to perform. Can you get the bucket? Game 6. Byron Russell push off cross. Hold a 4. Come on, man. So, but I'm honored to be on the stage and then to be able to show out, like make all the prep worth it for real.
For Pete, man.
No, for sure, man. And with that being said, that's a window into InvestFest presentation, but it's also a window into Red Panda Stock Club, the legendary Red Panda Stock Club. So, last week we did the annual InvestFest Stock Club sale, which we've done for the last couple of years after InvestFest, which was a 50% off a Stock Club. And said that was going to be the last Stock Club sale of the year. It still is.
Yeah.
And the response was tremendous. But we're extending it because we have gotten at least over 100 requests to extend it for a little bit more time. So 24 hours, we've added 24 hours. We wanted to give you at least 2 episodes. It's the same sale, 50% off of Stock Club, which grants you 3-year access to Stock Club, which grants you access to Sniper, which grants you access to the best entries as far as when to actually buy the stocks. You get the calls, you get the communities, you get the gym of the day. So this is a program that actually, plants the seed for you. If this was a garden, it plants the seeds for you, right? So now we can tell you to buy Eli Lilly, but in Stock Club, you'll say, okay, Eli Lilly, look at it when it turns 750. That might happen in the next 8 weeks or so. It's using that as an example. And that makes a tremendous difference, especially if you're trading, if you're doing on the option side or future side. But even if you're long-term investing, it's always better to know when to actually buy. And we give prices on Market Mondays, but it's hard to give 100 prices on Market Mondays or 25 prices on Market Mondays. So this gives an assortment of different prices of entries to when to buy, along with other things, along with education, along with community, along with the Sniper program, which actually helps you, develop trading skills if you want to be a trader. So this is high-level education, and this is 50% off sale that we have extended 1 week to today. So you have 24 hours to take advantage of this, and you can take advantage of it by going to ianinvest.com. ianinvest.com. There's no promo code needed. There's nothing. You just go to ianinvest.com. Within 24 hours, if you are waiting, this is the last. This is it.
Yep, this is the last one. I promise. Yeah, I know. Yo, Black Friday is coming back. Black Friday, I'm going to be in Mexico. Promise you.
Final call.
I promise you.
It's the final call. Nope. So go to ianinvest.com if you're interested. And once again, thank you to all the InvestFest volunteers. You guys were tremendous and did a great job as far as, really helping the whole situation run smoothly. And shout out to everybody that came to InvestFest. And, everybody that spoke on panels, everybody that participated, and everybody that didn't participate but still came. Shout out to Chris Sane. I seen he was there. I saw a bunch of people that were not necessarily on this year's set, and we rotate. So there's always the opportunity to be on Invest Fest, but even not, it's just, I thought it was dope to just see a lot of people come, support, and just connect with their audience, because they have supporters and they have people that follow them that, are excited to see them in person. So shout out to all of the creators, and shout out to everybody that didn't come. If you didn't come, you probably
no. What he was gonna say is that you can get the replay.
Great scream, boy.
That's
Boy, going downhill scream.
Yes, of course. That's
thank
what he does. Sometimes you work together so long, you finish each other's sentences. So,
got you. Partnership, real time. Yes.
Yeah.
Now, Blackout, hey, my boy, I'm with you. Let me get my energy up. Let me breathe a little bit. But Blackout.
Thank you. Yeah, we appreciate y'all. Yep.
Yes. We're going to remain dignified. I'm going to be on Michelle Obama about when they go low, we go nuclear. What she say? I said,
do something.
Michelle ain't playing no more. Okay.
Do something. Okay.
Yeah.
Far from over.
Oh, but here's a good lesson. If you were not able to present at Invest Fest, or you were not able to participate, I would write my presentation now, sitting it in. Now that there's some downtime, put some fire together. Don't wait till next July. It's too late. Yeah. I would do it now.
The work is happening now.
Absolutely.
The work is happening now.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy to think about, but yeah, it's happening now.
Yeah.
Facts.
I'll come in on an elephant next year, yo. I'll do with tigers and stuff. Ooh. Come on. Come on.
All right.
You gonna put a master class together, or y'all like how y'all put your outfits together? I'm so glad I prepared, because boy, y'all. And Steve, Ellie, what's up? I saw the replay. I said Steve had on a gator jacket, yo.
With the boots.
That was different.
His jacket with the boots.
Yeah, and he's been. I mean, every time we see him, he just looks more healthier. But this time, I feel like he might have lost a little bit more weight, man.
Yeah. Shout out to Jim. I saw Jim Jones yesterday. He had the Uchi bucket on. Have you been following that?
Of course, yeah. I told you I was going to look like
he got a new one, or the same black one he had bought from the
Nah, it was tan. It was tan.
Oh, that's a new one. That's a new one.
He had the Uchi. Yeah. He had the Uchi bucket on.
But the first one was black.
You know what I respect about that? Because he's making a statement, actually. He's kind of making a statement with this. Like, he's showing y'all, like, yo, it don't even matter. Like, y'all made a mockery of this high fashion so much. Fuck, I'm just buy a bootleg shit from Canal. And y'all not
going
to say nothing, and I'm going to rock it, and it's going to be all good. And then it's like, and I seen him with it on. And because he was fresh, he had like a polo rugby type thing. And he had the Uchi bucket. And somebody was like, yo, you got the Uchi? He was like, yeah, you know it. And I'm like, you know what, man?
Jury phenomenal, too.
I mean, he's looking at it like he done did it so long. Like, what could you say to him? He done did this thing so long.
Yeah.
Like, yeah. Told everybody, go get the little earrings from Claire's.
The Uchi bucket is crazy.
Yeah.
Shout out to Jim, man. The Uchi bucket. I seen that yesterday. I was dying. But yeah, man.
Man make the clothes don't make the man.
That's a fact.
It is.
That's an actual fact. Okay. So, concerns about NVIDIA, right? Should investors be concerned about NVIDIA's recent stock market performance? What are the keys, risks? And, this is interesting because it said this actually last week when we referenced Meta. When Meta they had very good earnings last quarter.
Yep.
And their stock dropped because of comments that the COO made, and the market just was a little pessimistic about the comments. It just disregarded the actual fundamentals. And if you haven't watched NVIDIA, they released their earnings last week, and it was positive. Actually, it wasn't bad, but it was a little bit of a disappointment for Wall Street, and as a result, the stock actually dropped. Even so, that's what I'm saying. Stock can drop on positive earnings, and we said this on Monday, and that's exactly what happened on Wednesday. It dropped on positive earnings. So does this mean that the hype is just too much and that it is not? Sometimes in life you can't live up to the hype, right? It's like if you are, or if they're already saying you're the next Michael Jordan, even if you are a great player, you're still going to disappoint 9 times out of 10 because you're not Michael Jordan, right? And that's hard to live up to that type of hype. So is this NVIDIA's hype too much for it to actually, live up to?
No, I think it resets them back to reality. I think we all can agree when they said Blackwell was not going to be announced, that for sure is going to impact the market. I think if you continue to have exponential returns, you need to produce at an exponential level. But I do respect Jensen and the CFO for being honest and saying, hey, we won't be able to release it when we do. I think that'll push the stock up even higher, but I'm glad that they allowed them to reset to come back to a normal price. They bought back a lot of shares, so they're going to give up that lead? No. A lot of AMD has come down, Intel shambles. So they don't have a big competitive threat at the current moment. But I think if they would have announced that Blackwell was going to be released January, February, I think the reviews would have been out of here and the stock would have went up even more. But I respect a CEO, a CFO, a C-suite for being honest about what's going on in the company. And like you said, the revenue miss was slight. They still have a great competitive advantage. From a moat and competitive advantage standpoint, they don't have a nearest competitor. They're still really big in gaming. If Elon's dream of the auto taxi or autonomous taxi market becomes real, they're going to help lead that. So they're fine. It's like if you have one bad quarter in a basketball game, like I'm not trading Michael Jordan in the third quarter because he had 15 points instead of 28. So I think some of this was overhyped, but I'm glad. I can only imagine as a CEO, I'm glad they're back to a realistic expectation. So next quarter, they can over-deliver. But it's hard to over-deliver 8 quarters in a row.
Yeah. I think overhyped. I'm big on the overhyped sensation. When you talk about the numbers, it's kind of like what we were talking about last week. We were like, maybe not a grand slam, but a home run. So I think they still hit a home run. You're talking about revenue increase 122%.
That's like for a company of that size. Like we're not talking about
let me just say that number.
$100 million company. Like
let me just say the number again. The revenue increased 122% year over year, reaching $30 billion, primarily on the data center segment, which brought in $26 billion. The growth is still growing in terms of Hopper and Blackwell. So the issue with Blackwell, which is the new GPU, not so much that it's a production issue, it's how it's being made. So it's more difficult than its predecessor. And so it's taking a little bit more time. But from what I listened to Jensen's call, like I actually listened to him, he's like, pretty much he's saying, y'all bugging. Like, I'm telling y'all this is coming, and I'm telling you why we're having delays.
The least fave I've ever heard. Yep.
Okay, fine.
Yep.
They also bought $50 billion worth of stock back. Like
that tells you how much they believe. Like if it was $2 billion or 1.5, 50 is a lot, bro.
Yeah. So when you see a stock buyback like that, that means the company believes in obviously their investors. They believe in their future guidance, but they're also saying like we're taking shares back, and when there's less shares, obviously the stock price goes up. That didn't happen. Well, why didn't it happen? A couple of reasons, and we kind of alluded to it. It was the idea of how long can they sustain it? Right? How long will the Metas, how long will the Apples and the Microsofts be willing to pay premium dollars for these chips? There's no answer to that because they haven't put them into use yet. We haven't seen if these CapEx expenditures are going to make sense for them long term. So I guess that's the pullback. But yeah, I think overhyped. If it's not Jordan, it's not at this point.
And the crazy part, like when they made the modification to be able to sell into China, like they have 9 mega buyers. Now if you go get Lilly or Lenovo or another big player in Europe, Daniel, I know you got all them Spotify bot farms. You probably want to tap into NVIDIA to help that go. I know the music industry got you. But so that's 5 more buyers. If they're worth this at 9 mega buyers, and we get 7 more in 3 years with Blackwell, what is it going to do?
Pick that guy up, yo.
That's insane.
Yeah, you think about that future product. It hasn't happened yet, but potentially more growth when you're talking about the Chinese market. And then they have some other segments, gaming. They saw auto increase. So there's different pockets that they're actually seeing growth in. It was interesting, like you said. I think it was the last quarter when we watched Meta pull back after just meeting every revenue model. This is part of it. This is part of it. But like I said, either way, you're gonna look at Thursday and say, yes, I'm happy I'm in NVIDIA, or hey, it pulled back a little bit more to a point where I can grab some more shares. I don't think you lose either way. Is it I got a text, a couple of texts like, is this the low to vote number? And I'm like, nah. But somebody caught one of our gems when we were talking about it previously, when we called 107. They're like, well, what's the next target? And I was like, does it start with a 9? And that next target for me was 97. And obviously it hit there. But yeah, it goes down to 119, 117. We take over.
And the crazy part, they haven't even expanded to business to government or national education. Like, they have some big targets on the, like, once again, they have 9 mega buyers.
Where your team at?
And if they add 3, that'll push him up into the 230s, 240. Like, yeah, I think you'll be on the wrong side of history to not be in favor of the stock over the.
Bro, you guys suck, bro.
I'll open this up to both you guys and try to bring this out with you just from an eye standpoint of viewing it. Is it working to his benefit, or will it work to his detriment to be the known CEO, right? Like, we know Tim Cook, we know Zuckerberg, and now Jensen is becoming one of those CEOs that we now know. Does that open it up for attacks?
Yeah, of course. It definitely opens up for attack, but it also could be beneficial as well. I mean, it worked for Elon Musk. It worked for Jeff Bezos.
Jobs.
It worked for Steve Jobs. It's working for Tim Cook. It's working for Sam Altman. So
Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller. Like, if we go back to the history, James Pimp Morgan. Like, I know they'll criticize it sometimes for the celebrity. The one thing that the celebrity part is really good for, everyone write the Q score. If that Q score is high enough, you will find another nest if you get kicked out. As soon as Steve Jobs got replaced by Scully, what'd he do?
I seen y'all when that
Pixar got hot, but he made sure his name stayed in the press. So when he came back, these were my rules in my company. I'm going to run it how I want to run it. Kind of hard to do if no one knows you. Yeah. That's the part of it. Like, you need that celebrity CEO. And if you look at the index, the celebrity CEOs, okay, really quick, who's the CEO of Intel?
Well, how about let's take Bezos, right? Amazon CEO. Pajesi is now the CEO. That's kind of like just doing a job, growing business, kind of out of the limelight. Same thing with Lilly. He's kind of out of the limelight, even to a set. The teller at Microsoft. He's done interviews. Quieter, right? So I'm just there's two distinctive type of CEOs. I'm just appreciate it, right? Because I could see as Jensen, he's becoming a superstar. He's becoming a star, becoming a household name. The leather jacket, the sign in the movies.
See, that's the part that once he did that, and he went WWF Shawn Michaels, I said, boy, you done went too far. And we'd all been there.
The movie sign?
I prefer my CEO to not be signing nobody titties at a convention.
Well, most of the largest companies in American history have always had a superstar CEO.
Absolutely.
Especially in the last 20 years. If you look at Microsoft, they had Bill Gates. If you look at Apple, they had Tim Cook. They had Steve Jobs. If you look at Tesla, they had Elon Musk. If you look at Amazon, they have Jeff Bezos.
Michael Dell from Dell Computer.
The only one, maybe Google. The CEOs aren't as well, and they haven't really, put themselves out there as other former people that I just named. But most of the top 5 companies, if you look at Meta, you have Mark Zuckerberg. Most of the top 5 companies have had superstar CEOs.
Yep.
Like 90%. So it's inevitable. It's just inevitable.
But one of the things I talked about on stage at InvestFest, character of the founder or CEO. I don't think Jensen has a character issue, but I do like if my CEO is public facing, have impeccable character. You see that with Satya. You see it with Tim Cook. You've seen it with even at Google with Sergey, like very little scandals, very little issues. So Zuckerberg, very little scandals, right? So it digs more into the character of the person. But even from that boob sign and thing, like he's cleaned it up since then, and I think focused back in. So I would prefer a silent CEO like the one at Lilly, but if you can be a rock star and deliver, it's definitely a multiple on that for sure.
Yeah, I'm just thinking from a standpoint when we think of these rock stars, all the guys that you just named.
That was me, the guy.
Antitrust usually comes. SEC hearings usually. Now you look at Zuckerberg 3 years ago. It felt like every month he's sitting in front of Congress trying to defend himself and his business. Whereas we haven't seen that yet from Jensen. We haven't seen it yet, but it could be coming.
Yeah, college. You can't avoid that. Like I said, Google. They
still
don't
there.
have a superstar CEO. So no, if you get to the top 5, you're gonna get. You're gonna make the rounds. Yeah, it's inevitable.
Yeah, it happened with AT&T. Like when it was My Bell, people didn't know they broke up AT&T over monopolist practices. Most people didn't know the CEO then. So yeah, if you become top 5, it's going to happen regardless. So
top 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can't avoid it. Can't.
Good problem. Got to stay hot at all costs, no matter what.
It's a good problem, right?
Say something.
It's a great problem to have. You have $1 trillion market cap, and then you took a company from $90, now it's worth $1,000. Rock star. And we're gonna be very honest, Jensen, not as great as Steve Jobs, but he is this generation's Steve. Like we need that for, even as a bunch of American brands have been sold off internationally, we need superstar CEOs to look to as a beacon of hope in the market.
Yeah, really, and even I feel like they're not in a position to really get. They don't have. They need their services. The chips is something that's vitally important. So you can't attack. You can only attack them so much. What they got to look out for copycats, like people that's like their competitors that's coming in the space. That probably more of a threat to them than the government. People that want to like, because even like if you talk about, like we joke about the fashion thing, but you can just see like in the financial literacy space, a lot of people have copied. Like, you start to see drip reports or people wearing eye spectacles that don't need prescription glasses. I'm just being honest. So when you set a mark, right, you're going to have people that start to copy, right? So it's up to you to be one step ahead. That's why it's like, okay,
all times.
We're not doing pajamas and shit. We're going to do suits. So now y'all copy that. And then, you know what I'm saying? Because
continue to pivot.
If you don't reinvent yourself, you're destined. It's just because at a certain point in time, when everybody starts to copy you, if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, the replica is going to get more traction than the original. And then it's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to really know who's the original and who's not the original.
Facts.
Like the "Give Me My Money" thing, like the dude that started that is from our neighborhood. Nobody knows.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, shout out to Jono. Nobody knows that. He went viral 10 years ago off that, but it's gotten so diluted now that it doesn't matter. The original person that started it doesn't even matter. Unfortunately, that happens all the time with culture. Like we see stuff that happens all the time with who started this dance.
It was a good game.
J-Boy, JB, Block Boy started this, right? And it's like by the time Fortnite got it, it's Fortnite's thing. Everywhere. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So I think that's important for all the entrepreneurs out there to kind of keep in mind that you're gonna get competition from people that's copying what you're doing. That's part of it. What are you doing to reinvent yourself and staying one step ahead?
Yeah, my biggest worry about NVIDIA is if they expand into China, will China be able to recreate those chips? If so, that is something we don't want.
Given the access to the technology.
If you get close enough, because China's so great at replicating everything.
Well, China's at it with Japan right now over chips. Yeah, so it's going to be an interesting
time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, there's always AMD, guys.
Hey, sure.
Which is a great company. Great company.
Yeah.
Second fiddle, but great company.
Yep. Harold Meyer.
Pay attention who did this, quote unquote. I know we always kind of gloss over it when we
Sure.
say like nobody knows what's in the CHIPS Act, but like really read it and look where the money is going.
You can
So
see
the
it.
government is saying that we're not letting these companies die. We're actually putting money into these companies to make sure that we stay dominant and we don't become as reliant on other companies that are overseas. Look at
And
that.
then Intel got that money and then talk about they want to split it into two companies. Y'all ain't Damon Hove. What is like what? Come on, man. Don't nobody want two factions of that garbage.
Well,
Shout you off, have a run for
Get
you.
his ass, bro.
They're gonna run a play. Intel, the exec's about to come after you.
These are just jokes.
You get him shot in over.
I'm gonna put on my
Grenades.
cape then. You know, I'm just cheering to my audience.
Those are grenades in that top.
Cop order, please.
I got a Dell computer right here with an Intel chip.
For real. A compact Corsair, compact with a Pentium 3 processor in it. Right.
what about the potential
That's the
$10
last
trillion
episode, too.
valuation?
Of NVIDIA.
Yeah.
Shout out to the analysts who came up with it. I've been there too, trying to make a hot point, and 10 trillion is crazy. I ain't even, I ain't even gonna hold you. That's crazy. What's the entire valuation of the whole stock market? 52? Bruh, like 10 trillion. And they must about to cut rates 14 times before the year is over. I don't see it.
But did he give a time frame?
No, the great thing to do is to give a bold ass prediction with no time behind it.
110 trillion.
8 years, like I told you to say.
So total market cap is 110 trillion.
I mean, it's not theoretically impossible. It just depends on how long. It's like saying Bitcoin can get to $1 million. That's not.
It may take 25 years. Yeah.
Yeah. So if he says, all right, it's going to get to 10 trillion in 20 years.
20 years.
Possible. We'll see, man. Yeah. The way inflation kicking up now, it shouldn't be possible in 12 years. I ain't even gonna lie. And the crazy part is like if they figure out how to corner a bunch of other sectors and then they start going after the top 4 in every sector, possible in 12 or 15 years.
That's what's his market cap right now?
2.9?
Yeah, almost 3. Like, if commercial real estate is down and people are working from home more outside of LA, maybe Miami, which I miss so much. Oh my God, Brick was calling my name. In Los Angeles, what the hell do you need a autonomous vehicle for? You're not going to have one in San Tropez. You're not going to have them in Monaco. Like, it's a great idea, but what is the catalyst for that working well is a labor force being in buildings. And once people got a taste of Tulum and Cabo and having 2 jobs from home, I don't know if we ever get back to that. So I think it's a mistake when Elon tried to do it for Tesla. I think it's a mistake there, but I think they're fulfilling the needs of Tesla and Uber, and I don't think it should be a primary market that they focus on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you. It's not a primary market for them, although the sales did climb by 37% to over 360 million last quarter. They're just a provider. So it's not, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like they're making the vehicles. Like when we were just talking about Huawei, they're actually trying to make the vehicle. If somebody's making the vehicle, we're going to supply you with the product.
I'll send you the chips to run.
Yeah, as long as you make it, we'll provide the chips. So as long as people make the vehicles, they'll have growth. If people stop making vehicles, it's not a primary business for them. It's just something as a provider, we're going to put the best technology inside the vehicle. And if you're looking in terms of artificial intelligence, now the auto vehicle, the EVs, they have different type of chips, right? So we're not talking about necessarily GPUs in there. So that might be a strong point for another company that's going to make specific chips for EVs. But like I said, it's not a primary market for them. Sales did increase. So if people want the business, then they're providing it. But yeah, we're talking something that's under 500 million for them.
Yeah, and if they ever announce going into quantum computing or cancer research, that stock is going to take off to the moon. I'm going to be real. All the big tech players have to have their tentacles in healthcare. If they announce anything regarding diabetes research, cancer research, Alzheimer's, and because they have the processing power to help crack some of these hard equations, it's over with. It is over with. Apple, 2034, not that far away.
Yeah. And every time we talk about NVIDIA, everybody just skips over the data center part. Like, this is where this is where the money's coming from, ladies and gentlemen. Like, you should be researching data centers. What does it take to run a data center? What type of energy is needed? How much energy is needed? What type of wire? All these things, if they're telling you that there's a growth in revenue and a large part of it is coming from data centers, you should be looking into that because that's only going to grow. That's growing the business every quarter.
Who will be a great partner for them over the next 5 years?
In terms of data centers or just in terms of
data center?
I always said it's the person that can create the storage, the person that can create the memory. Right, which is why one of the reasons I like Micron, because of the fact that they focus on memory. Yeah. Right? Because if you can feed this technology, but it has to retain it, it has to store it somewhere, which is why you keep seeing expansion in that. So as long as somebody can provide that service, I mean, it's a perfect match for them. Because that's not something that they do.
Yeah, I agree.
There you have it. Oh, Dallas-Fort Worth area. We will be in your area September 21st. We're going to be rocking with Rock P for Invest DFW. So Invest Dallas-Fort Worth. They're having a financial conference out there. They kind of focus on the Dallas-Fort Worth, Arlington, Texas area. Maybe we can go to a Cowboys game and go in town. Who knows? But get your tickets, investdfw.org. And shout out to Dallas. We haven't really spent too much time in Dallas. We do a lot in Houston. But Dallas, shout out to Dallas, man. A lot of love in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And it's good to be back out there. I was there once a few years ago, but we got a lot of listeners. People listen to Market Mondays and Earn Your Leisure and have been supportive for a while that live in Dallas. So shout out to Dallas, Texas.
Please. You and Dak gotta take a picture of family.
Yo, I saw him. No. At the NFL Honors joint.
Did you? Okay.
Hold on. Tell the story. Can you tell the story accurately?
NFL Honors?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not really too much of a story to tell, but I ran into Deion Sanders. Shout out to Deion. And congratulations on their first. Tell you what, their defense is not that good. The offensive line is terrible, but they have 2 of the top 5 players in the country. So it's going to be an exciting season. But no, long story short, I did run into Dak Prescott at the NFL Honors thing a few years ago. And, I didn't get a chance to really connect. But
what? I was like, yo, it's weird because like you hear this all the time. They're like, yo, you say things like that. I'm like, yo, there goes Dak. He's like, I'm like, yo, you should probably just get a pick.
You should.
I'm thinking like, yeah, you should go get the pick. He's like, I'm like, no, we should get this pick. Nah, he's coming this way. We got to ask him. He's looking at me like, I'm like, bro, we gotta at least get it. He walks past. I'm like, we're not gonna get this pick. We're not gonna like, we'll get it later. Again, we didn't get the pick, but every time you go, so it's between Dak and PJ Tucker at this point. Well, Dak is probably taking the lead that people say you look like.
No, people have always referenced Dak Prescott. Shout out to Dak. Yeah, we gotta. Yeah,
we'll make it happen.
That'll break the internet when that happens.
Real quick, I want to give people. So for data centers, here's the 5 businesses that happen inside of data center. Servers, look into that. That's a key component. Storage, which I just talked about. Networking equipment, because that's needed in there. Power and cooling systems. Security measures. So when we talk about cyber security, and we'll talk about a few at the end of the show. These are companies that you should be looking at. If data center businesses are growing, companies in those businesses are going to be growing as well.
All right.
Yeah.
So let's talk about this. Personal finance advice for sudden wealth, right? For those who might have suddenly acquired a significant amount of money with financial strategies, we recommend to ensure that they don't lose their fortune quickly.
I think you need to make a budget now. So the traditional answer, put a percentage into index funds, 10 to 20%, put a percentage into tech. You definitely need some great advisors, but I think the biggest personal finance lesson is to allocate how much money that you're going to blow and don't go past that. I talked about it before. Lending can lead to poverty. So like, if you're going to help, have that allocated to the side. This $50,000, I'm going to just give away to family and friends, but you need a hard budget for that. But you have to realize once you start, it's really hard to stop. I think it's really important to have a plan in place before you get the money. But now that you're here, I know you want to live out some of your wildest fantasies, but you got to put 70% of that money away to have it work for you. Because if you suddenly got this money and it was life-changing, that money can go away in 2 years. And we're seeing a lot of people have a personal recession or sector recession that made $2 and $3 million in 2020 and now they don't have it. So I think it's incredibly important to plan and then learn to say no, because everyone's going to ask you for a whole bunch of money. What do you guys think?
That's a fact.
Like I would say, you got to tell them no. Say, I ain't got. As soon as you get the money, tell them I lost.
Sorry.
I mean, it's a lot, but first you want to make sure that you invest a large portion of the money. Make sure that you don't really change too much of your daily routine as far as avoid large purchases.
Facts.
Which includes a house that you can't afford. Do not spend money on things that it's not gonna come back to you on. Meaning like jewelry, cars, even a watch. I mean, you're not really going to make money on a watch, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Just being honest with you.
So like 15 years or something like that, yeah.
Sounds good in theory.
Yeah.
But how many people do you know actually sold their watch and made money? Do you know personally, Ian?
Zero.
You said none?
Not a one.
Oh, damn.
No.
I know a couple. I know a few.
You know a couple?
I don't know. Who? Mike's definitely made money selling watches. That's all. OG from my neighborhood. Shout out to Steve. He was selling watches too.
Jacob made a lot of money selling that.
It's a skill set. You got to love watches to know the right watch to buy at the right price, and hopefully it appreciates.
And the right person selling it.
No, but
the rarity of it.
But even if it appreciates, it's still difficult to sell because it's like you gotta sell it to a jeweler or you gotta sell it back to an authorized dealer. Now the jeweler, it's depending on whatever the market demand is at that point in time. And even the authorized dealer is the same thing. Then they can always find little things. Oh, this has a scratch in it. It's not perfect anymore. It's slightly imperfected. They're gonna try to run some scam on you.
Yeah.
So long story short, don't buy things that can't be easily sold, right? So what can be easily sold is a stock that can be easily sold, right? If you buy Apple and for whatever reason, next week you need to liquidate, you can do that, right? That's something that can be easily sold. So it's important to make wise and avoid the traps that can lead you to being broke. And like I said, I mean, the house is definitely a trap that can lead you to being broke for sure. And all of the other ancillary things can lead you to being broke. And the lifestyle, when you're trying to live a lifestyle.
Creep, yep.
As far as, just running around different places. You got multiple different women. Now you got different kids that you got to raise. Now you got child support. You know, these are all lifestyle decisions that can cause financial hardship on you as well. So don't go crazy. If you get a lump sum of money, it's going to be tempting, but try to stay as close to where you are now as far as your expenses. That's going to be helpful for you as opposed to blowing a bag and then trying to figure out what happened later on.
Yeah, I add all those things to what y'all said, and I would just say the first thing, or one of the first things, is get a great tax professional, because there's nothing like accumulating money and realizing that about half of that money is going to be paid to the state and to the government. Unless you have a tax professional that understands tax code, understands how business formation happens, finds loopholes for you. They're important. And that's something that most people don't think about. I saw Joe and the guys, and happy birthday, happy belated to him.
Yeah, that's good.
They were talking about $1 million not being a lot of money. And he's like, nah, that's a lot of money. You know, if somebody has nothing and comes into $1 million, obviously it's a lot of money. I feel like anybody, that's a lot, but it could go very quickly. Depending on how it got there, it can go very quickly. So investing is important. Staying below your means, not making, purchases that are outside of the realm of your financial prowess is important. But finding a professional, a tax professional, it can save you a lot. Time and money. Money mostly though.
And then if you look at LVMH and all the psychologists they have there and all the brands they acquire, like, as you get more money, you have more companies that find a way to take your money from you. It's an exchange for clothing, but like, how long does the clothing last? Cool. Like, you have to be the more money you accumulate, there are more, I wouldn't say schemes, but more incentives to spend your money with luxury brands so they can pillage that and take that back to their family. You have to be incredibly disciplined. Even me, when I was staying in the medical center in my 2-bedroom condo, paying nothing for it, right? Man, damn landlord saw me on YouTube, tried to rake me over the coals, tried to make me charge me double. I'm like, girl, it ain't worth double. So it is what it is.
Gucci it is, man.
Be mindful.
Get you some Gucci kicks, man.
Big facts. I'm going to go right to Weezy Studio and get my baby a Balenciaga Chanel bag. Big Maxi, 3 of them. When I took down to Mexico, he saw a Louis bag he wanted. I said, boy, that is Luis Cabrera. That is not Vuitton, my boy. That is not the real thing.
Think you'll do it? You probably would, right? I can't see Jim. I know he's big on sneakers. You think he got the Uchi bucket, but would he take it to the kicks? Because he's big on kicks.
He can't do the kicks, yo. That's too much.
All right. They got to draw a boundary. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'll buy a Maxi, though, off Canal. As soon as they put that little towel down, right in the morning at 8:30, go right to the McDonald's, come over. Let me get 3 of them.
You bought some on Canal before? You ever bought some out there?
They too aggressive for me, bro. I'm sorry. Nope. Bought some McDonald's off Canal. That's it. You want a scarf? It's 200 degrees out here. Why need a scarf?
I'm the shade that go with it, too.
For real, I'm like, I'm good. I'm cool. So,
Yeah, man. Shout out to Canal Street. Okay, what about September when it relates to market trends and volatility?
Hey, listen, I'll be real with you. Yeah, put your seatbelt on. September, October, tough. Just get out there. And I told you, after August, after my performance, I'm off the grid. Join Stock Club if you got questions. It's going to be a rough ride going into election. Historically, August through October 1st is really rough. This is a time to buy shares. If you bought at the top of the market, you're going to feel like you're on a Spirit flight going to Cancun. It's going to be hella turbulence, but you'll make it through and be all right. Get ready to load up, even in Stock Club Dollar General hit, load the boat price. There will be a lot more that come down, maybe 10 to 15%. Get prepared, and then you'll profit around March or April, and you'll be good. So investing has cycles. We're now in the zone where you need to be buying. Your investing calendar should start around August, so these next months are going to be a little bit bumpy. But yeah.
Yeah, it's
buckle up.
It's a buckle up situation. We've seen this happen over the past couple of years. September's tough, and this September, I think it's going to be volatile as well. We got the Fed decision coming on the 18th, quadruple witching on the 20th.
That's going to be a rough week. Say them dates again. Hold on.
Yeah, so we got Fed decision, which could be promising, right? I think a rate cut is going to happen on the 18th. We'll know for sure. And then quadruple wedging will happen on the 20th, which happens on the third Friday in the last month of the quarter. So every quarter, right, if we break it down, has the last month, this September being the last one, and it's the third Friday. So the 20th, when options and future contracts expire. And so for those of you who trade options, you should circle those dates because they're important.
Get out the week before. I'm telling you right now.
Well,
maybe hear it.
Maybe not a week. Maybe a couple of weeks prior.
Yeah, a couple weeks prior.
Yeah. So we're getting to that point. But yeah, man, it's going to be volatile. And so you should anticipate that. You should but this will test patience. You anticipate it, you're patient about it, but it also gives you an opportunity to now invest and get some spots where it's like, all right, these are good points of entry for me. Because by the time we get to April, May, you'll be looking back at the moves you made in September, October and saying, I'm glad I was patient. I'm glad I entered at those positions because now look the benefits of it. So, yeah, I mean, history has shown us that. So who are we to try to fight that?
You can never fight the trend. And you should also, if you're on the opposite side, you should find companies that are in the range from 50 to 125 that are weaker companies and look to buy puts like when they get overextended. It'd be a great time. I wouldn't do it with top 25 because things go in their favor. But if NVIDIA pull back after earnings, some of the weaker companies in the Russell 2000 to 3000 should be pulling back. So get one or two options going, ride it to the downside, and then buy back long term in your portfolio, and you'll be good.
Yeah. So all the economic data that comes out, I would definitely be focusing on CPI. Will be coming out, so we'll see where inflation's at, and then circle the 18th.
If Powell don't make a cut, you're going to get a few more emails, both of y'all. I'm so sorry. I forgot. But
remember what I had said?
If Powell don't cut, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Yeah.
Tough.
Yeah.
Tough.
We're going to see.
What about the emerging market trends?
I know a lot of times when people, like when the big cap companies are falling apart, you're looking at emerging markets. The interesting part, and I talked to a few people in Red Panda about this, I really love India, but there isn't a India-based ETF that is like outperforming the way that it should based on the growth. So I was scouring everyone, Vanguard, BlackRock, I love you dearly, Te amo, mi corazoncita, right? They got you, Troy. State Street, I haven't found one I love yet. So stay tuned. Would I want exposure to smaller countries? No, I think India is the one, but I haven't seen an ETF or index that has given me the kind of return. You have like 4 to 7%, but based on the growth of the economy,
the index should be performing a lot better. So
those are the
sometimes the answer is no answer. Like it's not performing as well yet. Money is flowing into the funds, but I don't think they're performing as well as they should at the time.
Would you put Libre in your top 5 international companies?
Yeah, that's one of my babies, yo. I love Mercado Libre for sure. Yeah, if you want to approach to India through America, Amazon for sure, because they're going to have a strong foothold there. But yeah, Mercado Libre, hands down, one of my favorites.
Well, what's the lifeline of, not even like the vital signs for Alibaba, do you think?
50 said no religion and politics, right? I was taking notes. I said, damn, he's gracious to Puff. This is getting real. I can't answer that without answering the political part of it. I will say this. When Alibaba turns around, it will be a positive sign for the global economy. That is the canary in the coal mine. As long as they stay depressed, the overall economy will stay down. And I pray that Jack Ma is great and his family as well.
All right. We're going to throw up our top 5 international stocks next week.
That'd be good.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
So Warren Buffett, Berkshire Hathaway decided to reduce and Bank of America by nearly 15%. What might this indicate about his views of the banking sector?
I pray that I get to the point where I convince the entire world that I don't know when to exit and enter a market. So he sold off a big portion of Apple, picked up Ulta, sold off a bunch of Bank of America. Brian Moynihan, I'm praying for you. I appreciate you. But this is a signal something big is coming. I love the fact that he's convinced the entire world that he does not know when to exit. Everyone, homework assignment, find the price and average. Go look at the date of where he exited Bank of America. He's putting all this cash on the side for a reason while Berkshire became valued at $1 trillion as a conglomerate, which is a hard feat to do for those who don't know. So something is coming that he's getting prepared to. Once again, I think he should be the person that buys Intel, demolish the executive management. If I ever run into you into Dulles Airport, I'm sorry, and make that a great turnaround story. But he's parking a lot of money on the sideline for a reason. I don't think he's just taking profit or it's for tax loss harvest. Like, bro, stop. Like, something's coming. 800,000 jobs were misreported in the U.S. and no one batted an eye. Richard, you ever seen this as like when you were an advisor? How you misreport damn near 1 million jobs in the economy? I've never seen this restructuring of financial information the way that has happened this year. Like, I don't know. And if it's 800,000 that got restructured, the number's probably really like 1.3. So, but what do I know? I'm definitely no Warren Buffett. Or Nancy Pelosi. So
his cash pile has now accumulated $290 billion. Cash pile.
I don't think he just want to go to Balenciaga. Yeah, I'm not to the top for a reason. That's a war chest for a country.
290 billion. I think it's safe to say something is on the horizon. I'm looking at in the top 100 net market caps companies, that cash pile would put him at number 35. He's just behind Netflix. At 300.
Start doing something, boy.
Netflix, their market cap is 300 billion, and his cash pile is 290.
That's crazy.
Coca-Cola is 312. Bank of America, which he just sold 25, their market cap is 316 billion.
So you almost have as much money on the side as the company's worth.
Yeah, that you.
Brian Moynihan, I love you, but it's a tough day.
Well, with that being said, so factor in the economic indicators, inverted yield curve, variety of other factors. What's the likelihood of a recession happening in 2025?
I don't even know what the definition of recession is anymore. So if we're going by traditional standards,
I think we've been in a soft one, whatever this new. Now, if we don't have rate cuts in September, oh, for sure. February, Valentine's Day going to be rough. Guaranteed recession. But when you change the definition and say that it's not two quarters anymore, and it's only for so long you can kick the can down the road, I think it's a great lesson as a business owner, entrepreneur. You have to face the hard data that's in front of you and find a way to fix it. I don't know how you fix this issue. Commercial, like for the first time, and I said this on Stock Club, two indicators that really scare me. For the first time in history, we have more Americans that do not take pride in going into an office and working for a company. And I've never seen this many white Americans opt to give up their passport to go to other countries. That's a scare. Like, as much as they love America, every time I get to go into other places in Mexico, that's a lot of people who've been there for 13, 14 months. Yeah, I took all my retirement, all my 401k, I moved here because everyone's playing international arbitrage. So something's coming. But if we're changing the definition of recession, I don't know when they'll officially announce it. I really don't.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, you grew up with one idea of what a recession is, and that is obviously not the case anymore. Who knows what it is?
Yeah.
Who knows? We could be in one now. We don't know.
Fellas, that's what most of y'all be saying when your girl be asking you, like, who that is. You know, DM, oh, who could that be? AI. Hey, we talk about a blackout. Y'all quit falling for the little AI girls on Instagram. I've seen some of y'all make comments, and that girl got 14 fingers. She not real.
Oh, like the catfish?
They got the AI baddies on IG like crazy. You look at them thumbs. The girl got 2 thumbs, 2 index fingers, girl.
Don't you fall for it.
Don't fall for it. Hey.
Hey. All right. Earnings? Oh, man, it's a short week, but there's some big companies that have earnings. We talked about cybersecurity when we talked about the data center expansion. Let's start with Zscaler. What's your thoughts around Zscaler, Ian? Damn.
I'm gonna do no comment on this one. I'm trying to keep my track record impeccable.
All right, so
I'm torn.
In the space they're competing with, right? We saw CrowdStrike take a hit, but they didn't. I mean, lawsuits are still pending.
Yeah,
they're slowly climbing back.
I mean, they're at 199, 206 is like a key resistance level. I hope they do well. I'll say this: I wouldn't be putting my money into them right now. I'll wait post earnings to see.
Okay. That's tomorrow. What about Dollar Tree?
Can't do it.
Not touching it.
No, not till it gets to maybe 72 or something like that. And here's the reason why. Traditionally, these companies, Dollar General, do incredibly well, but because of cost of inflation going up, the cost of goods going up, the margins are too thin to make it really investable. So you have to buy like at a great price where you're guaranteed a home run. Like a grand slam. You can't afford a home run on lower profit margin business. So if it got to like 71 or like 68, I would get it there.
Yeah, and they've had to actually have price increases inside of Dollar Tree because of all the reasons you just said, which, again, the margins are so thin that you're no longer traditionally a Dollar Tree. Now it has to be $3.99 or $4.99 side of it. So interesting. Now, this is a throwback. I'm surprised this made the list. NEO is reporting on Thursday before the market opens. NEO is one of those pre-pandemic kind of darlings in the EV space. Yeah. What's your thoughts around NEO?
I like Nehemiah Davis, but I hate to stop. Shout out to Neo. That's the only Neo I'm rocking with. That in the Matrix. Neo, if Tesla's having compression issues and they're the leader, no, Neo is over with. The car isn't bad, but to invest it, I think this is uninvestable. I would invest in Intel before I invested in Neo.
That says a lot.
No, don't do it. Don't do it. I'm begging you. But if you want to gamble, have fun. But I couldn't do it.
Another company that we saw during the pandemic had a nice run was DocuSign. They were going to be reporting their earnings on Thursday as well. It almost felt like it became a need. We couldn't actually physically sign papers. DocuSign felt like almost an essential business. People are going back to the workforce. We've seen it pull back in DocuSign. What's your thoughts around it?
Yeah, no, them, Zoom, there's a couple of those COVID businesses that need to like merge and make one good pile of crap together and just be one company. Shout out to everyone at DocuSign. I appreciate you, but the stock is uninvestable at this time. I like the service, but I don't see how you scale from here.
I think you're going to have a different take on the next one. I think this is the biggest earnings, definitely of this week, that I saw on the chart, and that's Broadcom. They're going to be reporting on Thursday after close. When we talked about NVIDIA and their growth inside the AI space, if you look at Broadcom's chart AV GO, you can kind of see that parallel trajectory upwards for them as well. They've had an amazing run. What's your thoughts around after the split now? What are your thoughts around Broadcom coming on Thursday?
Even if they miss Thursday, buy the stock. They are on like a Lilly-esque like pathway. Quiet CEO, deliver on products and services. Margins are good. Great competitive advantage. Great moat, because you can have a moat that is strong, but the product isn't solid. iPhone right now is a classic case of that. Great moat, but the product isn't amazing. They have both. So even if they do miss, buy it, but I think they should be good come Thursday on the earnings side. They're the only ones out of that list I'm bullish on.
Yeah. I actually, I'm putting together a formula for them right now. Last week, I saw it pull back a little bit. It almost hit a number. So I'm very close. I remember I told everybody about the two stocks that I didn't invest in. They were one. Chipotle was another one. They just kept running. They pulled back a little bit after the split, which is expected. So, I'm anticipating that one.
149, 151, what you looking at?
Clear out to everybody. I
I'm going
to put the whole formula up.
No, let's gatekeep. Yeah. So you don't want to talk great. Put an EY on you.
Yeah. Shout out to all of them.
We're going to come together behind the gate.
Cool. You shall see it this week.
Yep.
Okay. All right. There goes our earnings, man. Like I said, Broadcom, obviously the biggest one there. We got a few others. Dick's Sporting Goods, C3 AI will be reporting as well. But yeah, I'm circling Thursday. Thursday's on the calendar for sure.
Yeah. Let me look at Dick's pause on. Dick's Sporting Goods actually fire. I don't know how the earnings going to do, but the stock long term is on incredibly low.
Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Don't forget, ininvest.com is your last opportunity to get the Red Panda Stocks Club sale. Last sale of the year, 50% off, grants you access to Stock Club for 3 years. And it gives you access to Sniper program, which teaches you how to trade. So this is it. This is the last sale. It's been extended since we did it last week.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Extended it 24 hours for this episode, Labor Day. So this is it. The last opportunity. Go to ininvest.com if you're interested. 50% off, no code needed. And you'll get all of the best entries into the market.
Yep. If you miss out, when the price go back, it's 15,000. And for the rest of you tweeting deleters, when Rashad want to go off on blackout, I'll be right there with him. Go ahead. Load your cannon up. Cool.
Hey.
I'm here to advocate for the people that don't have the money to invest, see? And I want to help liberate. Man, go liberate yourself first, my boy. Come on, man. I've been doing this show every day, every week, 4 years, and you look, they don't give any free info.
Surface level.
Flat out loud, yo.
Yeah. It's all good, man. Just continue going, continue to be consistent.
That's all you can do.
Continue to do the unexpected.
Absolutely. I'm going to do the expected. I'm going to go right to that beach next week. I'm going to do my New York trip first, and I will come see y'all there right there. I don't want to hear no market questions. Will Powell make the rate cut or not? Boy. Finito.
Fun times. Fun times.
Yeah. Y'all ever wish we gatekeep some of the information for real? Private convo. 2025, boy. Okay.
You done seen it all.
Talk about Microsoft. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Sati, we need you on the show.
Please.
I know you done with DEI, but like, come sit before, like.
We can have a discussion about that.
Please.
Please.
Por favor.
Yeah, man. I mean, if we learned anything this week, obviously reach out to your people. We started the show with that, but again, rest in peace to Batman Scoop and his entire family. But reach out to your people. We got any birthdays this week? Any birthdays? Shout out to Matt. It was Matt's birthday.
Yeah, shout out Matt's birthday. Yeah.
MG. Shout out to him and his family. My nephew's birthday is coming up, so happy birthday to Cameron. Love you. And we got anything else? Anybody else?
No, I'm sure a bunch of Virgos gonna be screaming in chat and texting us though.
Shout out to it's Virgo season. I'm looking at Beyonce. I know it's B-Day. Beehive, don't kill me. I know 9481 is B-Day, so that's this week as well.
Oh, okay.
Houston's own.
Yeah,
Queen. Happy birthday to B. Yeah. Time for school. Time to get the kids ready to go.
Yep.
I told a couple of
holy water and ice spice too. We gotta pray for our spice. I'm done.
You never heard of a treadmill? What? That was so much fun.
Lotto beat the demons out you, boy.
Yo, how album was that?
Lotto tough, yo.
I heard some joints on
Lotto
there.
been rapping their ass off. I saw at the joint downstairs we stayed at.
Oh yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Salute.
Yeah.
Big Mama made you turn to a demon. I expect you. Sometimes it don't pay to beef. I know y'all that being y'all a marketing player.
Man, word.
She not want to beef with.
Did y'all check that Big Sean album out?
I did. Big Sean.
Don't do that, man. Why you do that?
Fire album. It's the wrong time.
It's a grown man album. It's a grown man album.
It's a fire album. I love Sean rapping his ass off, and every time, like Huawei did with Apple, as soon as he put it, people get to stepping on it. Bro, it's tough.
Stepped on it.
You thought you was gonna be top 2 and had Janae. You got to pick a struggle, my boy.
She said put a ring on it.
That on stage. What you do in that moment?
Keep rapping. Act like I ain't here.
You ain't gonna get extorted. We got to talk about this on Blackout. How long is like too long?
That's a good yeah.
How long is too long?
Like 9 years, right? It's been a minute, bro.
Janae got to be toxic as hell if that boy proposed to her. And I love Janae, but shout out to her and Mila J. But you, boy,
shout out to Slauson.
I'm on Lover Boy vibes come Blackout. So all the fellas who can go crazy.
Certified
Lover Boy, yo. For all the dogs, you know what I mean? I'm cool.
Shout out to the six, man.
Yeah.
That's a fact. We'll be out there shortly.
All right, guys. It's been real. Make sure you...
Rashad, we get in trouble Wednesday or no? What we doing?
Please. Let's do it. Be good to each other, y'all. Peace.
Please do.